You are looking at the literal end of the world, where giant sky lizards are currently turning our planet into a giant barbecue pit, and humanity's survival rate is looking lower than an OnlyFans model's career path. But the reason the world is ending isn't some dark lord or an alien invasion. It's because a group of teenage dragon exchange students came to Earth for a nice little study abroad trip and got bullied so hard by humans that they literally went feral and committed suicide. And now, their massive, overprotective parents have arrived to personally delete our entire species. Our main character has spent 6 entire lifetimes trying to fight these beasts, but in this 7th loop, he's trying a completely different approach. But to understand how a legendary hero ended up becoming a full-time, high-stress, scaly babysitter, we need to go back to the beginning. We start in a dark, cold dungeon cell where 2 girls are shivering in tattered clothes, while our protagonist, Yu Jite, stands before them like a cold-hearted villain. The blue-haired girl in the corner literally stops breathing in her sister's arms, and the green-haired girl screams, asking if he's finally satisfied now that they're dead. Jite doesn't even flinch, telling her that she brought this upon herself, grabbing her chin with zero warmth in his eyes while she desperately cries that they did nothing wrong. He turns his back on her, cold as ice, declaring that it's all over as the counter hits cycle 6. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the absolute void of space, revealing that once again, Jite failed to stop the literal apocalypse. Massive, cataclysmic dragons are tearing down skyscrapers like they're made of cheap Legos, and Jite just stares at the burning sky, wondering if things would have been different if he'd actually listened to her. A giant red dragon charges up a blast of pure fire right in his face, but our guy doesn't show a single ounce of fear or regret. Instead, his hand crackles with blinding blue mana, activating his SS rank skill, the Invisible Blade, as he leaps straight into the jaws of death with a glowing blue sword. The screen explodes with kinetic slashes, showing Jite moving like a maximum-level anime protagonist who is tired of playing nice. He weaves through a horde of massive dragons, slicing their necks and drawing oceans of blood with clean, effortless precision, leaving massive limbs falling from the sky like rain, before landing a final, devastating slash that clears the entire screen. But even after soloing a small army of mythical beasts, Jite realizes it's completely useless because they literally just keep spawning infinitely. A red system prompt appears, confirming that Earth is once again cooked, which triggers his ultimate EX rank skill, the Orbit Clock, rewinding the world's timeline back to the starting zone. He closes his eyes, letting the golden gears of time consume him, hoping that this 7th attempt won't be another colossal waste of time. And just like that, the clock resets, and we're back in the middle of a bustling, modern city. A massive, swirling purple gate opens up right above a busy street, and of course, some random civilian dude treats it like a tourist attraction, posing for a selfie right as a horde of ugly, multi-eyed demons pop out. The girl holding the phone freezes in pure horror as blood splatters across the screen, and the phone drops to the pavement, cracked and ruined. This marks the official start of the 21st century gate apocalypse, where armored monsters and flying beasts begin pouring out of portals worldwide. Just when humanity looked completely done for, some people awakened magical powers, sparking a new era of superhuman hunters who were all gathered on a massive floating artificial island called Hadeling to train, creating the ultimate global academy city known as Lair, where our regressor is starting his 7th run. We cut to a chaotic hostage situation where a massive, ugly thug with a stone arm mutation is holding a crying girl by her hair, screaming at a squad of useless police officers. This generic villain, Joe Hosek, decides that if he's going down, he's taking everyone with him, only for Jite to suddenly materialize right behind his back like a sleep-deprived ghost. Hosek's brain completely short-circuits, wondering how a random cop managed to teleport behind him, and he swings his massive stone arm in a panic, but Jite easily dodges the attack with a cold, dead-eyed expression, delivering a single, devastating overhead punch that looks like a meteorite striking a cheap piece of drywall. The entire street buckles, leaving Hosek lying in a crater like a cartoon character, while Jite casually mutters that he lost control of his strength again, which, honestly, is a massive understatement. Our guy is actually a low-ranking officer of the Lair Regional Police, and he casually drags the unconscious superhuman suspect back to the station by his collar, leaving the guy sliding along the floor like a sack of dirty laundry. At the office, his female colleague with glasses stares at him in complete disbelief, telling him to write a report before immediately taking it back because he looks like he's about to pass out. She blushes, noticing that Jitae seems to have gotten taller, broader, and way more handsome overnight, while another senior officer runs up, shocked that Jitae practically dismantled a high-tier criminal solo. The senior warns him about using excessive force, but Jitae's cold glare instantly shuts him up. Since Jitae spent all his previous loops ignoring his actual job, every single face in this office is completely new to him, so he just grabs the criminal and walks away, ignoring the small talk. We now get the official explanation. The real reason Jitae is regressing isn't to save humanity, but to protect 4 dragon hatchlings who came to Earth to study abroad and have a nice vacation. But Earth is a toxic wasteland of human greed, and the hatchlings were driven mad by battle and abuse, leading to their tragic, violent deaths which triggered the world-ending wrath of their parents. To prevent the adult dragons from vaporizing the planet again, Jitae realizes he can't just get stronger, he has to change his entire strategy. In this loop, he's going to find the hatchlings first and act as their ultimate guardian. Back in the hallway, his cute coworker tries to ask him out for dinner, pulling a classic anime blush and giggle routine, only for Jitae to brutally reject her by saying he's leaving for Europe right this second. Talk about an absolute cold-hearted Sigma move. We transition to Florence, Italy, where the sun is shining and a beautiful park is filled with tourists. There we see a stunning green-haired girl placing a crown of flowers on a little kid's head. She smiles warmly, looking like a literal angel descended from heaven as the local children play around her, completely charmed by her gentle energy. She waves goodbye to them as they run off, only to sense a sudden heavy pressure approaching her from behind. She turns around and sees Jitae standing there, looking like a dark cloud in the middle of a perfect summer day. Her playful smile fades instantly as her dragon instinct starts screaming, and she stares at him in silent, breathless shock as Jitae looks her dead in the eyes and says, "You're coming with me." We start chapter 2 exactly where we left off, with Jitae confronting the green-haired dragon girl in Italy. She tilts her head, completely confused because she doesn't speak a single word of Korean, but she instantly activates her S-rank skill, Collapsed Babble, allowing her to translate his voice. She asks why a terrifyingly strong human has come to find her, and Jitae flatly admits that he has very specific business with her. She smiles playfully, asking if he already knows who she is, before casually reading his name right off his chest, calling him "You Jitae." She looks incredibly smug, thinking she just pulled off a massive power move, but Jitae's eyes go pitch black and dangerous, demanding to know how she learned his name. She immediately panics and points at his chest, giggling that his police name tag is literally right there. She sticks her tongue out, telling him she was just playing and has no idea who he actually is. However, she notes that he's unbelievably strong and definitely doesn't belong in a peaceful park like this. She tilts her head, asking if he's here to kill her or maybe kidnap and abduct her, which Jitae admits is actually close enough. She instantly jumps back, covering her chest, and asks if he's some rare degenerate who gets physically attracted to dragons. Jitae sighs, telling her to stop the nonsense, and declares that he's here to protect her from the dangers of Earth. See, the Green Dragon clan has special eyes that can read providence, giving her insane intuition, so Jitae warns her to make a wise decision unless she wants him to use harsher methods. She smiles, asking if he'll treat her kindly like a guest if she behaves and listens quietly. Jitae agrees, and she steps forward, offering her pinky for a promise. She flashes a beautiful bright smile, looking completely carefree and cute, but Jitae notices that her pinky is actually trembling with sheer hidden terror. Realizing she's just a frightened kid trying to act tough, Jitae's cold expression softens, and he locks his pinky with hers, making a genuine promise to keep her safe. We transition to Korea, showing a row of luxury high-rise apartments where our cute green-haired dragon wakes up, rubbing her eyes with a sleepy, blank face. She walks out of the bedroom wearing nothing but an oversized white dress shirt, looking for her mister. But instead of a normal morning greeting, she sees a massive dark shadow rising from the living room floor. Jitae is sitting calmly on the couch, explaining that his SS rank skill, Shadow of the Grand Duke, allows him to create a perfect clone that possesses half of his original body's strength. The shadow duplicate materializes, dressed head to toe in Jitae's police uniform, bowing respectfully as the dragon girl stares in absolute open-mouthed wonder. Jitae tells her not to worry about the clone, as it's the one going to the police station to do his job for him. She asks why he doesn't do his own work, and Jitae casually replies that using his skill technically counts as working. Plus, he needs to stay by her side 24/7 to make sure she doesn't accidentally trigger a global disaster. She giggles, sitting right next to him on the couch, and eagerly suggests they eat breakfast together. Jitae flatly declines, saying he's fine and doesn't need to eat, but she stubbornly clings to his arm. She buries her face in a pillow, saying it feels wrong if the homeowner starves while she eats alone. Jitae points out that dragons don't actually need food to survive, but she smiles and explains that eating isn't about survival, it's about getting happy and energized. She leaps off the couch, dragging him along, declaring that they are going grocery shopping right now. She flashes a cute, determined smile, promising to show him the ultimate power of a good breakfast. We cut to S-Mart, a massive local supermarket, where our duo is walking through the crowded aisles, instantly turning heads because they both look like high-tier fashion models. People are whispering, wondering if she's a celebrity, while some guy complains he looks like a squid next to Jitae. Our green-haired dragon is literally skipping with joy, humming a happy tune as she shops. Jitae is carrying mountains of bags, pointing out that they bought way too much for a single breakfast, but she insists they need basic cookware since his kitchen was completely empty. She runs ahead to head home, but Jitae stops her, saying they are eating out instead. He notes that breakfast time passed a long time ago, and there's a highly shady place they need to visit first. She blushes, apologizing for getting carried away since she hasn't shopped in ages. She follows him down the street asking where they are going, and Jitae replies that they need to get her some essential items for living on Earth. We cut to a dark, underground workshop, where a creepy old hacker with a glowing blue cybernetic eye asks if the beautiful green-haired girl is Jitae's girlfriend, only for Jitae to threaten to pluck his other eye out. The old hacker quickly shuts up and gets to work, handing over a sealed envelope along with a high-tech smartwatch that acts as a hologram locator. The girl eagerly taps the screen as a glowing blue hologram pops up, revealing her brand new official Korean government ID card. She is thrilled, but Jitae is genuinely baffled, asking how she even managed to survive on Earth without a basic ID. She tilts her head, pointing out that her new family name is Yu, just like his, and asks why her first name is Bomb, which literally translates to spring. Jitae explains that since there are 4 dragons, their names will come from the 4 seasons, and she is spring. She clutches her ID to her chest, smiling warmly as cherry blossoms drift through the air, saying Yu-Bomb is a beautiful name. She walks beside him through a park, admitting that she's still a little bit scared of him. We see a dark, shadowy projection of her glowing dragon eyes warning her that Jitae is an absolute monster. But she smiles, looking up at him, saying she knows he's not a bad person because her intuition is never wrong. She spins around playfully, declaring that she is a green dragon after all, and asks if it's okay if she stays by his side and watches him for a little while longer. She flashes him a stunning, genuine smile filled with pure happiness, a smile that Jitae has never once seen from a green dragon in any of his previous 6 lifetimes. He watches her run ahead, cherry blossoms swirling around them, and he closes his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. He thinks to himself that this is a highly promising start for his 7th run. But just as things are looking peaceful, the scene abruptly shifts to a rocky wasteland under a full moon. A fierce, red-haired girl with a bone mask is standing over a bruised and battered thug who is screaming and cursing at her in pure desperation. She laughs, raising her boot, and brutally stomps his face straight into the dirt. She giggles, holding her hands over her mouth, saying she only stepped on him because he was too ugly to look at. She stretches, pulling off her mask to reveal her smug, fanged face and glowing red eyes, declaring that this makes 199 wins and 0 losses, before grinning wildly and asking, "Who's next?" While our guy is busy looking at international news, Bomb pops in to let him know dinner is served. And what we are looking at here is a culinary war crime. Jitae is staring at this dish with the exact same eyes he used when the world ended in Loop 4. Bomb is incredibly proud of herself because she saw Stargazy pie in England and thought, yes, let's stick dead fish into purple rice. He is genuinely questioning if the apocalypse was actually that bad compared to this. He takes a bite anyway and mentions they need to fetch the red dragon tomorrow. Bomb immediately warns him that securing red is going to be a nightmare. She explains that different dragon clans do not exactly hang out, mostly because their core settings are completely different. Bomb likes to take things slow and watch things grow. The Red Clan, however, is basically a faction of pure physical violence. Jitae knows this, but points out that if they leave her alone, high-ranking hunters are going to put her in a box, which guarantees a planet-wide glassing. So he asks Bomb to tag along to help talk her down. Bomb finds this highly amusing. She is used to him acting like a lone wolf who shoulders everything, but she agrees because she actually wants her sister to live. On one very specific, terrifying condition. He has to finish every single grain of the purple fish rice, the silence of a man accepting his fate. He actually eats it. That is true dedication to saving the world. Meanwhile, in South Africa, the Red Dragon is currently treating an elite military squad like a playground. She is standing on their faces, complaining that humans are far too fragile. She wants her 200th win to feel like an actual accomplishment. She even considers going to Europe to bother Bomb just for some entertainment. The surviving soldiers are losing their minds because this teenager is a literal natural disaster. They are praying that their heavy hitter arrives before they all become pavement. Red drops down right in front of them like a final boss, and she is about to clear the stage when a massive beam of golden light slams directly into her. The impact is heavy enough to crack her bone mask, but instead of backing down, she swings her massive blade and literally splits the energy beam in half. The soldiers cannot even process the fact that she just parried raw light. Enter Javier Karma. Rank 8 superhuman. He shows up looking like a premium gacha skin, telling his men to back off. Red is not impressed. She just laughs and asks if he is supposed to be the raid boss. She takes off her mask, assuming he is just another human who is going to freeze up because of her face. Javier is completely unfazed. He asks her why she is not running when the power gap is this obvious. Red smiles. Running is for losers. She condenses her crimson mana and launches herself forward like a rocket. She starts throwing high-speed strikes from every angle, moving faster than the eye can follow until she finds a clear opening. She delivers a direct groin punch. And nothing happens. He did not even flinch. Javier tells her that she has spent her entire life playing easy games because she was born strong, but he is not here to play. He grips his massive sword. Red realizes she is in serious trouble. He activates his signature skill, dropping a column of pure solar fire. She cannot dodge. The resulting blast tears the entire street apart. Red is thrown through a concrete wall, coughing up blood. Javier is impressed she managed to reinforce her arms in time to survive, so he prepares to double his output. He walks over to finish the job, but she is gone. Bomb has already pulled her behind a wall, covering her mouth. Red is shocked to see her sister here. Bomb tells her to stay quiet while healing her shattered arm. Red tries to push her away, insisting she will fight to the death. Bomb's expression goes completely cold. She reminds Red that if she dies, their little vacation on Earth is over. She smiles, but her eyes are dead. You are going to cooperate, right? Red is suddenly very quiet because her sister is terrifying. She asks how they are going to escape when Javier is right outside. Bomb says the old man has it covered. Javier turns around to find a shadow standing behind him. He asks who it is. Our guy introduces himself as her guardian. Meanwhile, deep in the Amazon, a little blonde girl approaches Jite, and she asks him if he is a bad person. Back in the African desert, Jite repeats himself. He is the guardian. Javier is incredibly confused because our guy does not look like any official hunter on record. Red is also confused, asking Bomb if this is the guy. Jite tells Javier that things are complicated, so they should probably just walk away. Javier says the girl crossed the line and needs to be arrested. Jite notes she did not actually kill anyone. He asks him one last time to let this go quietly. Javier's response is to grip his hilt. He tells him this is Sand jurisdiction, and declares both of them under arrest. He leaps into the air, bringing down a massive wave of golden fire. The entire block is turned to ash. The dust settles, showing Javier standing in the middle of the crater. He assumes that was enough to finish them. Then a voice speaks directly behind him. Jite is floating in the air, completely untouched. Javier's survival instincts finally kick in. He has no idea how our guy got behind him. He swings his sword back in a panic, but Jite's dark mana cuts through the air, and he lands smoothly. He tells Javier to listen very carefully. Today is the unluckiest day of his life. He explains that while Javier was doing his job, he ran into an unidentified monster. He failed to counter its attack and lost both his arms and his eyes, and now he is going to forget everything else. The dark blade flashes. Javier is left on the ground. Sand has healers who can regrow his limbs and eyes, but the mental trauma is permanent. Jite favors this method because fear is the most efficient way to keep people quiet. Red is watching this from the shadows, completely traumatized. She asks Bomb what kind of monster he is. Bomb insists he is human. Red does not buy it. Jitae walks over and tells her she is coming with him. He promises her freedom but warns her that if she crosses his boundaries, things will get dark. Bomb hugs her to calm her down, telling Jitae he is acting creepy. Red is crying because everyone in this family is insane. Jitae ignores the drama. He gives her a new name, Yorium, Summer. Bomb jokes that she seems a bit bigger, and Yorium immediately snaps. Jitae taps his earpiece, confirming the situation is handled. And here is the twist. The real Jitae is actually in the Amazon rainforest. The one in Africa was his shadow clone. He thinks to himself that sending Bomb along to manage Yorium was a solid plan. The blonde girl next to him asks who he was talking to. Meet the Gold Dragon. She belongs to the Gold clan, who live for attention. In 3 previous loops, she became a massive superstar, but she was also the primary cause of several apocalypses. Because the love of the masses is basically poison to a young dragon's mind, now she is hiding in the jungle playing with Jitae's hologram screen. She thinks the floating display is the coolest thing ever. Jitae asks her why she is living like a hermit. He points out that if she is out for amusement, she should be around humans instead of bugs. She is shocked he knows what she is, but then realizes he smells like Bomb. Jitae looks at her and asks if she is scared of people. She gets quiet and admits she tried living in human cities, but people kept staring at her and following her around, which creeped her out, so she ran away to the middle of nowhere. Jitae asks her a simple question. Do you like bread? She says she is a dragon and does not need food. He snaps his fingers, opening his S-rank subspace pocket, and shadowy hands emerge holding a fresh bakery bag. Her nose twitches. It is actual bread. She cannot believe he is just handing this over. She starts drooling over the donuts and egg tarts. Jitae tells her to stop living in the dirt and come with him. He says her sisters are there and it is completely safe. She is stuffing her face, but mentions her mom told her not to follow strangers. Our guy does not even blink. He just says he will buy her macarons. And just like that, her eyes turn to pure gold. The recruitment speedrun is complete. We return to the high-rise where the morning sun is hitting the city, and Yorium is already out on the balcony acting like a dramatic teenager. She is chewing on a toothpick, but her mind is clearly somewhere else. Specifically, she is thinking about that absolute wall of a man, Javier Karma, and how his solar sword easily shattered her weapon. It is the first time she has ever tasted real defeat, and it is eating her alive. Bomb watches her sister from the safety of the living room, feeling the heavy silence rolling off her. Then, the front door passcode lock chimes. Jitae walks in, dragging Gaul along with him. She is holding a massive bag of carbs and lying through her teeth about why she followed him. She is claiming it was not the bread, but her cartoonish face tells a completely different story. She takes one bite of a macaron and goes into a full food coma-induced spiritual ascension. Modern baking is a cheat code for handling mythical reptiles. Bomb welcomes the master of the house back, and Gaul immediately lights up when she sees her sister. They go in for the classic sibling tackle hug. Bomb mentions it has only been a few days for her too, and points out that Red is currently brooding on the balcony. Meanwhile, Jitae quietly dismisses his shadow clone back to his police day job. Yorium slides the glass door open, glaring at the new arrivals like they just walked into her territory. She unloads a silent TSK and rolls her eyes. But Gaul does not care about the bad attitude. She sprints over to greet her. She immediately sniffs the air and starts lecturing Yorium about her lollipop smoking habit being bad for her health. Yorium reacts instantly, pinching Gaul's nose shut. She threatens to pluck her beak off if she does not stop chirping. Absolute peak sister dynamic. Jitae sits them all down on the couch to lay out the official census. Bomb declares she is 20. Gaul claims she is 10. And Yorium rounds out the middle at 15. Gaul tries to flex that dragons mature faster than humans, so she is practically an adult. Yorium is not having it. Gaul then asks if Yorium is a street name, and Bomb explains their guardian gave them seasonal names. Gaul thinks this is a bit too casual for a naming ceremony, but then Jitae looks at her and officially dubs her Gaul, meaning autumn. And then he drops a detail that catches her completely off guard. He points to the blue pendant around her neck, noting that once the polymorphed egg hatches, that child will be Gaul. Gaul is stunned by how much this human knows, but Jitae shut the discussion down before she can ask questions. He tells them there is only one rule they need to memorize. They can enjoy their Earth vacation, but they must never step outside his boundary. Yorium immediately complains about his communist regime. The Chibis are unimpressed by her rebellion. Bomb decides to break the tension, suggesting they go out to buy some human clothes and set up their IDs. Gayul is thrilled, while Yoriam jokes about running around mugging people for cash. Jitae casually tosses Bomb his black card. Bomb asks if there is an upper limit on the spending. "Spend as much as you want," he says. Famous last words when dealing with teenage girls. The shopping spree begins, and we immediately cut to Jitae's watch getting absolute spammed by bank alerts. 100,000, 300,000, 600,000 until they hit 41 million won and the card literally dies on the spot. The girls return, unloading massive crates of high-end gear and designer weapons. Bomb sheepishly hands back the dead card. She apologizes for bricking his bank account, explaining she wanted to get him clothes too, but the credit line gave up. Gaul demands his attention, showing off her massive haul, including a matching smartwatch so they can be tech buddies. Jitae gives her a deadpan compliment, and she is thrilled. Yoriam stands there silently before holding up a high-quality broadsword she picked out. She scratches her head, muttering about how her old sword broke during her little desert incident. Jitae asks if she likes it, and she admits it is not total trash. Gayul runs after her with shopping bags, calling her Unnie and getting yelled at in return. Bomb assures Jitae that Yoriam is just terrible at expressing her feelings. Then, Jitae notices Bomb did not bring home any bags for herself. She smiles and points to a single tiny pot on the kitchen counter. A tiny green sprout. Jitae asks why a plant, and Bomb explains that raising something is a quiet kind of happiness, because eventually, it will bloom. And that memory will stay with you forever. That is Bomb's core nature right there. She is not here for the flashy human toys. She just wants to watch things grow. Then, her expression shifts. She asks if there is a way for them to fully experience their earthly amusements within his strict fence. Jitae tells her there is. He looks at his 3 chaotic housemates and holds up an enrollment form. "Do you kids want to go to school?" Yoriam and Gaul peek out from the hallway, their eyes locked on the paper. The next loop is about to begin. We cut to the evening after their Lair Academy interviews. Yoriam stretches, complaining about how long the process took. Gaul is standing in the back, and she is currently in the middle of a full existential crisis. She is convinced she failed while her sisters are going to leave her behind. Yoriam tells someone to stuff her mouth with a roll to stop her whining. Gayul starts weeping, accepting her new identity as a pig when Jitae walks in carrying a takeout bag. She immediately launches herself into his arms, crying about failing the interview. Jitae calmly tells her she did fine. He hands her the bag and she sniffs the air. She asks if it is bread or macarons. He tells her it is something she likes even more. He plays a video on his screen. It is a television broadcast from one of her past regressions, showing her performing as the world-famous pop star, Baby Yellow. She is sitting on a talk show couch, acting incredibly elegant. The host mentions that top chefs prepare the guests' favorite meals and asks if the rumor is true that she only lives on pure morning dew. She laughs it off, saying she is human too. And then her eyes light up as she reveals her absolute favorite food in the world, classic Korean fried chicken. Our guy went out of his way to find the exact brand she loved several lifetimes ago. Gaul's mouth morphs into a duck beak. She is drooling. Yoriam asks if she has ever even eaten it in this life. Gaul declares she is going to love it from this moment on. Even Yoriam has to admit it smells incredible. Bomb asks Jitae if he is going to join them. She blushes slightly, telling him they should eat together. But Jitae has to step out onto the balcony. His watch is ringing. It is Lair admissions. The officer tells him there was an incident during Bomb's interview. Jitae's face goes neutral. The officer explains that Bomb scored a flawless, perfect mark on her entrance exam. She impressed the panel so much they offered her the position of student representative for the opening ceremony. The problem is, Bomb instantly turned them down. The school wants Jitae to persuade her to accept. Jitae declines. He says if that is what she wants, he is backing her decision. He is not here to build a trophy student, he is here to keep her safe. He hangs up the call. Yoriam walks out onto the balcony, chewing on her toothpick. She asks if the call was about the green kid. Jitae corrects her, "Call her Bomb." Yoriam rolls her eyes at the cheesy family roleplay. She looks out over the city lights, silent for a moment. Then she asks him why he is sending them to Lair in the first place. He tells her it is so she can do whatever she wants. Yoriam says she wants to fight and asks if there are strong people there. He explains the world's elite superhumans gather there, but notes they are still just kids. Yoriam snaps that he is practically a kid too. She turns to him, her red eyes flashing in the dark. She taps her fingers on the railing, stepping directly into his personal space. She tells him to fight her properly once. She is tired of being managed and wants to see what he is actually hiding. Jite stares at her for a long, blank 3 seconds. Fine, he deadpans. Go inside and eat chicken! Yoriam is so offended she aggressively thrusts her middle finger into his face. The pure disrespect is immaculate. She stomps inside, screaming that she is not going to touch his stupid food. But Gaul shoves a drumstick into her mouth anyway. One bite, and Yoriam's eyes go wide. She realizes she is absolutely cooked. The chicken is too good to resist. The next morning, we get our first look at Lair Academy. It is a massive floating city orbiting the globe, a modern school built exclusively to train kids with high-level abilities. But because of the tuition and prestige, the student body is basically populated by wealthy scions and high-status bloodlines. Gaul is looking around the clean campus, completely amazed. She whispers to Baum that their guardian must secretly be a filthy rich chaebol, considering how much money he let them burn. She is just happy they all passed the academic screening. But then she notices 2 people are missing. Baum explains that Yoriam had to go to the Azure Dragon Hall for her practical combat interview, and Jite went along as her guardian. At Lair, parents or institutional guardians are required to sit in on the trials to keep immature candidates under control. Baum mentions the practical exam involves direct sparring between applicants. Gaul wants to go watch, but Baum says the staff rejected them. Gaul's face falls. Baum sweat drops, looking at the massive crowd of male students currently staring at them in complete shock. If they went near the arena, they would cause a literal stampede. Inside the massive Azure Dragon Hall, candidates are already going at it, slamming each other into the dirt, with weapons clashing across multiple active rings. The Guardians are in the stands, screaming advice and losing their tempers. Jite sits right in the middle, looking like a high-end corporate executioner in his suit. A voice tells the Guardians to calm down so they do not make the kids nervous. The crowd turns to look. It is Professor Waiyan, the resident superstar war hero of Azure Dragon Hall. Silver hair, immaculate robes, and a warm smile. He welcomes the Guardians politely. The crowd starts whispering about his incredible achievements and wealth. Jite just observes him with his standard dead-eyed stare. The announcer calls up the next match. Candidate number 7. Yoriam steps forward, her grip tightening on her wooden sword. She climbs the stairs into the cage, muttering to her opponent to not be boring. Standing across from her is a serious blonde girl with cold, piercing cyan eyes. Yoriam rests the sword on her shoulder, her red eyes lighting up with a dangerous grin. This is exactly what she wanted. Let the chaos begin. All right, we are back in the arena cage, and Yoriam is already bored out of her mind. She is literally threatening to run away from home if this blonde girl does not put up a decent fight. The crowd is treating this like a standard betting match, with some side character behavior arguing about which girl is more their type, before deciding that the blonde, Sofia Borkova, is the safe bet. And to be fair, Sofia actually has a decent resume on paper. She was trained by RIL, which is basically a brutal Russian hunter special forces unit famous for training methods that look more like physical torture. Her guardian, Mikhailov, is screaming from the stands like a hyperactive soccer dad, and Sofia is dying of pure embarrassment before the match even starts. Yoriam immediately spots this weakness and starts roasting her for being a coddled papa's girl. Sofia is not amused. She tells her to shut her mouth, but Yoriam just gives her that classic fanged grin, begging her to try something. The side characters are already sweating from the sheer level of disrespect. Jite watches silently from the stands in his tailored suit, looking like a disappointed investor. The candidates take their stances. The buzzer sounds. Sofia lunges with a high punch. Yoriam dodges cleanly, slipping the strike. She mocks her speed, laughing in her face. She swings her wooden practice sword, forcing Sofia to duck low. Sofia counters with a sweeping kick, generating a sharp wind blade. Yoriam backs off but realizes her brand new uniform shirt just got shredded. She is absolutely furious, not because she was almost hit, but because she literally just got these clothes. She stomps her foot and launches herself forward like a bullet. The exchange turns into a blur of rapid-fire blocks and strikes. Yoriam springs off the cage wall, gaining massive height, and brings down her wooden sword with the force of an anvil. Sofia blocks with both arms, but her heavy arm guards completely shatter under the impact. She is gasping for air, her knees buckling under the sheer physical weight of a literal dragon. Yoriam stands over her, looking down with pure, unadulterated contempt. Sophia tries to recover, but Yoriam slips behind her with zero effort. She calls her barcode bangs, noting that playing with her was fun, but now she is just getting boring. She delivers a final brutal wooden strike to the back of Sophia's head, slamming her face first into the concrete floor. Sophia is spitting blood, her pride completely ruined. Yoriam rests her wooden sword against Sophia's temple. She looks down at her like she is looking at a bug. Match over! Candidate 124 wins. Yoriam laughs, calling her total trash. She walks away, loudly complaining that Lair is apparently just a nest of weaklings. The crowd is in absolute shock. They cannot believe Sophia got dismantled that easily. They realize the redhead was literally just playing with her the entire time. The whispers start immediately, with the crowd calling Sophia a bottom-tier publicity recruit with no real talent. Sophia is lying on the mat, hearing every single word of her public execution. Mikhailov is trying to comfort her, but her face goes completely dark. She clenches her fist. Her sanity is officially gone. Mikhailov tells her she did her best, and that defeat can make her stronger. He is trying to be a good dad, but the nurse suddenly panics. Sophia has stood up, mumbling to herself, and she is holding a real military-grade combat knife. She channels her mana into the blade, her eyes glowing with pure murderous intent. She charges Yoriam's back, screaming. The steel swings. She drives the knife directly toward Yoriam's spine. Jitei's face goes completely hollow. That is the look of a man who is about to reset someone's life privileges. Yoriam manages to twist her body, but she is shocked by the sudden escalation. Sophia unloads every curse word in her vocabulary, completely losing her mind. Hashtag. The crowd is screaming, and the examiners are scrambling. Jitei is still sitting there, completely motionless, but the temperature in the room just dropped to absolute zero. Sophia is still swinging, driving her mana blade through the cage. The impact shatters the concrete as Yoriam is forced to dodge. Yoriam looks down and sees blood. She actually got grazed. Her dragon temper instantly ignites. She is ready to turn this girl into red paste. But before she can retaliate, Sophia lunges again, her blue eyes screaming for blood. She drives the knife down, but Mikhailov jumps into the ring, grabbing Yoriam's shoulder to hold her back. Yoriam is snarling, struggling against his grip. Sophia is still trying to stab her through the gap. Mikhailov is physically blocking the red dragon, protecting his kid. The crowd is yelling for someone to stop them, but Sophia is completely out of control, swinging wildly. Yoriam is bleeding from her waist, her crimson mana flaring. She grabs the handle of the knife lodged in her side and pulls it out, her eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. She promises to return the favor exactly the same way. Mikhailov grips her wrist, trying to disarm her. He is screaming at her to stop, completely ignoring the fact that his own kid started the knife fight. Professor Wyan finally steps in, ordering the mages to activate a cross-space. The mages channel their energy, creating a high-level magical barrier that completely seals the arena cage from the outside world. Yoriam drops the knife, glaring at Mikhailov. Mikhailov is screaming at her, asking why she tried to kill Sophia. Yoriam screams right back, pointing out that his brat stabbed her first. Professor Wyan steps into the barrier, trying to play the peaceful mediator. He tells Yoriam to go get treated while they contact her guardian. Yoriam is still vibrating with rage, but Wyan leans in close. His voice goes cold. He warns her that if she blows this up, he won't be able to help her. He drops her family name, the Yu family. He notes she is not the only one registered from that house, subtly threatening her sisters. Yoriam's face goes pale. She realizes her sisters are on the line. Wyan smiles, assuming he has complete leverage. Then, the magical space behind them literally tears open like cheap paper. Jitei steps through the dimensional rip, his suit immaculate. "I'm that kid's guardian. Talk to me instead." Yoriam and Wyan are completely frozen. Tearing an S-rank magic barrier with bare hands is simply not humanly possible. They move the discussion to a private VIP suite. Wieyan pours oolong tea, trying to ease the tension. He smiles politely, but internally he is sweating bullets. He has never heard of this Yu family, but our guy just bypassed high-level space magic like it was a screen door. He realizes Jitei is a monster. Wieyan starts his speech, saying he deeply regrets the incident. He notes that fortunately, neither candidate is seriously injured. Sophia is currently in a hospital bed, cursing through her bandages, while Yoriam has already been discharged. He suggests they resolve this quietly on good terms so they don't make a scene. Mikhailov takes a breath and offers an apology on Sophia's behalf, stating she is young and got emotional. He is trying to play the reasonable adult, but Jite looks at him and says, "I don't accept your apology." Mikhailov slams his hands on the table, standing up in a rage. Jite calmly points out that he does not accept apologies delivered through someone else's mouth. Mikhailov is screaming, asking if he knows who he is dealing with. Jite just looks at him like he is a complete L. "Is that how apologies work where you come from?" Mikhailov barks back, asking if he should bring his injured daughter in here to bow and beg instead. Jite deadpans, "Yes, that is exactly what you should do." Wayan is desperately trying to keep the peace. Jite shifts his gaze, asking Mikhailov why he did not stop his daughter when she drew a military blade. Mikhailov yells that it all happened too fast. Jite calls it a pathetic excuse to cover his own incompetence. Mikhailov completely snaps. He stomps his foot, grabs Jite by his collar, and channels his massive blue aura, threatening to make an enemy of Ril. He calls Jite a no-name nobody. Then his eyes widen in pure shock. He looks down. Jite is currently holding Mikhailov's own combat knife, pressing it directly against the captain's throat. He took it from his sheath so fast the military veteran didn't even register the movement. Jite whispers his name. He drives the knife straight into the stone table, shattering it. "Stick to crowded streets." He lets go of his collar, smoothly adjusting his suit. "If we are done, I'll be going." Mikhailov is left shaking, drenched in cold sweat, his throat completely dry. Wei Young can only let out a hollow laugh. He knows they just avoided a mass casualty event. Jite walks out of the office, with Yoriam following quietly behind him. He asks how her body is. She says it just grazed her, and that Red Clan people do not die easily. Jite simply replies, "Good." Yoriam hesitates, looking at the floor. She asks if he also thinks she was in the wrong. She scratches her neck, admitting she kept thinking the whole mess happened because of her. She grumbles that it is unfair, but maybe she should have handled it like an adult. This is a massive character growth beat. The wild, violent red dragon is actually reflecting on her actions because she cares about his opinion. Jite stops walking. "No, you did fine." He looks back at her. "Next time, kill them where nobody is watching." Absolute top-tier parenting advice from a 6-time regressor. He turns and continues walking. Yoriam stares at his back, and then a massive fanged smile spreads across her face. She jogs to catch up, telling him not to regret those words later. The bond is officially sealed. We find our guy walking down the academy corridor, telling Yoriam to pack her things once they get back. They are finally moving into Lair's official housing, which makes the little blonde chick pop up with excitement. But before they can make it to the exit, Professor Wayan blocks their path with his signature customer service smile. Jite thought everything was already settled, but Wayan claims he has an important proposal. Yoriam immediately starts cleaning herself, completely checked out of the conversation. Wei-yeon ignores the disrespect and offers her the position of freshman representative. He promises a massive scholarship, a high-tier artifact, and global media exposure. Jite asks if he actually has the authority to make such a big promise on his own. Wei-yeon smiles, stating he is close friends with Vice Dean Ma Namjoon. Jite's eyes go completely cold, because he knows exactly what that name means. Both Wei-yeon and Ma Namjoon are demons. Unlike standard superhumans, these are humans who welcome the dark corruption of the abyss, becoming bloodthirsty monsters. In his first and second regressions, Jite lost people precious to him because of these exact creatures. He has imagined pulling Wei-yeon's head off 100 times, but he held back, forcing his aura down. Because killing him now is too merciful. He wants this monster to lose absolutely everything before he dies. He tells the professor that the decision ultimately belongs to the cadet. Wei-yeon agrees, turning to the red dragon with his palms open. He delivers a grand speech about shaping the future together, reaching out to grasp her hands in a grand gesture. Yoriam's response is an immediate deadpan no. Wei-yeon's face completely cracks. He asks if he misheard. Yoriam tells him he heard perfectly and demands to go home so they can pack. The professor is speechless. He asks why she even showed up for the interview. She looks at him, completely serious. She admits she was just lying in bed, got incredibly bored, and decided to find someone to punch. The absolute silence of a high-ranking demon getting his brain chemistry altered by a teenager. Wei-yeon is genuinely struggling to process this level of logic. He points out the window, trying to salvage his dignity. He shows her the massive crowd of reporters waiting outside. He tells her they are waiting for his official statement regarding the knife fight. He drops a subtle threat, stating one sentence from him can completely ruin her life at Lair. Yoriam's response, "Nope, I'm not doing it. Bye." She just walks away, leaving him standing there like a complete clown. Hwayeon's eyes go dark. He mutters that she will regret this. The moment they step outside, the media swarms them. Reporters are screaming, demanding comments on the knife incident and potential prior hostility. Yoriam is getting highly irritated by the flashing cameras. One reporter holds up a screen, shouting that her fight footage is currently trending across all online platforms. They are shoving microphones in her face, asking if she just did it for clout. Jitae tries to push them back, but Yoriam grabs a microphone with a smug grin. She swats the reporter's hand away and looks directly into the camera lens. "You want to know what I'm going to do?" She basically tells the entire world she is going to run Lair. We cut to the new location, the Lair Academy dorms. It is a massive, ultra-luxurious modern estate. Gaul is looking around with sparkling eyes. She is flying with joy, screaming about how massive the living room is. She sprints up the stairs, claiming the best bedroom for herself. She opens the door to a sunlit, high-ceiling master suite. She is absolutely thrilled by the luxury. She flops onto the giant bed, completely satisfied. She strikes a proud pose, declaring she will honor this room by using it well. Yoriam creeps in behind her, lollipop in mouth, stating the balcony is perfect for her smoking habit. Gaul screams that she claimed it first, but Yoriam points out the next room is actually larger. Gaul instantly surrenders, handing over the room with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bomb is spraying water on a large blue egg. She is whispering quietly to it, treating it like a real baby. Jitae asks why she is misting it, and she explains that blue dragons naturally crave water. The polymorph pendant naturally unravels when the dragon gets close to hatching. Bomb looks up, mentioning that Lair is currently buzzing with viral clips of Yoriam's press interview. The comments are calling her incredibly wild and attractive. Jitae looks at the screen, and Bomb quickly hides it, realizing she shouldn't have shown him. In the living room, Yoriam is relaxing on the couch. Why do humans make such a big deal out of that? They're all born with one. Gaul looks over her shoulder, asking what she is talking about. Yoriam grins like a goblin. "Wanna know? Time for some sex education." Gaul's face goes pale. She stammers that her mom told her she doesn't need to know everything to live a good life. Yoriam leans in close, licking her lip. "Sorry, baby, you don't get a veto power." She grabs Gaul's head and starts violently spinning her hair like a drill while Gaul screams in terror. Gaul is screaming for Jitae to rescue her, while Bomb quietly blocks Gaul's ears. The next morning, the sun hits the penthouse, and Yoriam is fast asleep. Suddenly, heavy footsteps come running up the stairs. Gaul bursts through the door, screaming that something major is happening. Yoriam groans, complaining that she is dead tired from pulling an all-nighter. Gaul asks if she was watching weird stuff. Yoriam deadpans that she was watching adult content. Gaul's reaction face is pure gold. They run downstairs. Yoriam is still half asleep, asking what the big deal is. She sees Jitae and Bomb gathered around the blue egg. Bomb looks up, her face filled with anticipation. The egg is violently vibrating and cracking. The shell is starting to break. The girls are holding their breath. Jitae watches silently. The last time he witnessed a birth, it was in the middle of a brutal, war-torn regression. A dying captain reaching out, begging him to save her newborn child. But the infant was already dead, suffocated because the local hospitals were obliterated by the fighting. The environment was too hostile for life. He remembers the bleak, silent despair of that moment. He thought he would never have to think about that tragedy again. He looks at the cracking egg, pulling himself back to the present. A tiny, blue, clawed hand pops out of the shell. Then, a pair of miniature blue wings. A tiny, adorable baby blue dragon emerges with a soft squeak. Bomb smiles warmly, welcoming Gaul to the world. The baby dragon rubs its eyes, looking around. Bomb gently cleans Gaul with a dry towel. Jitae is impressed by her skill, and Bomb notes her mother taught her, though normally dragons just lick the newborn clean. She asks him if he wants to hold Gaul, but he declines. Gaul immediately jumps in, begging for a turn. Bomb hands Gaul over, telling her to be extremely gentle. Gaul hugs the tiny baby dragon in pure, sparkling bliss. She looks at Yoriam, teasing her for secretly wanting to hold the baby too. Yoriam blushes, screaming that she doesn't care. Gaul shoves the baby into her lap anyway. Gyeol lets out a giant yawn and snuggles right into Yoriam's chest. Yoriam's tough face melts. She admits the baby is actually pretty cute. Then both girls turn to Jitae, telling him he has to hold Gyeol too. Yoriam smirks, accusing him of acting too aloof. She threatens to literally throw the baby at him if he doesn't catch it. She looks at Gyeol with a mischievous, fanged grin. She declares her ultimate goal in this house is to make his stone face crumble, and actually tosses Gyeol like a football. Jitae catches the infant instantly with perfect form. Gaul sighs in relief. Yoriam rolls her eyes, disappointed by his perfect reflexes. Bomb suggests that since he is already holding Gyeol, he should pet her too. Jitae stares blankly at his hand. He gently reaches out a finger and lightly strokes Gyeol's head. The baby dragon blushes happily. Gyeol snaps a photo with her screen, suggesting they take a proper family picture. Bomb brings out a red rose. She smiles mischievously, tucking it behind Jitae's ear while placing a blue flower on Gyeol's head. The resulting visual is absolute gold. Jitae looks like an S-rank florist's mascot. The girls are holding back laughs, taking photos as fast as they can. Jitae tells them to just take the picture quickly and get it over with. Gyeol counts down and snaps the selfie. Later, Gyeol is drinking from a baby bottle. Jitae asks Bomb what she is doing, and she explains she wants to teach Gyeol polymorph magic through magic transfer. Magic transfer is a process that passes mana from one user to another. The receiver gets the skill effortlessly, but the caster risks draining their own life force. Jitae asks if she is sure about the risk. Bomb explains that a dragon cannot safely walk outside in its true form, and she wants Gyeol to experience the world before she grows too big. She holds up the baby, smiling warmly. Jitae offers to help, but Bomb asks if there is a way for them to fully enjoy their amusement within his boundaries. She holds the pot, looking at him with a soft expression. Then she changes the subject, asking him a question. She asks if there is an easy way for her to manage the transfer. She requests that he stay right next to her during the process in case she gets exhausted and drops Gyeol. She puts on a dramatic face, claiming she would be crushed by guilt if Gyeol went bonk on the table. Jitae sees through the acting, but relents. He slides over, sitting directly next to her on the couch. Bomb's face turns bright red as their shoulders touch. She mutters that it's hard. Jitae asks what is hard. Bomb panics, screaming that she meant the sofa cushion is too hard. Jitae deadpans that the sofa is made of premium, soft material. Bomb coughs to hide her embarrassment, her heart racing. She clears her mind, channeling her green mana as Gyeol glows in her arms. The transfer begins. A few days after Gyeol's high-stakes hatching, the mansion finally starts to settle down. Well, mostly. Bomb looks like she just survived a 48-hour shift at a retail store during Black Friday. Jitae is standing there completely unbothered, while Gyeol is happily bouncing around in her brand new toddler body. Bomb tells him she is going to pass out in her room, reminding him to burp the baby. But as she turns to leave, her foot catches on the floorboards, and her gravity license is suddenly revoked. Our guy moves like an absolute cheat code and catches her before she can eat dirt. He offers to carry her to her room, his face showing the emotional depth of a stone wall. Bomb's entire face turns instant tomato red. She mumbles something about a Princess Carrie being incredibly embarrassing. Our man survives 6 world-ending apocalypses just to carry a teenage dragon like a sack of organic potatoes. He tucks her into bed, and she is out cold in seconds. He quietly closes the door, letting her recover. But the second he steps back into the hallway, a soft, bright blue pulse of light fills the room behind him. His danger senses instantly spike. He turns around, bracing for a threat, only to see the couch glowing with pure, swirling blue mana. And sitting right in the center of the light is a tiny head of soft blue hair. Jaeul has officially figured out how to polymorph into an adorable human toddler. Jitae just stands there, completely dumbfounded by the sheer level of cute. Even a man with 6 lifetimes of trauma has zero defense against this. Meanwhile, over at the Lair District Police Station, the team is celebrating a massive win because Jitae's department has been clearing cases at record speeds. The chief is so happy he is practically glowing, offering to buy the team a massive feast. Though Officer Yeon quickly points out he is just using the company credit card anyway. But the clone of Jitae immediately bails on the dinner, stating he has to go home right on time. Yeon is highly suspicious, openly wondering if her cold, emotionless senior has secretly found a girlfriend. The clone delivers a flawless, flat no and walks away. Honestly, when your S-class legendary shadow clone does a 9 to 5 better than you, you know you're slacking. But where does the clone actually go? We see a professional-looking secretary walking down the street, venting on her phone about some annoying guy. She passes right by Jitae's clone, and in a split second, the clone's physical form dissolves into a dark, swirling mist, revealing the true nature of the Archduke's shadow. The shadow shifts forms, stepping onto the pavement as a completely different person. She is now a highly professional, elegant office lady. She spots Jitae sitting on a park bench and immediately drops to one knee, calling him her liege. She looks up, her eyes wide with complete confusion, because her terrifying godlike master is currently wearing a baby carrier. Jitae calmly explains Gyeul learned polymorph and he was just taking her out for a hair trim. A passing couple coos at them, saying they look like a lovely young couple. The shadow awkwardly offers to hold the baby to relieve him. Gyeul immediately gives her the absolute scariest chibi side-eye in recorded history. She is looking at her like, I can end your entire bloodline in 3 different ways. Mortal. She stands up on her tiny legs, proving she does not need to be carried by strangers. The shadow asks why Jitae had to bring Gyeul out himself if the other sisters are at home. Jitae explains that Bomb is currently down with a massive fever from the magic transfer. And as for the other two, let's just say leaving an infant with a hyperactive gold dragon and a violent red dragon is a recipe for arson. The shadow sighs, getting down to business. Jitae tells her to stop hiding her emotions since her thoughts transmit directly to him anyway. She admits she is having serious doubts about their current mission. She explains that out of all the legendary warriors who have summoned her across history, none of them ever used her power to live a boring, everyday life. They used her to slaughter armies, expand empires, and display overwhelming dominance. She genuinely cannot comprehend why a man with his level of power is playing house. She quickly apologizes if she stepped out of line. Jitae stands up, telling her that her time to fight will come soon enough. But for now, he tells her to go have a drink with the police squad since she will have to leave them behind eventually. She quietly accepts his order and walks away. Jitae watches her go, his eyes returning to their usual cold, analytical state. He looks down at Gyeul, noticing her staring intensely at something in the park. A little girl is happily hugging a giant panda plushie her mother just bought her. The panda is basically 3 times the size of the kid. Gyeul's eyes are practically sparkling, completely mesmerized by the toy. Jitae asks if she wants a doll too. He reaches his hand directly into the dark rift of his S-rank inventory and pulls out a cute, fluffy blue teddy bear. He presents it to her, hoping it is close enough. The bear has big black eyes and a soft cream snout. Gyeul looks like she just discovered the meaning of life. Jitae asks if she likes it, but Gyeul suddenly drops the bear straight onto the pavement and starts running towards him with her tiny arms outstretched. He picks her up, completely confused by her reaction. She stares directly into his eyes, her face deadly serious. Then she places her tiny hands on his cheeks and pulls his face down. She presses her forehead firmly against his. Jitae freezes. He has no idea what is happening. But as their skin touches, a rush of warm, bright mana flows directly into his mind. He sees a flash of his past loops, the endless wars, the blood-soaked altars, the fallen friends he could never save. He remembers the crushing weight of the apocalypse, the monsters he slaughtered, and the giant, terrifying adult dragons that eventually burned the world to ash. The massive golden gears of his regression clock grind in his mind, reminding him of his curse. But as the vision fades, he is back in the sunny park, holding a tiny child who is sharing her pure, untainted warmth with him. Gyeul pulls back, looking at him with curious, innocent eyes. And for the first time in centuries, a genuine, soft smile breaks across Yu Jitae's face.
Hashtag.
As the sun begins to set, Gyeul walks beside him, dragging her new blue bear by its arm. They walk hand in hand through the quiet streets, looking like a normal family. But Jitae's gaze suddenly shifts to the sky. He mutters to himself, wondering if they are already arriving on Earth. Before he can ponder further, a loud voice cuts through the evening air. It is Gyeul, running up to them with a giant guitar case strapped to her back. She immediately scoops Gyeul into a massive hug, cooing over how cute her human form is. She blushes, realizing Gyeul is radiating absolute happiness from her walk with Jitae. She explains that when dragons touch skin, especially forehead to forehead, they directly share their thoughts and feelings. Jitae realizes Gyeul was not throwing a tantrum, she was just trying to tell him how much she loved him. He touches his forehead, feeling a strange warmth. Then he asks Gaul about the massive case on her back. She blushes, looking incredibly proud of herself. With a dramatic sweep, she unzips the case and pulls out a shiny acoustic guitar. She strikes a pose, declaring she bought it so she can convey her soul to people without having to touch them. She plays a loud, energetic chord, asking if she looks like a professional singer. But as Jitae looks at her smiling face, a dark, horrific memory flashes in his mind. In a previous loop, Gaul became a world-famous pop idol, only to be exploited, broken by human greed, and left dead on a dirty floor surrounded by syringes and blood. He remembers standing over her body, wearing his S-rank suit, feeling the absolute failure of a guardian who arrived too late. He remembers her hollow, lifeless golden eyes staring back at him. Back in reality, Gaul whines, blowing on her sore fingers from pressing the steel strings. Jitae looks at her gently, telling her there is absolutely no need to work so hard. He tells her to just take it easy, his voice carrying a heavy protective weight. Gaul is confused by his sudden seriousness, but quickly asks if Bomb has woken up yet. Jitae shakes his head, noting her fever still has not gone down. When he asks about Yoriam, Gaul smiles awkwardly. We see Yoriam sitting in a pitch-black room, illuminated only by a giant projector screen surrounded by empty soda cans. The most feared red dragon on the African continent has officially been defeated by a late-night K-drama marathon. Jitae deadpans that watching dramas is still significantly better than her starting fights outside. They enter the house, and Gaul wonders if Bomb is awake. But the second they cross the threshold, Jitae's hand grips Gaul's shoulder. His entire face goes pitch black, his voice dropping to a freezing whisper. He tells her to take Gaul into her room right now, lock the door, and do not come out under any circumstances. Gaul is terrified by the look on his face and immediately nods. She grabs Gaul and flees down the hallway. Jitae turns towards Bomb's room, his hands slowly reaching out. The air in the mansion is thick with a strange, heavy pressure. He grips the golden doorknob and slowly pushes the door open. Standing inside the darkened room are 4 massive, heavily armored knights, their visor slits glowing with eerie light. The commander of the knights turns his head, his voice echoing with metallic resonance. He demands to know if Jitae is the mortal who did this to the green dragon. These are the Dragon Guardians of Ascalifa. They are elite, armored protectors bound by ancient magic to guard the hatchlings during their stay on Earth. They look down at the sleeping, pale form of Bomb, their visors glowing with protective rage. Jitae instantly realizes they have placed a high-level sleep magic barrier over her to keep her quiet. The commander takes a heavy, metallic step forward, the floorboards groaning under his weight. He roars, demanding a direct answer from the humans standing in the doorway. A thick, swirling black mist of dark magic begins to pour from the commander's gauntlets. This is black emotion, a high-level oppressive magic meant to crush a human spirit instantly. Jitae just looks at the dark mist with complete boredom, noting it is a decent barrier. The Knight Commander steps closer, warning him that this is his final chance to speak. He demands to know what he did to Green. Jitae sighs, explaining very slowly that Gaul was born and Bomb simply overexerted her mana trying to teach her how to polymorph. The commander's visor flashes. He is completely caught off guard by the human's knowledge. He asks who the hell he is, and Jitae simply replies, "Their guardian." The knight scoffs, asking if a lowly mortal even understands the world-ending monsters he claims to be protecting. But Jitae cuts him off, asking why the guardians are here so early when they should be scattered in a distant rift. The knights are instantly terrified. There is absolutely no way a human should know that. They realize this man is a massive threat to their mission and draw their weapons, dark magic crackling. The commander raises his massive polearm, declaring they will execute him quickly. The armored giants lunge forward, their steel blades cutting the air with absolute lethal force as they prepare to tear our guy apart. The knight commander swings his massive sword, channeling pure destructive purple energy. The impact splits the room, but our guy doesn't even flinch. He deflects the blow with a single casual flick of his SS rank intangible sword. He drives his palm upward, sending the giant knight flying into the ceiling like a loose balloon. The other knights watch their boss get casually swatted away and immediately lose their minds. They coordinate a three-way strike, aiming straight for Jitai's blind spots. The commander tries to yell a warning, realizing too late that they are fighting a literal cheat code. Jitai slips through their guard, his movements a blur of absolute cold precision. The transparent blade flashes once, twice, slicing clean through their heavy armor plates. A single wave of condensed blue mana cuts the air, and all three giant warriors crash to the floor, instantly debuffed and completely broken. The commander slumps against the wall, his pride shattered alongside his squad. He realizes no human should ever possess this level of godlike martial prowess. The realization hits him like a truck. This man is a transcendent monster who could probably delete their entire realm if he felt like it. Jitai steps forward, looking down at the kneeling commander like a minor inconvenience. He sighs, reminding them that he explicitly suggested they resolve this with words. He dissipates his sword, asking a simple question: who is currently running the rules of this dimension? More importantly, how did they survive the dimensional drift and arrive on Earth so early? The commander explains that their path was warped by a strange celestial phenomenon. Their lord opened a gateway to transport them to the hatchling's nest, but a sudden dimensional distortion tore the rift apart, scattering them across the void. Jitai demands a clear explanation of this distortion. The commander struggles to sit up, purple mist escaping his damaged gauntlets. He mentions that their lord often spoke of a cosmic boundary called the Horizon of Providence. Jitai's eyes narrow. This is highly problematic. In all 6 of his previous lifetimes, he has never once heard of this Horizon of Providence. This 7th loop is officially glitching, introducing variables that should not exist. He asks if this mysterious force is the one that guided them directly to his doorstep. The commander nods, stating that a powerful, conscious will from beyond that horizon directed them. It felt like an invisible hand guiding them through the dark rift, showing them exactly where the young dragons were hiding. Jitai decides it's time for a quick lie detector test. He places his hand firmly on the knight's heavy helmet, forcing him to look directly into his eyes. He activates his SS rank Eyes of the Scales, a stolen demonic authority that forces the target's soul to confess the absolute truth. The system confirms it. The giant tin can is telling the absolute truth. Jitai pulls back, his mind racing. He has meticulously verified every dimension to prevent any surprises. The fact that an unknown variable is interfering is actively triggering his survival dread. The knight adds another detail about the force beyond the horizon. It carried a heavy, lingering malice, almost like a targeted curse. He explains his heart harbors a core forged from the green dragon's power, which reacted to that malice. Jitai looks at the knight's chest plate, his face turning completely cold. He cracks his knuckles. He drives his bare hand straight through the heavy steel armor, grabbing the glowing core inside. He rips it free, sending shards of metal flying across the bedroom. The core shines with brilliant golden energy. Suddenly, his EX rank authority, the distorted grandfather clock, automatically triggers. Golden chains of pure temporal mana erupt from his hand, wrapping around the core. The system identifies the foreign hostility from outside the timeline and begins meticulously tracking its origin. Jitai holds the miniature golden hourglass, realizing his passive system is finally starting to interfere. He pockets the clock, turning back to the terrified guards. He asks them what their plans are since their magic of subjugation to the dragons is now broken. With Bomb under his care, there is zero reason for them to stay here. The commander is stunned, asking if he is genuinely just letting them go. 3 of the knights immediately start backing away, waving their hands like they just got dismissed from school early. Jitai bids them a tired farewell, ready to get back to his quiet evening. But the commander refuses to budge. He declares that his absolute loyalty to the Green Clan prevents him from leaving her side. Jitai's response to this inspiring display of loyalty is to kick him straight through the drywall. He steps onto the commander's chest, his face showing zero tolerance for uninvited guests. He asks him one more time if he is leaving. The commander wheezes, gasping through his cracked visor that he absolutely cannot abandon his post. Jitai stomps down, sending a massive shockwave through the floorboards. He looks down at him, his voice dropping to a flat, menacing tone. "Are you leaving?" The knight commander, proving he has a skull thicker than his armor, gasps out another stubborn refusal. The other 3 knights just watch from the doorway, completely washing their hands of him. They tell Jitai that their boss has always been a stubborn idiot who can't recognize a free exit when it's offered. Jitai stares at the bruised commander for a long moment. He slowly releases his foot, letting out a tired sigh. He admits that this stubborn, suicidal loyalty is actually what makes him a proper guardian. The commander gasps for air, his broken helmet clattering onto the carpet. He asks if Jite was simply testing their resolve. Jite tells him no, but admits he is curious why a warrior so weak is so desperate to protect the green dragon. The commander states his loyalty remains unchanged regardless of his limits. Jite looks at him, wondering what a knight who just got low diffed by a human can actually do as a guardian. Then, a brilliant, highly evil idea pops into his head. He notes there is one specific role that fits him perfectly. The door opens, and the sisters walk in, completely confused by the scene. Jite introduces their brand new S-Class live-in janitor, and yes, the giant, terrifying dragon warrior is currently wearing a bright pink kitchen apron. We open on a massive, armored knight standing over the kitchen sink, vigorously scrubbing a coffee mug. The pink rubber gloves really accentuate the cold metallic design of his war gauntlets. He lets out a massive, metal-filtered sigh of pure, unadulterated shame. He turns to Jite, demanding to know how a legendary warrior of Ascalifa ended up doing the dishes. He complains that scrubbing grease off a frying pan has absolutely nothing to do with protecting dragons. Jite doesn't even look up from his laptop, typing with absolute corporate indifference. He flatly warns him that if he spots a single streak on the glassware, he will systematically erase his existence. The commander immediately returns to scrubbing, muttering about his terrible career choices. Suddenly, a soft voice behind him asks if he is the official guardian sent from Ascalifa. He turns to see Bomb fully recovered and smiling like a literal angel. She notes she heard he was staying as their new domestic cleaner. She blushes slightly, telling him that the pink apron actually suits him incredibly well. She asks him to please take good care of their home, her eyes sparkling with warmth. The giant knight's visor literally blushes red as his ancient draconic heart experiences immediate, overwhelming critical damage. His hand starts trembling, gripped by a sudden surge of absolute fanatical devotion. He roars that she can leave every single piece of dirty laundry and grease to him, crushing the plate in his hand. Bomb just stares at the broken ceramic on the floor, politely noting that the plate he just destroyed was actually quite expensive. Meanwhile, Gaul is undergoing a high-tier toddler fashion show, modeling all the cute clothes Gaul bought her. Gaul is snapping photos like a frantic parent at a school play, squealing at the absolute cuteness. Bomb joins them on the floor, while the giant knight sweeps the rug in the background like a dedicated Roomba. Gaul tries to look tough in her gothic Lolita dress, but her tiny smug smirk is completely giving her away. Gaul turns to the knight, asking him which of the SSS tier outfits looks the absolute prettiest on the baby. The knight delivers a flawless, highly socialized response, stating that anything the young lady wears is a masterpiece. Jite watches the wholesome scene, but his eyes quickly land on Gaul's hand. Her fingers are covered in fresh, painful bandages from practicing her guitar chords. Gaul notices him staring and immediately panics, claiming she is only playing lightly so he won't scold her. Jite doesn't scold her. He just looks at her, the memory of her bloody, broken past self lingering in his mind. He is doing all of this so she never has to suffer again. To break the tension, the knight mentions that he tried to clean Yoriam's room earlier but got physically ejected. He notes her complexion looked utterly horrific, expressing genuine concern for her health. Jite's face goes blank. He knows exactly what is wrong with her. He walks down the hall and quietly pushes open Yoriam's bedroom door. He is greeted by a literal biohazard. The room is a swamp of empty cans, liquor bottles, and an ashtray overflowing with enough cigarettes to simulate an industrial factory. Yoriam is sitting on the floor in her gym clothes, chewing on a piece of dried octopus like a gremlin. She is staring intensely at the giant projector screen, where a dramatic warrior is shouting about the fate of his nation. Jite asks if she has seriously been staring at that garbage show the entire day. He points out that the series has 7 seasons, the writing is absolute trash, and the lore makes zero sense. Yoriam blankly blinks at him, admitting he has a very solid point. Jite tells her to turn off the brain rot and get outside because they need to have a serious talk. He gathers the entire household in the living room, holding Gaul in his arms. He announces that they are conducting an immediate, mandatory deep clean of the entire mansion. He looks directly at Yoriam and Gaul, flatly stating that their rooms are a disgrace to civilized society. Gaul's face turns bright red, screaming that he has zero right to barge into a girl's room without permission. Jite ignores her protests, ordering them to leave the living areas to the knight and clean their own rooms. Yoriam groans, picking her nose and complaining that having a professional cleaner makes this chore entirely redundant. She casually flicks a piece of dirt straight onto Gayul's cheek. Gayul lets out a high-pitched scream of pure terror, wiping her face while Yoriam laughs like a villain. Yoriam turns to the giant knight, calling him a metal lump and ordering him to clean her room while she goes to the gym. Bomb says she already cleaned her room yesterday, so she will head out to buy groceries for a massive family dinner. Jite watch her leave, his face suddenly pale. A terrifying memory of Bomb's toxic purple fish rice flashes in his mind like a horror movie trailer. He politely tells her to take her time, quietly praying she doesn't try to innovate in the kitchen again. Meanwhile, the Knight Commander enters Yoriam's room, equipped with a broom, dustpan, and a protective face mask. Even without a biological nose, the stench of stale snacks and teenage rebellion is actively damaging his armor. He looks at the overflowing ashtray, wondering if she is conducting high-level poison resistance training in here. He begins shoveling the empty cans into a giant trash bag, muttering about his life choices. Suddenly, Jite's police clone appears behind him, looking highly critical. The clone points out that he is mixing plastics and metals, scolding the legendary knight for not knowing the basic rules of recycling. The knight fumes, but his gaze suddenly freezes on the clone's neck. He can sense a faint, highly volatile fragment of demonic aura radiating from the clone's shadow. Before a fight can break out, the real Jite walks in, asking what the two of them are doing standing around. The clone quickly deflects, claiming he was just giving the incompetent cleaner some valuable domestic advice. Jite tells them both to shut up and start scrubbing, since Yoriam's room is far too dangerous for one person to handle. We get a quick cleaning montage. Yoriam is bench pressing heavy iron to avoid her chores, while Bomb is happily picking out fresh apples. Gayul is desperately shoving her massive pile of messy clothes into her closet, while the knight vacuums the hallway like a professional. As the sun sets, the clone reports to Jite in his private office, confirming the mansion is officially clean. Jite slides his laptop forward, revealing a digital map of their next destination. The screen blinks, pointing directly to Moscow, Russia. He explains that a highly dangerous demon syndicate called B-Visibility is operating an underground lab there. They are currently conducting highly illegal experiments to engineer artificially constructed transcendental demons. He orders his clone to finish up his police shifts this week and immediately head to Russia to capture Prototype X. The clone nods, his eyes showing the cold, mechanical efficiency of their shared mind. Downstairs, Bomb happily announces that dinner is officially served. The table is set, and she has prepared a massive feast to celebrate their expanded household. The clone prepares to leave for his shift, but Jite suddenly grabs his shoulder. His face is shadowed, his eyes carrying the desperate weight of a man facing certain death. He looks at the table where a bowl of purple, bubbling, smoking, toxic soup is waiting for them. The sisters are happily digging into the food, claiming the purple poison soup tastes exactly like home. Ga'ul suggests the cleaner mister should join them, but Yoriam notes he doesn't have a mouth to eat with. And outside, under the quiet moonlight, the real Jite stands in his police uniform, leaving his clone inside to suffer the ultimate culinary apocalypse. Peak survival tactics. We open in an abandoned industrial zone just outside Lair, where the sky is dark and heavy. Inside a ruined warehouse, a literal bloodbath has just concluded. One remaining demon is slumped against a cracked concrete pillar, wheezing and spitting blood. He looks up at Jite, screaming that a mere human will never walk away from this alive. He tries to threaten him, shouting about the incredibly powerful backer supporting his cell. Our guy stands there completely unfazed, his transparent blue mana sword resting casually on his shoulder. He grabs the demon by his hair, flatly naming his boss before the grunt can even start his speech. Professor Wei-Yan of the Azure Dragon Academy, or should I call him the high-tier demon of invisibility? Jite leans in, his hollow eyes carrying zero warmth as he demands to know their master's ultimate plan. He activates the SS rank Scales of Judgment, his right eye glowing with a bright blue scales icon. The demon's soul is instantly gripped by the authority, forcing his mouth to open. He gasps out that if Wei-Yan's plan succeeds in 3 months, he will finally be granted a seat. Refers to the seats, the 4 legendary Calamity-class demons who rule the syndicate. Those who rise to the seat gain entire armies of darkness and possess absolute world-ending power. Jitai's face goes dark. In all 6 of his previous lifetimes, Yeon was a mid-tier scrub who never came close to a seat. He summons his golden grandfather clock, analyzing the massive timeline anomaly. The clock scans the magical residue of Weon's recent activity. It reveals a terrifying truth. An outside entity dissatisfied with the regressions has tampered with Weon, fusing the absolute best powers and memories from all previous timelines into this single version. Jitai realizes that if his enemies are getting retrospective balance patches, his quiet domestic life is in serious danger. He stares down at the trembling demon, his mind already formulating a counter strategy. The demon immediately tries to pull the classic sick mother at home card, crying and begging for mercy. The scales of judgment flashes a massive, glowing falsehood warning. In a dark fantasy manhwa, that excuse has a 99% fail rate. Jitai slices his head off with a single, effortless flash of his blade. Lies won't work, and even if they did, our guy doesn't do mercy. He snaps his fingers, activating S-rank annihilation, completely incinerating the entire building to ash. The next morning, a bright sunny day breaks over Lair Academy. Jitai walks past a park fountain, deducing that Yeon's massive plan must be tied to the upcoming school events. If the demon is targeting the year-end ceremony, he will likely try to use Yoriam to secure his promotion. His inner monologue is suddenly interrupted by loud, high-pitched cooing nearby. He spots a couple of high school girls swarming Gyeoul and Bomb on a park bench. They are squealing over how incredibly cute the toddler is, while Gyeoul gives them her signature unimpressed side-eye. They ask how old she is, completely smitten by her blue hair. Jitai steps into their field of vision, casting a massive, terrifying shadow over them. "Do you have business with the child?" he asks, his voice carrying the warmth of a frozen tundra. The girls let out a squeak of pure terror and immediately bolt, leaving Jitai to sit beside Bomb. Bomb notes she wanted to spend some quality time with Gyeoul since she was recently bedridden with her fever. With classes starting tomorrow, their quiet, lazy afternoons are officially coming to an end. She looks at him, a soft, incredibly beautiful smile breaking across her face. Jitai watches her, his expression remaining completely unreadable. Bomb rests her hands on her lap, gently noting that sitting together like this makes them feel like a real, normal family. She points out that Gyeoul acts like his daughter, and she is basically playing the role of the mother. She looks up at him, her emerald eyes carrying a soft, hopeful light. Jitai just stares back with the emotional responsiveness of a dial-up modem. Bomb suddenly bursts out laughing, clutching her stomach. She teases him for taking her jokes so seriously, playfully hitting his shoulder as he stands up to leave. He picks up Gyeoul, flatly telling her they are heading home if she is going to keep talking nonsense. Bomb watches them walk away, her eyes showing a deep, quiet affection that we know is going to be incredibly painful to navigate later. The next morning, cherry blossoms rain down over Lair Academy. Students in pristine blue uniforms are happily crossing the streets, chatting about the new semester. The massive, futuristic floating towers of the campus loom against the morning sky. Gyeoul is sprinting down the sidewalk, an absolute ball of hyperactive energy. Bomb walks beside her, asking what classes she registered for. But she quickly points out that Gyeoul is currently running with a piece of toast in her mouth despite having already eaten a massive breakfast. Gyeoul blushes, looking incredibly smug. She explains that according to ancient anime culture, if you run with toast in your mouth and bump into someone, that person is legally obligated to be your destined romantic partner. She is fully prepared to summon a shoujo romance flag, but she forgot she lives in a dark action manhwa. She instantly bumps into someone's chest. It's Yoriam, looking down at her with a highly mischievous grin. Yoriam casually steals her breakfast, eating the toast and teasing her about her destined partner being a girl. Gyeoul screams in shock, while Yoriam asks where Jitai went. Bomb notes he is checking things at the administration office, but Yoriam smirks, teasingly suggesting he might be secretly meeting a woman. Bomb's entire face instantly turns pale, cold sweat dripping down her neck as her imaginary jealousy reaches critical mass. Gyeoul stares at her, genuinely wondering if her sister is having a heat stroke on the first day of school. As they reach the main gates, they spot a massive crowd of reporters with flashing cameras. They are there to film any notable high-profile freshmen, and Bomb quickly tries to sneak past them. But one of the reporters spots the bright, fiery red hair in the crowd. The crowd murmurs, instantly recognizing her as the badass cadet who beat up Sofia Borkova. The news of her violent interview has already gone viral, and the media wants a piece of the action. A tidal wave of journalists swarms them, flashing cameras directly in their faces. Gayul panics, clinging to Yeoriam's arm in absolute terror. Yeoriam's veins pop on her forehead, her fangs bared in pure, unfiltered rage. She lets out a massive, deafening roar, telling them all to shut the hell up. She calls them a bunch of disgusting scavengers, telling them she will handle them one by one. She proudly flips off the entire global press corps, smiling like an absolute menace. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Gyeoul is sitting on the floor with her blue bear. Armada, encased in his massive silver armor and pink apron, watches her from the hallway. The silence in the room is thick enough to cut with a broadsword. He recalls Jitae's strict instructions before leaving for his administrative shift. Everyone is at school, so he must take absolute flawless care of the baby today. The legendary knight is sweating bullets under his helmet, realizing babysitting is significantly harder than fighting demons. He awkwardly approaches her, clearing his metallic throat to ask if she is comfortable. He suggests she stop waiting by the door and make herself comfortable in the living room. Gyeoul just turns her head, giving him a silent, piercing glare that carries the judgmental weight of an ancient god. The knight's internal panic reaches an all-time high under the sheer pressure of her cuteness. He mutters that he should have just stuck to scrubbing the toilets. He spots a small pile of children's books on the coffee table. An idea strikes him. He slowly kneels beside her, holding up a colorful book with a nervous smile. He asks if she would like to read a storybook together. He places the book on the carpet, hoping to break the icy tension. Gyeoul's eyes instantly light up with brilliant, sparkling curiosity. The knight rejoices inwardly, thinking this babysitting gig is an absolute walk in the park. He reads the title, "Our Daddy is a Fairy Lord! Once upon a time in a primeval forest." He instantly translates this into a grim, blood-soaked war documentary about the ancient demon era. Dolsuni and her father live together in peace. He notes that since the mother is dead, Dolsuni is remarkably lucky, as surviving infancy in that brutal era is an absolute miracle. Before sleeping, her father told her beautiful old stories every night. He deduces that the father was likely recounting the tactical battle maneuvers of the Great War, making Dolsuni a budding war maniac. Then one morning, Dolsuni woke up and her father was gone. He assumes the father went to capture female prisoners of war to find her a new stepmother. He looks down at Gyeoul, expecting her to be highly educated by his historical commentary. Gyeoul is sitting there in absolute existential horror, her soul practically leaving her body. She slowly raises her tiny hand and points directly at the television, demanding to watch cartoons instead of his terrifying war crimes documentary. The knight is left sitting in the corner in complete, utter defeat, while Gyeoul happily ignores him. Back at Lair Academy, Bomb is still sweating bullets, imagining Jitae in a romantic relationship with another woman. Outside the gates, the crowd of students and press is still buzzing. A sleek, expensive black car pulls up to the curb. A pristine S-class high-heeled shoe steps onto the pavement. The male students gasp, noting the incredibly gorgeous girl who just arrived. It is Gong Joo-hee, the arrogant heir to one of Korea's legendary swordmaster families. She is busy fixing her makeup, complaining that physical sword training is far too sweaty and ruins her aesthetic. She spots the massive swarm of reporters and assumes they have all gathered to photograph her. She tells her massive bodyguard to handle the press, but he awkwardly points out they aren't looking at her at all. She pushes through the crowd in absolute disbelief, demanding to know who could possibly steal her spotlight. She freezes, her jaw dropping. Standing in the center of the plaza is Yeoriam, literally sitting on a blushing male student like he's an expensive office chair. Gayul is crying in the background, asking why the student has agreed to become her personal furniture. The simp student is practically ascending to heaven, blushing and declaring he is her absolute biggest fan. Yeoriam rolls her eyes, telling the reporters they have exactly one question per person, so they better make it quick. The first reporter introduces his prestigious broadcasting station from Taiwan. Yeoriam instantly cuts him off, stating his introduction is far too long and skips to the next person. A French reporter asks how she feels about being the center of attention in the global superhuman industry. She casually picks her nose, flatly replying that it's absolute crap, and calls for the next question. Suddenly, a greasy, sweating reporter from Gossen Ilbo steps forward. He wipes his face, asking a highly loaded, manipulative question about her controversial interview statements. Yeoriam pinches her nose, groaning about his terrible sweat smell and telling him to buzz off. The reporter's eyes narrow, his sleazy grin growing wider as he tries to corner her. He smugly suggests that her silence means she is hiding a highly scandalous intention. Yoriam leans in close, asking with a dangerous smirk if he secretly wants to do that with her. The reporter stammers, but Yoriam's face instantly drops into a terrifying, murderous glare. The reporter recovers his sleazy composure, whispering that being a journalist means writing whatever sells. He warns her that if she doesn't cooperate, he will print a massive article claiming she demanded a relationship from him. The camera red, recording light blinks, capturing her growing rage. The reporter smirks, thinking her aggression is perfect clickbait for his next article. He threatens to ruin her reputation before her career even begins. Yoriam's fist clenches, her muscles tensing with absolute lethal force. She roars that he is going to die by her hand before he can print a single word. She launches a massive, skull-shattering punch, but a hand suddenly shoots through the air, catching her fist bare-handed. It is Jitae, standing there looking immaculate in his black suit. Yoriam screams, pointing her fangs at the slimy reporter. Jitae doesn't say a word, he simply lifts Yoriam over his shoulder like a sack of groceries. Yoriam thrashes around, hitting his back as he calmly announces the interview is officially over. He turns to the greasy reporter, his eyes locking onto him with a cold, terrifying intensity. A massive, suffocating blue aura of pure SSS-rank pressure explodes from his body. He stomps his foot, shattering the concrete beneath him, and warns them to never print a single word about this incident. The entire press corps is frozen in absolute paralyzing survival dread, their cameras shaking. Jitae walks away, telling Gayul to hurry inside so they won't be late for their first class. Gong Joo-hee and her bodyguard watch them go, their faces drenched in cold sweat from his overwhelming pressure. Gong Joo-hee comments on Gayul's appearance, utterly losing her refined composure as they scramble to identify this terrifying family. The first lecture of the semester kicks off, and the vibe in this hall is already extremely academic. Our Swordsmanship 101 instructor steps up, holding a wooden sword like he's about to pitch a low-cost insurance plan. Yoriam is already suffering from severe attention span deficiency, leaning on her desk and wishing she could skip straight to the violence. Jitae is sitting right next to her, looking like a disappointed dad who was forced to attend parent-teacher night. Yoriam claims she's highly motivated to grind her stats until she can solo their armored mate at home, but she's highly annoyed that Jitae is monitoring her every move in class. She insists she's been behaving perfectly lately. Jitae immediately hits her with a reality check about her trying to murder a reporter 24 hours ago. Yoriam claims the guy had it coming, leaning in way too close to complain about the room's temperature. She tries to pull off some playful skinship to fluster him, smiling like she's about to win a high-stakes bet. Jitae's face remains as expressive as a frozen block of wood. The immediate defeat on her face is absolutely beautiful. She drops her head onto the desk, completely exhausted by his lack of emotional feedback. She complains that if she was going to get kidnapped, she at least wanted a kidnapper with some actual entertainment value. She remembers when he easily swatted down the elite knights, thinking she was about to embark on some epic action anime journey. Instead, she got dragged into a wholesome slice-of-life simulation where she has to study. Jitae points out that her daily life is already plenty stimulating considering her combat record, but Yoriam wants real action, victory, adrenaline, and getting absolutely wasted on the battlefield. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them as the silver-haired professor sneaks up from behind. His eyes flash with a highly suspicious green light, suggesting he's running some unauthorized demon software. He politely tells them both to stay behind after class, and that is how our combat dragon ends up in detention in the equipment room. She sits on the concrete floor, fuming while wiping down wooden practice swords. Her face is literally turning red from pure, unadulterated frustration. She complains that she'd rather get physically beat up than do manual chores. She asks why they can't just call their armored giant to handle the polishing. Jitae notes the knight is currently busy, and Yoriam rolls her eyes, calling the baby blue dragon useless. To pass the time, she asks if he ever studied when he was a kid. She smirks, fully expecting him to confess he was a high school dropout. Jitae calmly replies that he was too busy surviving an actual war. Yoriam's smirk instantly vanishes as she realizes her casual joke just hit a concrete wall. She gives him a quiet, highly analytical look, trying to read the void behind his eyes. She asks him if he actually enjoys his life. He replies with absolute, crushing honesty, "It's not enjoyable." She sits up, asking why he even bothers living such a boring, tedious life when he's basically a god. Jitae explains that life simply continues and he has zero intention of giving up on it. She calls his answer peak middle school edge, but you can tell the weight of his survival has actually registered with her. Later that night, the stars shine brightly over the luxury mansion. Inside, Geo-ul and Bom are playing on the rug, while the knight sweeps in full plate armor. Yoriam is sitting on the couch, failing miserably to solve a Rubik's Cube. Armada continues vacuuming right behind her head, clanking with every step. Yoriam's patience finally snaps, and she uses the cube as a projectile weapon against her armored janitor. The poor knight immediately backs away while Bom asks why she is in such a terrible mood. Yoriam sighs, admitting that nothing feels fun anymore since she hasn't had a proper fight. In her frustration, she accidentally calls Bom Spring Uni. Bom's face instantly twists into absolute hysterical joy. She immediately assumes Yoriam has suffered a brain injury and needs emergency hospitalization. Yoriam quickly retracts her words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She sits up, asking Bom why she even bothers living in this human world. Bom and Geo-ul just blink at her, completely caught off guard by her sudden existential crisis. Bom whispers to Geo-ul that their red dragon sister has officially entered her rebellious teenager phase. Yoriam ignores the teasing, recounting her conversation with Jitae from earlier today. She mimics his serious voice, explaining that he claims he feels absolutely zero joy in living. She argues that humans live to feel pleasure, so living without it makes zero sense. For example, she notes Gaul is simple enough to achieve enlightenment just by eating fried chicken, and Geo-ul is perfectly content as long as she has her fluffy blue bear. Bom gently suggests that Jitae must have something he likes too, but he's just keeping it hidden. She looks at Yoriam, noting that she is actually quite similar to their guardian. Both of them are incredibly hard to read on the inside, and both of them are tragically boring. Bom asks if there's genuinely nothing Yoriam enjoys about this family play. Bom's eyes sparkle, noting she actually found one specific thing she loves. She reveals that their terrifying bloodless guardian actually has some surprisingly cute, easily embarrassed moments. Yoriam's face is a perfect portrait of disgust, calling him a tearless psychopath, but Bom smiles, remembering their quiet moments together on the park bench. Her face carries a soft, incredibly warm expression. Yoriam immediately screams in horror at her creepy smile. She tackles Bom onto the carpet, tickling her to force her to spit out the romance anime gossip. Suddenly, footsteps echo on the stairs. Gayul sprints into the room, waving her hands and shouting that the internet is currently exploding. She reveals that the video of Yoriam's violent interview has gone completely viral on Lair's forum. She adds that someone has already created an official fan cafe for her. Yoriam just stares at her, her brain completely stalling. Gaul blushes, realizes she's interrupting a sisterly wrestling match, and immediately runs away. Yoriam screams after her while the sun slowly rises on a brand new day. Upstairs, Jitae is getting dressed, casually showing off some SSS rank abs that should probably be illegal. A soft knock sounds on his bedroom door, and then the door slowly creaks open. Bom peeks in, a nervous, beautiful smile on her face. Jitae is still buttoning his shirt, looking completely unbothered. Bom immediately screams and slams the door, shouting that she should have knocked. She stands in the hallway, her face turning an intense shade of crimson. She slowly peeks back in, nervously asking if he could accompany her to school today. She looks at him, her emerald eyes carrying a soft, pleading look. Jitae is confused, asking why she wants his company all of a sudden. Bom pouts, complaining that he only ever spends time with Yoriam and Gyeol. She notes Yoriam gets to enjoy chaotic sparring matches at the gym, and Gaul gets to go on sweet chicken-eating dates in the city, but she has been left behind in the house, completely ignored. Gaul and Yoriam walk in, while Bom boldly announces she's asking Mr. out on a date. Gaul nearly chokes on her sandwich, her eyes practically popping out of her skull at the sudden romantic escalation. She stands there chewing frantically, trying to process the absolute drama unfolding in the kitchen. She asks if Jitae is secretly showing favoritism towards his red and gold dragons. She laughs, noting their mother had a very similar habit. She explains their mother met hundreds of human men but particularly adored 2 or 3 of them, while Yoriam casually comments on how attractive their mother is. Jitae sighs, wondering if this makes him one of the 97 abandoned men in this bizarre family tree. Bomb sits at the table, comparing herself to a caught fish left to dry in a cracked fishbowl. She gives him a highly dramatic, teary-eyed look that would win an Oscar. Gaul immediately falls for the guilt trip, crying and declaring that Mr. is a heartless monster. Even Yoriam tells him to just go with her for once, promising they won't burn the house down while he's gone. Jite realizes he cannot monitor them 24/7 anyway and prepares to fold. He agrees, and Bomb immediately sticks her tongue out in a highly victorious wink. Later that day, we see a clean, modern poster for Lair Academy's physical education classes. The class is being held in the Academy's massive, state-of-the-art auditorium. The cadets are all seated on the floor in neat rows, looking highly disciplined. The students are murmuring, recognizing Bomb as the older sister of the viral Red Dragon. They whisper about her perfect score in the admission interviews, admiring her beauty. Jite is sitting in the back row, looking like a highly lethal S-rank Secret Service agent. The instructor claps her hands, announcing that social etiquette theory is officially over. She happily declares that for the remaining time, they will practice social dancing. She explains that representing a high-profile family means dancing is an absolute requirement in society. She laughs, urging them to find a partner quickly. The cadets immediately start pairing up in twos, looking incredibly excited. Sheer students muster up their courage to ask their crushes to dance. But as the room settles, a couple of cadets look over at Bomb. She is standing completely alone in the center of the floor, looking highly elegant. The boys whisper that she carries a strange, overwhelming presence that makes her completely unapproachable. The instructor notices Bomb is the only one left without a partner. Bomb smiles politely, asking if there's a specific rule preventing her guardian from joining her. Jite is sitting in the back, his posture stiff and his face completely blank. Bomb sprints towards him, her hair flying behind her. She stands in front of his chair, her hand outstretched. She invites him to the floor, her eyes sparkling with absolute triumph. Jite hesitates, flatly stating he doesn't know how to dance. Bomb hits him with a classic, highly dangerous chibi pout, asking if he's going to leave her alone. The regressor lets out a massive sigh, realizing he never stood a chance. The music begins, and the instructor guides the couples to hold hands and start their steps. Jite stands directly across from Bomb, his height making the proximity feel incredibly close. He stands perfectly straight, his expression rigid. He hesitates, his hand hovering awkwardly as he struggles to touch her. Bomb teases him, asking if he's too embarrassed to touch a girl. She takes the initiative, grabbing his hands firmly. She reassures him that their dragon emotions won't immediately connect just from a simple hand touch, but she warns him to take it seriously, as a terrible performance will ruin her cadet scores. Jite nods, his eyes locking onto hers as they take their first step. They dance through the auditorium, their movements surprisingly fluid and elegant. Bomb's eyes widen, noticing that his palms are sweating. She realizes his entire body is incredibly tense under his formal shirt. Her mind suddenly flashes back to his half-unbuttoned shirt from this morning, her face instantly heating up. Her brain completely short-circuits, and her foot slips on the polished floor. Jite reacts instantly, his arm wrapping around her waist to pull her close. The movement is perfectly fluid, his reflex absolute. They freeze in an incredibly cinematic pose, their faces only inches apart. Bomb's eyes go wide, and she immediately suffers a massive, highly undignified nosebleed from the sheer physical proximity. Jite just looks at her, flatly pointing out her nose is bleeding. A few minutes later, we see Bomb sitting at an outdoor cafe, drinking grapefruit juice with a tissue stuffed in her nose. Jite asks if she's absolutely sure she doesn't need a trip to the hospital. Bomb blushes, frantically claiming she has no idea why her nose suddenly decided to rebel. She changes the subject, noting she was highly surprised by how incredibly well he danced. Jite's eyes go quiet. A sudden memory flashes in his mind, a previous loop where he was a captain, dancing in a dark room with a girl from his past. He remembers the warm smile of a fallen comrade he could never save. He snaps back to the bright cafe, quietly replying that he has never learned. Bomb eats a grape, her face turning highly curious. She stretches, asking if he has any plans for the rest of the afternoon. She smiles, asking if he wants to go do something actually fun with her. Under the warm sunlight, she ties her hair, waiting for his answer. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Moscow, Russia. Inside the highly classified research facility of invisibility, alarms are blaring in red panic. High-tier demons are running through the blood-spattered corridors in absolute screaming terror. A female demon grunts, screaming that their defense lines have been completely vaporized. She sprints towards the exit, desperate to contact their central headquarters. But as the sliding door opens, a massive, terrifying shadow blocks her path. It is Jae-tae's shadow clone, looking like an absolute demon king under the moonlight. His eyes glow with a piercing blue light as he asks where Type X went. She roars that she would rather die than betray her lord. Jae-tae's clone lifts her off her feet with a single dark mana-infused hand. He whispers that a demon's human puppet form is remarkably fragile when its strings are cut. He smiles, his voice dropping to a freezing absolute whisper. Want to try dancing in the moonlight by yourself? Meanwhile, in Moscow, the cleanup crew is having a very bad day. Jae-tae's shadow clone is standing over a pile of dead demons, taking a casual phone call. The report is simple. Prototype X was already shipped off to headquarters, and this time, the boss is a female. Jae-tae receives the telepathic update while sitting in a clothing store, looking like he's waiting for his wife to finish shopping. He confirms the chief researcher's name was Vera. His orders are simple: disguise yourself as the dead lady and go touch some grass at their headquarters. The clone agrees, leaving Jae-tae to focus on his highly dangerous secret mission, picking out clothes for teenagers. Now, Prototype X is a massive problem, a command-type demon who gets stronger by literally eating people's minds. In every other timeline, Jae-tae spawn-killed this guy first, but the timeline is glitching. He pulls out the grand clock to scan for temporal anomalies. It's like running a diagnostic on a PC that's currently on fire. The universe is clearly trying to throw hands by changing the timeline, but Jae-tae doesn't care. He will break the timeline's legs if it disrupts his quiet life. Suddenly, Bomb interrupts his inner monologue from behind a curtain. Jae-tae turns around, expecting her to show off a new jacket or something. Instead, she drops the curtain and reveals a black bikini. Our guy's face doesn't even move. Absolute zero reaction. Bomb pouts, asking him if he wants to step inside the dressing room for a closer look. She is fully committed to the bit, giving him the classic smug anime face. When he doesn't bite, she tries to accuse him of having weird adult thoughts. They walk out of the store and she is still fishing for a reaction like a streamer looking for donations. He tells her to stop playing around so they can head home. Bomb finally drops the act. She actually came to buy gifts for the others. Gail's old blue teddy bear is looking like it survived a nuclear test, so she needs a replacement. For Gail, she wants to get a nice designer wallet so she doesn't feel left out at school. And for Yoriam, well, Yoriam asked for something very specific she saw in a movie. Bomb tells Jae-tae to handle Gail's gift while she finds the others. She watches him walk away into the mall. She is genuinely worried he's going to buy something completely useless. Jae-tae walks into a store called Toy and Toy. The cashier is currently dying of boredom behind the counter. Then, she spots Jae-tae. She starts scanning him like a budget DBZ villain. Tall, handsome, completely clueless about children's toys, this is a prime target for a retail scam. Scouter locked. Target secured. She slides over with her best customer service smile, asking the age of the kid. Jae-tae says she's about 4, and no, she's not his daughter. The clerk immediately assumes he's a rich uncle who is about to get financially destroyed. But then she drops some professional criticism on his teddy bear choice. She pulls out a toy stethoscope and hits him with the sales pitch. She tells him a doctor playset is way better for bonding with a toddler. Plus, if he buys the doctor set, everything else is 10% off. Jae-tae's brain immediately visualizes a tiny baby Gyeol running around in a nurse outfit with a lethal 10-inch syringe. He tells her to wrap it all up. The clerk is internally screaming jackpot. She stacks up a mountain of gift boxes, claiming it's all essential for emotional development. She asks if he's paying by card. He pulls out a card. It's an ultra-exclusive VIP black card, the retail clerk's ultimate boss fight. She is suddenly looking at him like he's a walking lottery ticket and starts wondering if he's single. She leans over the counter trying to slide into his DMs right there. But before she can finish her sentence, a hand grabs Jae-tae's arm. Bomb spawn-pawns into the store with a terrifying smile. Cockblock successful. She looks at the mountain of toys and asks why he bought all the wrong stuff. The clerk assumes she's his younger sister because of the school uniform, but the tension is real. She tries to defend the doctor sets, but Bomb is not having it. She looks at the clerk with a smile that could freeze a volcano and says, she doesn't like them. The clerk immediately backs down, realizing this teenager might actually be a threat. Bomb pulls out a simple, high-quality teddy bear instead. She tells Jitae this is the one they actually need, keeping the rest of the purchase simple, and she still demands the VIP discount. Business is business. Back at the luxury mansion, night has fallen. The siblings are waiting in the living room like puppies waiting for dinner. The gifts are laid out on the floor. Gyeol stares at her new bear. Gyeol is literally floating with joy over her new designer wallet, screaming her love for them. Gyeol asks Yoriam what she got. Yoriam turns around with the most chaotic grin, holding a pair of handcuffs and a whip. She calls Gyeol a monkey and tells her to come over so she can try them out. Gale's screaming in terror in the background while Gale does quiet forehead touch skinship with Jitae. Bomb sits next to him, holding a small box. It's a high-end dark blue necktie. She noticed he always wears the exact same one to school. She promises to buy him a full suit when she starts making her own money. He quietly thanks her. He asks if she bought anything for herself. She gives him a mischievous look. "I'll show you later." Meanwhile, her closet is currently holding that black bikini. That's a problem for future Jitae. A few weeks later, the peaceful domestic arc takes a back seat. Armada peeks into Jitae's room wearing his pink apron over legendary silver armor. Jitae is getting dressed, looking sharp. He tells the maid Knight he'll be away for 3 days and to take care of Gyeol. He's leaving the safety fence. And he's taking Yoriam with him. She's lying on the bed, chewing a toothpick, ready to commit a crime. The scene shifts to Lair Academy's massive training arena. A crowd of elite cadets is standing in front of a giant purple portal looking terrified. The anti-demonic human battle simulation is about to begin. It's a 3-day survival test inside a virtual dungeon. Teams of 3 enter, while their chaperone acts as their voice in the sky. This role is called the Operator, derived from real-world monster raids. Jitae is wearing his headset, looking like an esports coach who is about to win a championship. Yoriam is crouching nearby, mocking the other students for shaking like leaves. Jitae tells her she shouldn't be so relaxed. She needs a 3-man team to enter, and she currently has 0 friends. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her. 2 nervous-looking cadets approach. It's Freckle Boy Sojiro and Quiet Jian. Yoriam immediately screams at them to get lost, but Jitae steps in and asks for their names. Sojiro introduces himself, looking like he's about to cry. Jian introduces herself, hiding behind her purple bangs. They bow, promising they won't get in her way, while Yoriam rages in the background. Jitae says fine, adding them to the party. Yoriam is shocked. He tells her if she doesn't like them, she can go find her own team, which requires social interaction. So she folds. The 2 cadets stand there, completely stunned by their luck. Yoriam warns them that if they get in her way, she will personally end them. Suddenly, a hand slaps Sojiro's head from behind. It's Johnny, a classic mid-tier academy bully with a blonde bowl cut. Sojiro immediately apologizes, looking traumatized. Johnny ignores him and turns to Jian, demanding she say something too. He grabs her by the hair, smiling like a cheap thug. His friends tell him to relax because chaperones are watching, but Johnny claims adults don't care about orphans. He pulls her hair, telling her to move her bangs because she looks depressing. Yoriam steps in, looking genuinely confused. "What's an orphan?" Johnny freezes when he sees who is talking to him. His brain registers the warning. This is Yoriam, the craziest lunatic in the academy. Even his family elders told him to never make eye contact with her. He tries to play it cool, explaining that an orphan is just a student without a chaperone. In other words, trash with no backing. Dirt poor nobodies. Yoriam sighs, complaining about why she has to team up with beggars. Johnny thinks she's on his side. He puts his hand on her shoulder and invites her to join his team instead. His teammates look like they are watching a man step on a landmine. Johnny thinks this is his ticket to the big leagues. He thinks they have similar tendencies. Boom. Yoriam punches him dead in the nose. The entire arena goes dead silent. The 2 weak cadets look like their souls left their bodies. Johnny stumbles back, clutching his bleeding nose, utterly confused. Yoriam brushes off her shoulder. "Who said you could touch me? Are we friends?" She looks at him like he's a bug she wants to squash. "Who the fuck are you to think we're equals?" She warns him that if she sees him in the dungeon, he's dead. Johnny can only glare in silence. Yoriam is still fuming, her dragon aura leaking out. Jitae watches from the sidelines, looking completely unbothered. Classic parenting. The intercom blares and the professor steps up to the portal. It's demonic human combat professor Kwon Gitae. He explains the rules, 50 teams, all starting at different points in the dungeon. Points are awarded based on kills, deaths, and damage broadcast in real time. If you die, you respawn after 3 hours. The virtual dungeon is called Ant Nest. The briefing ends and the cadets start moving. Our team steps through the purple portal. They arrive inside a dark, rocky cavern. Yoriam is hyped, ready to punch everything in sight. Jian stops her, pointing out they don't have infinite stamina like she does. She says running out alone is a great way to get ambushed. She demands a plan. Yoriam's plan is simple. You two walk behind me and try not to die. Jian gets angry, telling her to stop acting like a solo player. Sojiro tries to calm them down while Jitei's voice comes through the headset. He asks if they have a target number or a specific team they want to hunt. Jian says it won't be that easy because every team has an operator. Yoriam just grins. Why bother with targets? Let's just kill everyone. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Johnny is nursing his bandaged nose. His team is mocking him for trying to act tough in front of a monster. Johnny tries to deny it, saying he was just testing her reaction. He screams that if he meets her in the dark, he will tear her apart. Tear me apart? Yoriam drops from the ceiling like a jump scare in a horror movie. She looks down at him with a fanged grin. Try it! Her wooden sword slams into his chest, instantly dropping his virtual HP from 100 to 17. The impact shatters the floor, sending Johnny flying. His team's operator screams over the headset to prepare for battle. But Yoriam is already crouching, ready for the next strike. She looks at them like a wolf looking at sheep. You're misunderstanding something. This is a one-sided hunt, little doggies. We return to the virtual dungeon where some random NPC cadet is trying to play Call of Duty. Our red dragon simply slides through the bullets like they are gentle summer rain. The cadet screams for mercy, which is a resource Yoriam does not stock. She closes the distance in a fraction of a second and deletes his entire health bar on the spot. Next, his teammate tries to jump down with a heavy sword, screaming like a generic anime protagonist. He meets steel instead of an easy target. He's actually smiling here, thinking he has some kind of tactical advantage. I have the higher ground and the heavier weapon! My guy, this is not Star Wars. Yoriam parries him with a smile that would make a demon take notes, and with one clean spin, his screen goes black. Next problem. She puts her sword on her shoulder, letting out a heavy sigh. She is genuinely offended that these kids couldn't even give her a proper warm-up. Sojiro is shaking in the back, pointing out there's still one survivor crawling away. It's Johnny. The local bowl-cut bully has been reduced to 17 health and is literally begging her not to hit his face. Naturally, she kicks him directly in the face. 0 health. Over in the control room, his operator looks like his stock portfolio just crashed. Sojiro runs up, celebrating like they actually did something in this fight. Jian is standing in the back, quietly analyzing the situation. She realizes Yoriam is strong, but the real cheat code is standing behind them. Even with mana restricted, Jitei managed to track the enemy perfectly. He timed their ambush down to the microsecond. She is looking at him like he's an SSS rank esports coach who just entered a lobby of bronze players. The eliminated team limps back through the portal, completely broken. Johnny is still crying about his face, which, to be honest, was not doing much work anyway. Jitei watches them leave with his standard 0% interest face. Suddenly, Sojiro screams. Their team wrist device is flashing. They just jumped straight to 6th place. Jian explains that because they took 0 damage and cleared a full team, they got a massive point multiplier. Sojiro is skipping around like a toddler who just got a happy meal. Yoriam grabs him by the face. She is absolutely disgusted by this participation trophy energy. What are you happy about? You did nothing but watch from the back. She gets in Jian's face too, asking if their weapons are just fancy decorations. She drops Sojiro and tells them to wipe those smiles off their faces. 6th place is trash. We are taking first, or I am breaking your legs. She literally starts choking Sojiro out while fixing his collar. The duality of a dragon sister. Jitei is standing there, wondering if he needs to buy more liability insurance. Meanwhile at home, Armada is reading a bedtime story to Gyol. Keep that visual in your head. 2 days later. The simulation is entering its final stretch. In the control room, the professors are watching 50 screens at once. Professor Kwangite is sipping his coffee, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else on Earth. His assistant reports that Team 1 is in the lead, but Team 50 is right behind them. Gite is surprised. Team 1 is full of elite second years. Who is leading Team 50 again? It's the crazy first year, Yoriam. The assistant explains that while Yoriam is carrying the combat, their operator's routing is actually insane. Gite leans in, his interest finally triggered. The digital map shows Team 50's route. It is a perfect, flawless line. The assistant thinks the operator must be a veteran from the Hunter Alliance, but Gite says he's never heard of this guy. Gite looks at the file. Yu Yorium and Yu Bomb, the two most talented and chaotic freshmen in Lair history. And their guardian has a background check so clean it looks like it was wiped with bleach. But there is one more thing, sir. The assistant points to the map again. Team 1's route is avoiding other top teams perfectly. It's almost like they are signaling each other in a virtual dungeon with no devices. Gite shrugs. If they are coordinating without tech, that is just smart strategy. He tells the assistant not to be a hall monitor, but if they meet face to face and don't fight, that is where I start handing out bans. Meanwhile, in the caves, Yorium punches a wall so hard the rock cracks. She is having a full-blown competitive meltdown. We haven't died once! Why are we still in second place? Sojiro tries to calm her down, so she kicks him into the dirt, chunking his health bar. Friendly fire is very active. Yorium is breathing heavily, looking like she's about to commit a felony. Jian speaks up, looking exhausted. She points out they are out of time. If they push too hard now, they might lose everything. The logical play is to hold second. Yorium steps in close. She puts a hand on Jian's shoulder, her tone dropping into a sweet, terrifying whisper. You did well. You both improved. And then she pulls her hair back with a terrifying scream. And that is exactly why you are losers! You give up the second your feet get a little sore like some absolute NPCs. You promised you wouldn't drag me down! Sojiro is crying, looking up at her in absolute dread. So get your useless bodies off the floor right now! And strangely, the drill sergeant routing actually works. They both stand up and scream that they are taking first place. Yorium smugly smiles as they yell, dragon manipulation at its finest. Gite taps her shoulder, telling her to wrap up the motivational speech. He points to a massive scratch on the wall. It's a specific symbol. He's seen them elsewhere in the cave. Sojiro recognizes it. The seniors form secret alliances using wall carvings to guide each other and share points. It's a massive match-fixing conspiracy. Jian suggests reporting it to the professors right away. Yorium's smile returns, and it is wider than before. No, reporting is boring. I have a much better idea to absolutely ruin their entire lives. The scene shifts to another part of the dark cavern. Team 1, currently holding first place, is walking calmly through the caves. They check their wrist devices, only 40 minutes left in the simulation. The beefy cadet, Wei, smiles. As long as we don't die, first place is guaranteed. He mentions Yu Yorium, admitting she's impressive for a freshman. The leader, Yu Myung-oh, stops walking. The girl on their team immediately slaps Wei, telling him to watch his mouth. Because Yu Myung-oh is from the prestigious Yu household, the ultimate swordmaster nobility. Myung-ho tells them to focus on the test, but his face is dark. He doesn't care how strong Yorium is. His only goal is to secure first place to prove he is better than his cousin Taeha and get noticed by the head of the clan. Suddenly, their operator speaks over the headset asking if they changed their path. Myung-ho looks at the wall. The entire cavern is covered in massive, chaotic claw marks. They are overlapping, crossed out, and completely scrambled. Wei panics. What is this? We can't tell which way to go! Then, they hear heavy footsteps echoing from the shadows. A combat boot steps into the light. Myung-ho draws his sword. It's Team 3. They're match-fixing allies. Team 3's leader is sweating. They were supposed to avoid each other, but the scrambled markings brought them face to face. Myung-ho doesn't hesitate. We kill them. Team 3's leader is panicked. If they pretend to lose, Gite will ban them for match-fixing. They have to fight for real. He draws his dagger, cursing his luck. A brutal melee erupts between the two allied teams. Up on a high cliff, someone is giggling. Yorium is lying on her stomach, watching the show with absolute delight. We see her explaining the plan to her cadets. We don't need to know what their symbols mean. We just need to copy them everywhere. And we get a hilarious chibi shot of Sojiro and Jian aggressively scribbling on the walls like two gremlins. While they made a mess, Yorium ran around hunting everyone else. Jian had asked what would happen if they ran into another team while vandalizing the walls. Yorium casually pointed at Jite. I'll lend you this guide guy. Just hide. She looks at Jite, asking if her plan is amazing. Jite sighs. It is fine. She pouts, claiming her plan is flawless anyway. Back to the present. A dagger drops to the floor. Team 3 has been completely wiped out by Team 1. Myung-ho is bleeding and panting, but he smiles. They got the points anyway. Who said you're going to live? A red blur drops from the cliffside. Yoriam lands perfectly in a cloud of dust. A true villain has arrived. Look at that face. She is loving every second of this. She stands over the wounded Team 1. Sojiro and Jin peek from the cliff above. Myungho's face twists. He realizes she is the one who ruined their match fixing. The two cadets scream down that they will support her from above. Myungho tells the beefy Wei to jump up and eliminate the two annoying backliners. Wei asks if they should just run and stall for time since they are still in first. Myungho looks at him with glowing purple eyes. Don't make me say it twice. Wei internally curses his leader's massive ego. He crouches and leaps up the cliff with a heavy crash. The stone crumbles under his feet. Wei lands directly in front of the two cadets. Sojiro's face turns into a classic cartoon scream of absolute terror. Wei cracks his knuckles, smiling like a horror movie monster. Let's make this quick. Jin joined the screaming match. They both turn around and run for their lives, and standing right behind them, completely static, is Jite, just watching like an NPC in a cutscene. Down below, Yoriam hears the screaming. Wow, a pig actually flew! Suddenly, Myungho lunges forward. Steel clashes. He tells her not to get distracted in front of him. The impact sends her sliding back. They stand face to face, swords drawn. She grins, mocking his genius match-fixing strategy. Scheming counts as a plan to you, huh? Myungho tells her to be satisfied with second place. His sword glows with a blue mana aura. First place belongs to the Yu swordsmanship household. Yoriam's sword ignites with a red dragon aura. No, your household is second place. She points her blade behind her, where Jite is standing on the cliff like a majestic final boss. First place is our Yu household. We pick up right in the middle of a high-speed chase. Wei is chasing our low-tier cadets, screaming at them to halt. Jin is trying to run a tactical retreat, hoping the big guy runs out of stamina first. But Sojiro's stamina bar is already flashing red, and he looks like he's aged about 50 years. He begs her to run on without him, but she reminds him that Yoriam's training is far more lethal than anything in this dungeon. Fear of dragon violence is a hell of a motivator. Sojiro gets a sudden burst of main character energy, spinning around to face his hunter. Wei stops, completely confused by this sudden display of bravery. Sojiro flashes back to all the times people treated him like a useless background NPC. He draws his bow, channeling a brilliant, glowing blue magic arrow. This is it, his big moment. He fires, and the arrow pings off the ground 3 feet away from his target. It turns out his arms were completely noodlified from drawing all those fake markings on the walls. Wei does not respect the effort, delivering a brutal overhead slam that sends Sojiro straight to the respawn screen. Jin is left alone, pulling out her pistol with zero backup. But Wei closes the distance instantly, grabbing her face with a massive hand. He slams her into the dirt, chunking her health bar down to 15. He starts trash-talking, calling her a weak, nameless orphan who forgot her place. He lifts her by the throat, thinking he's already won. But instead of crying, Jin lets out a bloody smile. She has been hanging around Yoriam too long. The crazy is infectious. Her eye glows with a brilliant blue crosshair. Blessing, eye of the sniper. She presses the barrel directly to his chest, but then shifts her aim. She fires a massive laser beam straight over his shoulder into the ceiling. Wei actually laughs, thinking her aim is completely trash under pressure. He starts squeezing her throat, telling her to know her place. "What the hell are you laughing at?" she asks. Because she didn't miss. She shot the structural support of a giant rock above them. The massive stone slab crashes down directly onto Wei's head, giving him a fast lesson in physics. His final thought is a complete realization of his own L. He gets crushed into a fine digital paste. Wei's health drops to 0, and the elite cadet is officially eliminated by the support player. Comment section, drop some W's for Jin. She collapses on his body, completely drained, hoping Yoriam is satisfied with her work. Meanwhile, the girl from Team 1 finally wakes up from her nap. She groans, crawling to her knees in front of her operator chaperone. She asks what happened to their team. The operator's voice is trembling. Wei is dead, and Myungho is... He's getting absolutely dismantled. We cut to the duel. Myungho is kneeling on the ground, bleeding and gasping for air. Yoriam stands over him, looking incredibly disappointed. "I was excited for this, but you're just a yapper." Myungho grinds his teeth, telling her to stop acting like she's already won. He lunges forward with a desperate high-speed strike. He screams that she's just branch family trash, completely missing the fact that she's a literal dragon. Yoriam leaps over his blade, landing her red-gloved hand directly on top of his head. She spins her entire body around his neck. "The trash here is you!" She slams him face first into the concrete. She checks the impact, expecting his virtual health bar to be gone. But Myungho somehow blocks her follow-up kick with his blade, trembling under the weight. He lets out a primal scream, his eyes glowing with electric blue mana. He unleashes a massive wave of energy, forcing her to disengage. Myungho gets to his feet, admitting she has raw physical strength, but claims her swordsmanship is non-existent. "I will show you the difference in our bloodlines." Yoriam just laughs, pointing out he's been getting rolled like a sushi roll this entire time, but she stops when she senses the shift in the air. Myungho assumes a high-tier stance. Yonghao's sword arts. First form, Rising Dragon. A massive, majestic blue water dragon swirls around his blade, filling the cavern. The sheer force of the wind cuts into Yoriam's arms, pushing her back. His operator is celebrating, shocked that Myungho secretly mastered their family's ultimate technique. Jite watches from the cliff, his expression slightly shifting. The wind blades slice her cheeks and arms, chunking her health down to 44. But instead of crying, she lets out a massive, unhinged, fanged smile. "This is fucking cool!" Before she can even enjoy it, Myungho steps forward, the ground shattering beneath him. He drives his blade forward in a flurry of blue slashes. He claims a nameless commoner like her can never stand against a renowned swordsman clan. Yoriam parries frantically, her health bar continuously dropping. Second form, Dragon Blade Flash. A blinding flash of blue steel cuts through the cave, sending Yoriam flying backward into the abyss. Myungho stands on the edge, panting heavily. He flashes back to his painful training hours, thinking he finally secured his family's pride. He looks down at his sword, expecting to see a victorious blade. But his sword is missing its entire top half. It's completely shattered. A voice calls out from the shadows above. Yoriam drops down, holding his broken sword tip between her fingers. "Are you looking for this?" She looks at him like he's the dumbest person in the room. "You kept yapping about your renowned swordsman clan. But if a swordsman doesn't have a sword, they're just a clown, right?" She ignites her red aura. "Yu House Sword Arts, 999th form, fucking up a vapor! I need this skill name on a t-shirt immediately." She beats him with the flat of his own broken steel, completely ignoring any martial arts logic. Myungho's health drops to 0, his eyes rolling back as he realizes he got beaten by a street brawler. Yoriam stands over his digital corpse, panting heavily. She starts laughing hysterically, screaming that she actually got first place, but her legs give out, and she falls backward. Jite catches her before she hits the ground. He looks down at her. "How does it feel to win?" "I'm so tired," she smiles. "I need Gale to heal me." And with that, the scoreboard flashes. Team 50 takes absolute first place. A few days later, we return to the city. It is a warm, sunny spring day, but thick white snow is falling from the sky. Gaeul is sitting inside, sipping tea from a cat mug. She explains that when a blue dragon is depressed, it literally starts snowing around them. Gaeul is lonely. And since Gaeul is lonely, she tells Armada he has to use his magic maid powers to melt her heart. So Armada dresses up in a ridiculous frilly pink magical girl outfit, complete with heart ears and a bow. We cut to Gaeul sitting quietly on the living room floor, drawing in her sketchbook. She looks extremely bored. Suddenly, a giant silver shadow looms over her. Armada does a cute magical girl pose, his visor glowing with pink energy. "Would you like to play princess with me?" Gaeul stares at him with the most soul-crushing, disgusted side-eye in recorded history. She literally snaps her red crayon in half. Bomb walks in, stopping dead in her tracks at this sleep paralysis demon in her living room. She tells Armada he's going to traumatize the toddler and orders him to go wash up immediately. Armada looks at Gale, who is suddenly whistling and pretending she didn't set him up. Armada heads to the shower, his ancient warrior pride suffering critical damage. The front door opens and Jite enters with Yoriam, who is complaining about the snow. Gale runs to them, asking if they had fun at the tournament. Yoriam tells her they went to play, and she even brought her a nice present. She shoves a massive snowball straight down Gale's shirt, claiming she added dog poop in it too. Classic sisterly love. Bomb walks out holding Gale's hand, welcoming them home. Jite looks down at the toddler. Gale is hiding behind Bomb, holding her sketchbook with a nervous expression. She hands it to Jite. It's a drawing of the family, Bom, Geul, Yoriam, Armada sitting sadly under a tree, and Jite holding Geul. Jite stares at the stick figure of himself holding her on his shoulders. He has a tiny golden crown on his head. For the first time in centuries, a genuine, soft smile breaks across Yu Jite's face. He closes the book and asks where they should go for their next trip. Bom smiles, teasing him for being in such a good mood because of Geol. Geol lights up, her cyan eyes sparkling with joy. Outside Lair, Officer Yeon and her colleague are walking back to the station. They look up, shocked to see the unseasonal snow has suddenly stopped, replaced by a warm sunny sky. The scene shifts to Severodvaikalsk, Russia, miles away from the Mongolian border. It's an abandoned military zone next to a massive, pristine, crystal-clear lake. Geul is wearing a white summer dress and a straw hat running along the shore. Bom asks Jite how he found such a beautiful place. He explains he cleared a dungeon here in a past loop. Yoriam is sunbathing on top of their rental car, complaining about why they had to drive instead of teleporting. Jite grabs his gear, heading into the woods to pitch a tent and gather food. Bom asks to join him, but he tells her she has to stay behind and babysit the toddler. Bom pouts, letting out a cute "aww." Yoriam watches him leave, lowering her sunglasses with a mysterious look. Jite sets up a perfect camping site in the woods. He chops wood with a single blue mana spark, lighting the campfire. He goes foraging and finds a bunch of massive glowing purple mushrooms. This is definitely going to end poorly. He returns to the beach calling out that food is ready. But he stops dead in his tracks. Bom is standing there in her black bikini, casually eating a sandwich. The other sisters are in their swimsuits too, running around and eating snacks. Jite recognizes the swimsuit from their mall trip. Bom blushes, giving him a smug, teasing look. "You wanted to see it all along, didn't you?" Jite immediately looks away and Yoriam starts laughing, asking if their SSS rank guardian is actually embarrassed. She claims she should have worn a micro bikini too, just to break his composure completely. Meanwhile, Geol is floating face down in the lake. Divine punishment for stealing Yoriam's noodles. As night falls, the family gathers around the campfire. The girls are staring into the cooking pot with expressions of pure horror. Inside the pot is a bubbling neon purple swamp of liquid with black chunks floating in it. "What is this?" Yoriam asks. Jite says it's mushroom hot pot. Gale flashes back to her survival days in the Amazon where she almost died from eating poisonous mushrooms. Yoriam claims even a wild dog wouldn't touch this. Bom gets defensive, asking if he's insulting her cooking from last time. Suddenly, tiny Geol climbs up, holding a spoon, and scoops up a massive purple chunk. Before anyone can stop her, she eats it. The sisters freeze, staring at her in absolute shock. They start screaming, telling her to spit it out, while Jite quietly mumbles that it's actually good for the body. Geol's blue eyes widen. She looks up at Jite, a brilliant smile breaking across her face. It's delicious." The sisters are completely paralyzed. Geol spoke. Her very first full sentence, and it was to compliment poisonous purple soup. Truly, this household is built different. We open right where we left off, with Geol speaking her first words. The entire seasonal Dragon Squad is completely frozen in place. They are looking at her like she just solved a high-level math equation. Geol is physically shaking her, completely losing her mind that the toddler can talk. She scoops her up in a massive hug, demanding to know why she's been holding it in. Yoriam points out she probably didn't want to sound as loud and annoying as Gale. Bom looks at Jite and admits she secretly heard Gale talking to herself when he wasn't home. She kept quiet because she wanted Geol's first official words to be to him. Yoriam immediately tries to teach the toddler how to cuss, because of course she does. Jite looks down at Geol, but his vision starts to distort. His mind drifts back to his previous, brutal regressions. He remembers a war-torn timeline where Geol was chained in a dark, cold dungeon. He was her jailer, stepping on her small chest and demanding her absolute cooperation. She was begging him to let them go, her body covered in cuts and chains. Back in the present, the warm sunlight hits his face. The little girl is standing right in front of him, looking healthy and clean. She smiles brightly, repeating that the food is yummy. It's a genuine, happy smile he never got to witness in all his past lives. He tells himself he must not regret the harsh choices of his past. Regret is a luxury a veteran regressor cannot afford. Instead of looking back, he focuses on the present. He looks at the girls laughing and bickering around the campfire. He kneels down, pats Gale's head, and quietly thanks her. In this life, you will grow up healthy. A rare moment of pure warmth. Let's enjoy it. before things go bad. We transition back to the beach where Gale is splashing in the water in her pink bikini. The toxic purple mushroom hot pot has been completely licked clean. Yoriam is scraping the bottom of the pot, complaining that she's still hungry after calling it dog food. Bomb says since Jitae cooked, Gale and Gyeol should handle the cleanup duty. Yoriam tries to sneak away for a post-dinner smoke like she's a middle-aged salaryman. Bomb grabs her shoulder with a smile that has absolute executioner energy. Yoriam backs down instantly. The Green Dragon's authority is absolute. But Yoriam has a cheat code. She slams her hand on the ground, activating a summoning circle. Bomb is confused. Isn't that a high-tier summoning spell? A heavy metallic silver helmet slowly emerges from the glowing light. She literally summoned Armada all the way from South Korea to Russia. The giant knight has tears of joy in his visor, thinking they summoned him because they missed him. Yoriam just points her finger to the side. She points to the dirty, purple-stained pot sitting on the grill. Clean! Armada silently puts on his frilly pink apron and gets to scrubbing. Chivalry is officially dead. Bomb feels slightly bad and offers to help him, while Jitae watches from the background. Gale tries to cheer him on, shouting, "You can do it, janitor!" from the sidelines. Suddenly, Jitae's ears twitch. He tells the girls to go inside the tent right now. He senses a presence approaching from the deep woods. A shadow walks out, stepping into the campfire's light. It's a hiker in a bucket hat, laughing and greeting them warmly. Yoriam and Gyeol stare at his heavy hiking gear, internally calling him a boomer. The man walks up and shakes Jitae's hand, asking if they are on a family outing. He introduces his sickly, pregnant wife and their small son. He admits he's surprised to see anyone else in this secret abandoned zone. He asks if they've seen any purple Abaddon mushrooms nearby. Jitae deadpans, "We ate them all." The hiker laughs nervously, revealing he actually planted those poisonous mushrooms himself. Jitae apologizes, but the guy says it's his fault for not putting up a private property sign. Yoriam comments that the hiker looks incredibly strong. Jitae's eyes narrow. "I didn't expect to see him here." This hiker is Myung-Yonga, officially ranked 9th globally, the Druid of Regeneration, a national asset who can manipulate nature at a cellular level. Jitae remembers him from past lives. Sometimes they were allies, drinking together in military bases, and sometimes they were enemies, clashing swords in ruins. He remembers that Yanga was always obsessed with finding a cure for his sickly wife. The poisonous mushrooms were clearly meant for her treatment. Jitae reaches into his spatial pocket inventory, pulling out a rare item. He hands Yanga a 1,000-year-old ginseng to compensate for the eaten mushrooms. Yanga is completely shocked by the value of the gift. To show his gratitude, he offers to take them to a nearby rupture region to see a beautiful view. Jitae is about to decline, but the girls are already packed and ready to go. Yoriam is hyped, asking if the rank 9 wants to have a friendly spar on the way. Yanga laughs, loving their high-energy vibe, but he claims he's a pacifist who doesn't like to fight. Instead, he sprouts massive tree roots from his arms. The roots wrap around Yoriam and Gale's waists like a seatbelt, and he launches them into the air like a human slingshot ride, carrying them through the canopy. Yanga's wife apologizes, saying her husband behaves like a child sometimes. Jitae tells her it's fine, watching them swing through the trees. Bomb walks beside Jitae, commenting that this really feels like a big family trip. But she points out that they aren't a real family. If you're the dad, and I'm the eldest daughter, who is the mom? She stops walking, letting her mint green hair fly in the wind. She turns to him, her emerald eyes glowing softly in the sunset. She steps in close, leaning toward his face. "I think I will have to be the mom." She gives him a highly flirtatious smile, her face inches from his. Comment section, the ship is officially sailing. Bomb is still standing on her tiptoes, leaning close to his face. "I think I will have to be the mom." Jitae's face remains stoic, but a single drop of sweat rolls down his temple. Bomb looks at his reaction and bursts into hysterical laughter. "I'm just kidding!" "Your ears aren't turning red again, are they?" She continues to tease him, but he grabs his ears and tells her to hurry up so they can catch up to the others. Suddenly, a telepathic voice rings in his mind. "My lord, I've found information on Prototype X." Jitae stops, his playful mood instantly vanishing. He tells Bomb he has some business to handle and steps behind a tree. He activates his spatial magic, opening a dark, swirling portal. He steps through, leaving the peaceful Russian forest behind. The portal opens on a high-tech skyscraper rooftop in Moscow, Russia. Disguised as Chief Researcher Vera, his shadow clone is waiting for him. Jite walks out of the portal, hands in his pockets. The clone welcomes him, noting he didn't need to come all the way here if he was busy. Jite claims he just wanted some fresh air, looking out over the neon city. She pulls out a classified folder from her coat and hands it to him. It's a secret report on the International Superhuman Alliance's 70-man raid unit. The document is marked as a classified top-secret project. She explains that because Jite wiped out the demons hiding in Lair, the Abyssal Syndicate is panicking. They realize someone is actively hunting them, so they are accelerating their plans. Their goal is to have Prototype X infiltrate the 70-man raid unit and slaughter them from the inside. Jite burns the document with a purple flame. "I'll join the raid unit myself." He tells the clone to stay in Moscow and keep monitoring their movements. She bows as he steps back through the portal, disappearing into the dark. Jite returns to the camp, where the dragons are sitting on a picnic blanket with Yanga's family. Yanga is laughing loudly, loving Gil's name. He points out their names make up the entire 4 seasons, and Yoriam complains that Jite put zero effort into naming them. Bomb looks up as Jite walks out of the woods, her eyes tracking his tired shoulders. Gil immediately runs to him, reaching her tiny hands out. Bomb asks why he took so long, and Yoriam complains that the sun is about to rise. Yoriam winks, teasing Bomb that he probably went to meet a secret mistress in the woods. Bomb gets flustered, while Yanga tells them all to stop talking and look at the sky. He points upward, his eyes shining. Crack. A massive, brilliant golden-red crack tears through the night sky. A dimensional rupture opens, scattering cosmic dust across the stars. Gale's amber eyes reflect the brilliant celestial light, her jaw dropping in awe. The sky turns into a swirling aurora of deep red, purple, and blue. Bomb looks up at the cosmic display, completely mesmerized. Gale starts snapping photos on her device, screaming that it looks like high-end CGI. Bomb looks at Jite, asking if he's ever seen anything so beautiful. Jite looks at the sky, but his expression is hollow. Bomb notices his eyes and realizes he isn't looking at the stars. He is looking at a memory of the girl from his past whom he danced with under the moonlight. Before she can ask, Gale screams that shooting stars are falling. A massive shower of meteors rains down, lighting up the beach. The girls cheer, watching the shooting stars reflect in the water. Yanga holds his family close, looking like the happiest man on earth. His son looks up at Gale, who is still being held in Jite's arms. Gale's blue eyes reflect the shooting stars like twin galaxies. She looks at the falling lights, completely spellbound. "Pretty," she whispers. The family stands in silence, enjoying their first happy memory. The next morning, the sun rises over the Russian mountains. The camping trip has officially concluded. Yanga shakes Jite's hand, thanking them for the company and the ginseng. He whispers that he actually proposed to his wife at that exact rupture spot years ago. Jite comments that it's romantic, which surprises the rank 9. "I didn't expect you to say that. You seem like a cold man." Yanga smiles, asking if there is someone Jite loves. Jite looks at Bomb and Gil playing by the water. His mind flashes back to a girl in a white sundress running on the sand in a past life. He remembers her laugh, her hair flying in the wind before everything turned to ash. He looks down, not anymore. Suddenly, Yanga's wife Hawan lets out a violent cough, blood spraying across her hand. Yanga panics, catching her as she falls. He quickly opens a green portal and carries her through to get medical attention, waving a hasty goodbye. Jite tells the girls it's time to head home. But Bomb points out that Gil is still standing by the water, looking incredibly sad. Jite walks over and puts a hand on Bomb's shoulder. Gil is staring at her reflection in the lake, not wanting to leave. Jite kneels down beside her. He takes an empty plastic water bottle and dips it into the crystal clear lake, filling it up. He hands the bottle of lake water to the toddler. "Let's come back next time." Gil's eyes light up. She clutches the bottle of water to her chest like it's a priceless treasure. She smiles brightly. "Okay." In the background, the peaceful mood is shattered by Yoriam's screaming. She is hanging out the car window, screaming at Gale for farting in the back seat. Gale is crying, claiming she didn't do it, while Bomb laughs. The scene shifts to a quiet, sterile hospital room. An IV drip is clicking, and a heart monitor is beeping slowly. Hawan is lying on the bed, an oxygen mask covering her pale face. Yanga sits beside her, holding her hand, looking completely devastated. Suddenly, a hand taps his shoulder from behind. He turns around. Standing in the room is a gray-haired man wearing round glasses, holding a suspicious yellow potion. "Yo, long time no see. This is Global Rank 2. the first returner, BM. And whatever he is planning next, it is not good for our guy's quiet life. We start back at the hospital, where global rank 2 returner BM is currently downing a soft drink like it is his absolute lifeline. Myung-younga, our resident rank 9 druid, is just glad his old buddy finally showed his face. BM burps, crosses his legs, and acts like a highly prestigious doctor who has better places to be. But underneath that lazy, glasses-wearing slacker exterior, he actually cares. He asks if Hwan's illness flared up again. Yanga looks down, his usual cheerful energy completely gone. 10 years. 10 whole years of watching the woman he loves suffer from a disease no modern magic can touch. It is the classic tragic backstory loop. All the money, all the power, all the global titles, and he still could not protect her from the ancient virus she caught during the war. He is carrying a guilt that is slowly eating him alive. BM tells him he did his best, but Yanga is not having it. He crushes his drink can in pure frustration, splashing juice everywhere. Titles do not feed the soul when the person you love is slipping away. The world's strongest druid is standing in a quiet hallway holding back tears. So, what does BM do? He leans down to get a direct front row view of the rare crying druid. Absolute peak friend behavior. He points out that Yanga usually laughs like a wild ogre, recalling the exact incredibly ugly face Yanga made when his kid was born. Yanga asks him to at least pretend to comfort him, so BM casually tosses a golden pill. He tells him to try it on Hwan. It was a massive pain to get his hands on, but it might help. Yanga is genuinely touched. He starts to offer his deepest thanks, until he remembers he is holding the 1,000-year-old ginseng jite casually handed him earlier. He looks at the massive legendary root and asks BM to verify what this insane, ultra-rare thing actually is. BM, who was mid-exit, stops dead in his tracks. That look on his face? That is the look of a gamer realizing a low-level NPC is carrying a legendary endgame weapon. Meanwhile, on a beautiful tropical beach, a cartoon monkey is chasing a distressed yellow chick. Little Gyeoul is sitting on a rock watching the chaos with her trusty teddy bear. She hears a voice call her name, turns around, and her eyes go completely wide. It is Jite, but not the tired, dark-circled, sleep-deprived Jite we know. He is looking absolutely shredded, wearing a stylish summer shirt and smiling like a normal human being. Gyeoul does not hesitate. She drops her sunglasses, hops on her teddy bear like a surfboard, rides the waves, and launches herself straight into the air. He catches her effortlessly. He tells her she is the coolest, best jumper in the world. For a little dragon who has spent her life feeling like a fragile burden, hearing that is everything. But, of course, it was all a cute dream. Gyeoul is actually sleeping soundly in her bed, hugging her bear, while Gyeoul is crashed out next to her. It is a wholesome, peaceful family moment. And then, the door opens. Jite is standing in the dark hallway. Armada is passed out asleep in his massive plate armor. Yoriam is sleeping on the floor like a complete biohazard. Our guy is about to slip away in the middle of the night to handle his business, but someone is waiting for him on the stairs. U-Bomb. She wants to go with him. He tells her to go back to sleep. She does not budge. She knows why he is leaving. It has everything to do with whatever he saw in Providence yesterday. She reminds him that she is a green dragon. She can see destinies. She knows he is walking into a storm and she wants him to let her help. He turns his back on her, cold as ice. It's none of your business. He is trying to play the lone protector trope, but Bomb is not playing. She grabs his coat from behind. She asks if he really thinks shielding them from every bad thing in the world is what makes them happy. She is crying, clutching his coat, venting the frustration of knowing he is hurting himself to keep them safe. If she was any other dragon, she could ignore the shadows. But she is a green dragon. She sees the threat of his fate, and she knows how much it bleeds. Jite stands there in absolute silence. She slowly lets go of his coat. He tells her he will be back soon. But before he can step out, she asks him one final question. If there is something he has to do, even if it hurts, even if it pains everyone else, will he still do it? He does not hesitate. Yes. The light turns on, and there, resting against the front door, is Armada's giant heavy greatsword. Bomb borrowed it from the janitor. Jite is stunned. He did not want her to see that weapon. He did not want her to know how violent this trip was going to get, but she just smiles warmly through her tears and tells him to be safe. We cut to Tokyo. The Global Superhuman Association branch. A massive, top-tier raid is being organized. The heaviest hitters in the entire alliance have gathered in one hall. The Global Hunter Alliance 70-man raid unit. At the desk sits the leader, Shiraishi Ryunosuke. Suddenly, the doors swing open. Jite walks in, carrying the giant sword over his shoulder. Make space for one more. Shiraishi's face says it all. He has no idea his peaceful workday is about to end. Chapter 28. The atmosphere in the Tokyo Hall is thick. Their target is an S-rank dungeon ocean boss, the Kraken. This is not some low-level goblin sweep. This is a high-level military-grade operation. The top 0.5% of the Alliance's combat power is currently standing in this room. And the man who organized this entire army is global rank 93, the divine archer Shiraishi Ryunosuke. He looks at Jite and asks if he is Japanese. Jite casually replies, I live nearby. He says he wants a spot in the 70-man unit, and while they are at it, he wants to look over all their profiles too. Shiraishi's mouth twitches. He bursts out laughing like he just heard the funniest joke of his career. He admits Jite must be strong to bypass their high-level security and no classified details, but then he charges a glowing green mana arrow in his fingers. The raid starts in a few hours. Why on earth would he let an unregistered, suspicious outsider join? He looks at Jite with pure condescending arrogance. Do you think we are stupid? He tells Jite to walk quietly to a holding cell right now. If you resist, we will consider you an enemy of the Alliance and kill you. He fires a high-speed green energy beam straight at Jite's face. The attack hits, sparks fly, but Jite doesn't even move his head. The green lightning just fizzles out against his cheek. Our guy does not like to talk. He lifts his foot and kicks the massive wooden desk straight into Shiraishi's face. Shiraishi dodges, charging more green mana spells in both hands, and unleashes a rapid-fire volley of energy spheres. The office is torn to absolute shreds. Smoke and debris fill the air. Shiraishi clicks his tongue, expecting a corpse, but Jite steps through the dust completely untouched, his hand glowing with dark blue mana. Shiraishi realized standard spells are useless. He leaps out of his chair, charges his ultimate skill, creating a giant glowing green bow of light, and launches himself into the air. He flies upside down, aiming a massive swirling spear of green energy, trying to drill a hole straight through Jite. Judgment of the Heavenly Arrow! The massive energy vortex tears up the floor, spinning wildly, and Jite just catches the giant spinning arrow barehanded. Shiraishi's brain completely short-circuits. He caught an S-rank, fully charged ultimate skill like it was a slow-pitch baseball. Before he can process his life choices, Jite slams him straight into the concrete. The impact shatters the floor, sending Shiraishi coughing up blood. The dust settles. Shiraishi is kneeling in a giant crater, holding his broken shoulder. He is breathing heavily, completely overwhelmed by the raw physical gap between them. Jite stands over him, cold as a statue. Have you changed your mind yet? Shiraishi asks what happens if he says no. Jite deadpans, I'll wear your skin. The sheer level of psycho-energy in that sentence is enough to make a global rank 93 sweat, but Shiraishi still thinks he has a card to play. He activates Radiance, a high-speed defensive light spell, dashing through the wall to make a run for it. He knows he cannot fight this monster. His only survival route is the emergency warp machine in the next room, which he can use to escape and report this anomaly to headquarters. He smashes through the glass only to find the warp machine has already been sliced perfectly in half. It is completely ruined. He freezes as the cold edge of Jite's intangible blue sword touches his throat from behind. Have you changed your mind? Shiraishi drops his head, utterly defeated. Kuso, welcome to the raid unit. We cut to the ruined office. Shiraishi is kneeling on the floor, wrapped in bandages like a cheap mummy, while Jite is comfortably sitting in his chair, flipping through the raid profiles. Shiraishi is internally screaming, trying to comprehend who this monster actually is. He doesn't have demonic aura. Is he another returner like BM? Why is someone of this ridiculous scale trying so hard to get into a Kraken raid? Jite looks up. Is this all there is? He notices there are only 69 files. One profile is missing. Shiraishi explains the last person they wanted was unavailable, so they had to rush to find a substitute. They do not have their papers on file yet. But they were sent directly by the main alliance branch, so there was no need to worry. Jite asks to see this substitute operator immediately. Shiraishi quickly calls the standby operator to the office. While waiting, Jitei's shadow secretary contacts him via telepathic link. She says they have gathered critical intel on the identity of Prototype X. Jitei asks why she didn't just transfer the memory directly. She hesitates. I apologize. Is it someone you know? He asks. Yes, she replies. The door slowly opens, revealing a golden-plated boot. A female knight in golden armor steps into the ruined office, shocked by the mess. She sees Shiraishi kneeling and asks why he is hurt, to which he desperately lies that he just fell. Jitei slowly turns his head. He is thinking to himself that it doesn't matter who Prototype X is. Even if it is someone he once knew, he has to kill them. He has to protect the hatchlings, no matter what. The golden-armored woman takes off her helmet, revealing a beautiful, gentle face with a warm smile. I'm Ha Setbiol. Ha Setbiol, the regressor's former lover. The screen cuts to black on Jitei's completely paralyzed, shocked expression. To understand what is happening, we have to look back. Way back. To the cold shores of Russia centuries ago during our guy's second regression cycle. Meet Yu Jitei at 32 years old, a mercenary commander who thought his heart had already turned to stone. He is standing on a bleak beach when a hand reaches out and playfully pokes his cheek. It is Ha Saipiol, smiling, radiant, and completely unbothered by his terrifying aura. She is wearing a simple white sundress, trying to bring some life to a rare day off. And for the first time in forever, our stoic protagonist actually blushes. She asks him to meet her on the hill behind the camp later tonight. She runs off into the water laughing, and he catches her in a heartbeat. The crew is watching them from the campfire. They say love blooms even on the battlefield. But they also wonder how someone as young and sweet as Saipiol ended up in a brutal mercenary squad. The contrast is almost painful. A girl who belongs in a quiet meadow, carrying weapons in a war zone. The squad thinks she joined because she fell for the commander, but the truth is much darker. Before the war, she ran a small orphanage. Then the sky fell. The orphanage was destroyed, and every single child died in the rubble. She was left screaming in the rain, holding a blood-stained teddy bear. That is the exact moment she awakened as an operator-type superhuman. She joined the mercenary group because she had nowhere else to go. Her smile is not because she is happy, it is because she has already survived her personal hell. Night falls. Setbiol is waiting on the hill, waving her arms under a clear sky. He actually showed up. He asks what is supposed to be here. She complains that he has zero sense of romance. There is a gorgeous moon and a beautiful girl standing right in front of him. He clears his throat, flustered, so she changes the subject. She reminds him her blessing is called danger detection. He immediately goes on high alert. Is there an enemy nearby? She laughs, telling him his serious disease is acting up again. She tells him to just close his eyes and listen. Sometimes when you live with a blessing long enough, it starts to feel things beyond its original scope. And right now, her danger sensor is picking up something completely different. He opens his eyes, and the sky explodes into a breathtaking meteor shower. Stars rain down like liquid light, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold. She runs toward him and wraps her arms tightly around his neck. She whispers that what her danger sensor is picking up is a pounding heart. His heart. Under a canopy of falling stars, they share a quiet, desperate kiss. Two broken soldiers finding a single moment of peace in a world built to destroy them. She pulls back, teasing him that his lips are incredibly chapped and he needs to use lip balm. He looks at her under the meteor shower. When this local battle ends, shall we get married? She gasps, completely caught off guard. Is that a proposal? She lies back in the grass, smiling, and says that if it is an order from her commander, she has to follow it. They lie side by side, dreaming of a future they will never get to see. She wonders if she can even give birth normally, or if they should find a spell to make him do it instead. And then, the dream turns into a nightmare. We see Saipiol, covered in blood, an eye missing, pleading with him to stop. She is pinned to the rubble. The rest of the squad is already dead. Jitei is screaming, tears mixing with blood, his arm raised with a sword. He does not want to do this. He is begging his own body to stop. But his arms are moving against his will. Behind him, glowing red puppet strings are tracing back to a laughing old man. This is Hasegawa, a disaster-class demonic human who uses people as live puppets. He mockingly tells Jitei that this is what he gets for causing so much trouble for the Demon Syndicate. He keeps his promise to Sapiol to spare Jitei's life, leaving him alive in the ruins so he can remember the feeling of murdering his lover for the rest of his days. Hasegawa laughs maniacally as the entire battlefield collapses around them. Sapiol slumps forward, her life completely gone. Jitei stands in the snow, blood dripping from his eyes, his mind breaking. He holds her cold body as the world begins to dissolve. The system screen appears. You have failed to save Earth. The Grand Clock EX rewinds time, starting the loop all over again. A metallic finger gently taps his nose. Hello? It is the golden armored Saipayol. She asks if he is okay, noting he has been staring into space. Shiraishi is in the background, practically sweating through his suit, screaming at her to step away from the absolute menace. He whispers to her, desperately warning her not to get on this guy's bad side. She has no idea why he is so terrified. Jitei's eyes are cold. The Grand Clock EX hums to life, scanning her soul for timeline anomalies, and the system confirms the sickening truth. In this regression cycle, her life was altered. The orphanage did not collapse from a random monster, it collapsed due to friendly fire from the Superhuman Association. Driven by pure hatred for superhumans, Saipayol made a pact with Rashata, the seventh monarch of the Void. She became a demonic human. She was given fragments of memories from past timelines, but her core is entirely corrupt. This is Prototype X. Jitei shuts down his emotions. He does not let himself feel. It does not matter who she is. His path was decided long ago. He looks at Shiraishi. Change my position to operator. I'm moving with her. His mission is simple: keep his target close and end her. We cut to the S-rank dungeon, Hithea's Ocean. The 70 elite hunters step through the purple portal into a raging storm. Shiraishi yells at everyone to maintain their formations as thunder rumbles. Jitei slowly draws Armada's heavy greatsword. The subjugation has officially begun.
Chapter 30.
The storm over Hithea's Ocean is violent, waves crashing against the rocky shores. On the tactical screen, Sapiol and Jitei are listed side by side as operators. The other hunters are whispering, suspicious of this random guy who was added at the last second. Shiraishi covers for him, claiming Jitei is an old acquaintance of his. He looks at Jitei, asking one last time if he promised not to cause any other issues. Jitei nods and Shiraishi walks away, muttering that our guy makes him incredibly uncomfortable. Saipayol sits on the wet ground, teasing that the captain seems incredibly nervous around him. She asks if he has a lot of experience with high-ranked dungeons. She admits she is actually terrified of deep water, and this is her first ocean-type raid. She winks playfully, asking him not to leave her behind if she falls in. Suddenly, she clutches her stomach, claiming she is too nervous and needs to run to the bathroom. Jitei watches her go. The real Ha Saipayol was indeed terrified of deep water. She would tremble at the sight of blood. Jitei's left eye glows blue as he activates Eyes of Equilibrium. The scan is clear. She is acting. She is perfectly copying the original's memories and habits, pretending to be the woman he loved. But her soul is bound to the monarch of the void. And the entity who set up this entire scenario is watching from beyond the timeline, wanting only one thing: my despair. The entity wants to break his spirit by forcing him to execute the face of his lover for a second time. It is a sickening, deliberate act of psychological malice. But Jitei looks toward the ocean. That entity does not know me very well. Suddenly, a massive purple tentacle breaks through the surface, splashing water everywhere. The hunters scream. The Kraken has emerged. It is a titanic S-rank monstrosity with glowing crimson eyes. And behind the scenes, we see Prototype X lounging on a throne of puppet strings, waiting for the slaughter to begin. The Kraken thrashes, its tentacles crushing the rocky cliffs. It is twice the size of the initial guild reports. A hunter panics, screaming to Shiraishi for orders. Shiraishi charges his green mana, telling everyone to finish this quickly so they can grab dinner. Front guard! Charge! The vanguard leaps forward, their blades clashing against the massive purple hide. They unleash energy slashes, cutting deep into the flesh, but the monster barely flinches, swatting hunters off the cliffs. A golden-armored vanguard leaps high, raising his sword with a roar, and drives it deep into the Kraken's head. But the blade barely penetrates the thick armor plates. The Kraken screeches, its red eye flashing with anger. The hunters are losing ground. A giant tentacle sweeps across the battlefield, shattering the stone and sending elite hunters flying like ragdolls. Shiraishi commands the sorcery types to deploy magical chains. Glowing golden chains wrap around the tentacles, while support types channel their mana to reinforce the seals. The sharpshooters fire continuous cover fire to keep the monster pinned, but the pressure is too immense. The golden magic chains begin to crack. The lead sorcerer grunts, his teeth grit, warning they cannot hold it for much longer. Shiraishi screams to the operator, asking if they have found a weakness. Jite calmly replies, "Its left eye. Aim there." The Kraken's left eye is its core. It reacted in pain when the Vanguard nicked it earlier. Shiraishi nods, raises his hand, and yells for Ha Saipiol to prepare her operator support. Jite deadpans, "She hasn't come back from the bathroom." Shiraishi's head practically explodes in frustration. Why the hell is she in the bathroom at a time like this? He tells the sorcerers to hold the tentacles tight anyway. He channels every ounce of green mana into his fingers, drawing back an invisible giant bowstring. The air pressure drops as the energy condenses. He aims straight at the Kraken's giant red left eye. "May you fall into eternal rest! Giant God Bow!" A massive beam of green light pierces the stormy sky. The arrow flies true, hitting the left eye dead center. The eye shatters in an explosion of green sparks and black blood. The Kraken screeches in agony, thrashing wildly. The hunters cheer, thinking the captain successfully ended the raid. The giant beast slowly collapses back into the sea. Shiraishi lands on a rock, kneeling. He clutches his chest, coughing, realizing he could not put full power into the shot. His shoulder is completely shot because of the injury Jite gave him back at the office. He knows the Kraken is not dead. They need to finish it before it recovers. Suddenly, a shadow looms behind him. A golden armored boot steps forward. Saipiol drops down from the cliff above, her hand glowing with a lethal blade of light, aiming straight for Shiraishi's neck. Her eyes glow a hollow red behind her visor. "Die, human." But before her hand can touch him, Armada's giant sword sweeps through the air, blocking her strike with a heavy clash of steel. Jite deflects her completely, sending her flying off the cliff. Shiraishi is left on his knees, completely bewildered. What just happened? Her helmet fragments fall into the sea. Saipiol plunges into the dark water, her mask breaking away to reveal her demonic red eye. She floats in the deep blue, looking up at Jite as he dives down after her. "Since when did you know about my plan?" Jite looks at her, his face completely devoid of warmth. "You do not know me very well." He has survived 6 apocalypses. His heart has been shattered and rebuilt so many times there is nothing left to break. The Saipiol from the second regression and the version of himself who loved her? He killed them both long ago. She is nothing but a ghost of a timeline that no longer exists. He looks down at her. "You." The fake Saipiol smiles, her face twisting into a horrific, mocking, demonic grin. "You know me, don't you?" So. We left off on a massive cliffhanger. Our guy is staring down the copy of his dead lover, and she is smiling like a literal sleep demon. She tells him she is finally starting to remember. The battlefield. The second regression. The fact that they were once deeply in love. She brings up the hand-holding, the kisses under the stars, and even teases him about his chapped lips being sweet. She is touching his face with her cold, metallic glove, playing the ultimate psychological mind game. And then, the mask slips. She whispers that if she knew he would get in her way, she would have bitten his tongue off back then. She lunges. Jite raises his sword, the impact shaking the water around them. Suddenly, her human armor begins to crack. She reminds him that he was the one who killed her in the past. Her skin sheds, revealing her complete demonic form, a terrifying white-haired spider monster, and she is more than ready to return the favor. She dashes through the water, her movements a blur of red and white, aiming her razor-sharp spider limbs straight for his head. Jite deflects the first strike, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the deep sea, but she does not stop. She rains down a relentless barrage of slashes, steel meeting steel as Jite stands his ground, blocking every single blow. She laughs, noting that his strength is on an entirely different level compared to the past. She claims that if he had been this strong back then, he could have saved everyone. She grabs his arm, holding him in place. And then, she smiles. She asks why he is only blocking. Is it guilt? You just can't bring yourself to kill me again, can you? She details the absolute brutality of her past death, how he tore her to pieces and gouged her eyes out. We see the haunting image of the original Saipiol pinned to the stone wall, bleeding out. The memory hits like a physical truck. Her final, bloody smile, whispering how cold she felt as her life faded. Jite stands in the darkness of his own mind, carrying a guilt that has lasted centuries, but he does not break. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. The Eternal Clock EX has detected an anomaly. A golden light erupts from Armada's sword, shattering her grip. She is sent flying back, screaming in pain as the light burns her flesh. Jite looks at the glowing blade. The Eternal Clock's purification authority is radiating from it. And then, he remembers Bomb's words. There will definitely be a time you'll need it. The green dragon literally read his fate and gave him the exact tool to save this girl. With this holy authority, he can burn away the demonic contract without actually killing her. He raises the glowing sword. Stop messing around with that girl's body and get out! He swings. The golden arc slices through the water, and the demon realizes that every time she touches the light, her transformation is reversed. She looks down, spotting the giant kraken sinking below them. She realizes that as long as she does not touch the blade directly, she is fine. She dives, landing on the head of the giant sea beast, and drives her spider limb straight into its skull, linking her mind with the monster to turn it into her ultimate shield. The kraken's eyes glow a violent crimson. It roars, completely under her control. Jite sighs. I guess you can link with monsters now. Annoying. The giant beast charges, its jaws wide open. But Jite just floats there, completely unbothered. He summons his SS rank formless sword, activating the second form binding chain form. Massive chains of pure dark energy wrap around the kraken, instantly shredding its tentacles to pieces. The spider demon is left standing on a rapidly dying squid, completely paralyzed in fear. She realizes this black energy is not mana, nor is it a blessing. It is pure, concentrated bloodlust, carved from countless hatreds. She looks up at him as he descends like a god of death. Just what are you? She lets out a quiet, self-deprecating laugh. Crazy monster bastard! The golden light closes in, and a massive pillar of holy energy erupts from the sea, vaporizing the dark clouds above. On the shore, the S-rank hunters are running for their lives, terrified by the world-ending display. Shiraishi watches the light, knowing exactly who is responsible for this madness. The sea is left in a massive, swirling whirlpool. The sky clears, sun shining down on the ocean, and Jite steps onto the rocks, carrying the purified, unconscious Satebiel in his arms. The Eternal Clock is actively gathering the remnants of the malice inside her. For now, the battle is over. His wrist communicator buzzes. Gayul's panicked chibi voice screams through the line, "Mister! Yoriam Uni is stealing your alcohol and drinking it! Come back, GYAAH!" Jite stands on the cliff, holding a sleeping girl, realizing his peaceful domestic life is currently burning down. Subjugation complete. Time to head home. The front door of the mansion opens. Jite steps in, still carrying Satebiel, and the three sisters stare at him in absolute jaw-drop silence. Yoriam is literally holding a half-empty bottle of his premium liquor. Chapter 32. The silence in the room is deafening. Yoriam crosses her arms, looking at him with narrow, highly judgmental eyes. Why don't you explain yourself? She points at the unconscious woman lying on the sofa under his coat. She is barefoot, completely out of it. Yoriam lets out a mischievous smirk. What, are you embarrassed to say she's your girlfriend? Typical male behavior. She tells Gaul she called it. How desperate are you to strip her before you even got home? Gaul is looking at him like he is a certified criminal. Yoriam keeps going, detailing a highly inappropriate timeline of how a girl goes from acquaintance to girlfriend. W-hack. Jite casually drops her with a D-rank knife hand strike. Don't misunderstand, she is just an acquaintance. Bomb looks at the sleeping woman, asking if this is why he went out last night. He nods, explaining she has info he needs. Yoriam sits up on the floor, holding her head, and immediately folds. Oh, if that's the case, I don't really mind. Suddenly, Gaul points her finger like a dramatic phoenix right. Objection! She declares that this mansion is their nest, their sacred sanctuary. Chibi Gaul is standing next to her, holding a tiny sign that says, "That's right!" Gaul argues that they cannot let their peaceful home get ruined by his personal problems. Jite points at Armada sitting in the corner. Gaul yells back, "The cleaning uncle isn't human!" Armada's mental health takes another critical hit. Yoriam thinks about it and agrees. Yeah, the monkey has a point. Gaul asks Bomb for her opinion. Bomb looks down, her face slightly flushed. I feel the same, especially a woman. The vote is in. 1-4, 4 against. The naked lady has to go. Gaul celebrates her tactical legal victory while Gaul claps happily. The girls head up to bed, leaving Jite to deal with the mess. Yoriam asks him what he is going to do now. He looks at Sapiol. He will have to find another place for her. The sun shines brightly on the luxury mansion. And then, the peaceful morning is shattered by a high-pitched scream. Jite and Yoriam run into the hallway. Sapiol has woken up, holding a broken glass bottle as a weapon, screaming wildly about where she is and why her underwear is missing. Yoriam is hiding behind Jite, telling him to do something about the crazy lady. Yoriam tries to calm her down, claiming the old guy didn't do anything weird to her. Sapiol's face goes completely red. Weird things? She swings the bottle wildly, warning them she is a registered superhuman. Yoriam looks at Jite. Should we kill her or not? The system flashes. Target is suffering from abnormal status, mental contamination. Personality and behavior are negatively affected. Jite realizes her exposure to the void malice has left her mentally unstable. She lunges forward, screaming. Jite tells Yoriam to restrain her, but warns her not to kill her. Yoriam blocks the strike, pins her arms behind her back, swipes the broken bottle, and slams her to the floor in a flawless wrestling lock. The impact shakes the chandelier. Yoriam smiles proudly, asking if that is enough restraint. Jite deadpans, "Your clothes." She looks down, realizing her top strap slipped off during the fight. She blushes and covers herself while Sapiol lies passed out on the floor. She complains that it is not her fault. She turns to Armada, who was watching from the back, and yells at him to clean up the broken glass. Armada stands up, surrounded by an ominous purple mist. "I refuse." His eyes glow blue. "Because of your nagging, I forgot. My mission is to protect the green lady, not clean." He points his broom like a spear, demanding Jite return his sword. Yoriam is terrified. "What is wrong with the Roomba?" Jite realizes the truth. Armada was also exposed to the void malice during the previous rift. The mental contamination has spread to him too. Jite gently sets Gyeoul down, steps forward, and blocks Armada's sweeping broom strike. Tap. A single, clean knife hand strike to the neck. Armada drops instantly, his heavy helmet rolling across the floor. Yoriam sits on the sofa, cradling the giant helmet. So basically, both of them are sick because of that bad guy? They cannot take them to a normal hospital like this. They need a secure place where they won't cause a scene. Jite asks if she has any of his alcohol left in her room. She admits she kept a few bottles. He opens a dark purple spatial portal. "Bring a bottle and follow me." They step through the rift. They emerge inside a massive, dark, ancient stone fortress. Underground labyrinth. Yoriam is amazed, calling the hideout freaking awesome. But she notes it looks more like a high-security prison. She asks if he will lock them in a cage too if they don't listen. They walk past heavily reinforced cells. Inside one of the dark cells, a mysterious girl with long red hair and bloody bandages sits, her single eye glowing crimson. Jite looks at the cage, whispering, "Not anymore." He walks past the containment zone, stopping in front of a heavy steel door with a plaque that reads BM. He tells them he needs to ask the owner to lend them a room. Yoriam's dragon senses tingle. "I smell someone incredibly strong inside." Jite opens the door and is instantly greeted by a massive, high-speed fist flying straight for his face. The blow splits the air, but Jite blocks the giant furry chimera fist effortlessly with his forearm. That's quite a rough greeting for a guest. The arm retracts. At the back of the lab, BM is chugging a bottle of juice. He wipes his mouth, smiling coldly. "Guest?" The gray-haired, glasses-wearing slacker looks at him with glowing golden eyes. "I never invited a guest like you." The second returner is officially in the house, and he is not happy. To understand who BM actually is, we have to go back 40 years to a quiet elementary school classroom. A young boy with messy gray hair is casually doodling dragons in his notebook, completely unaware that his life is about to get completely derailed. That afternoon, a massive event called the Great Babylon Disappearance shook the world. Thousands of young children with superhuman potential vanished in an instant, leaving behind only empty desks. 15 years passed without a single trace. And then, out of nowhere, a single battle-hardened man returned to Earth. BM, the legendary returner from the alternate world of Arendot, currently ranked second globally. Back in the present, he is sitting on a table, complaining that Jite casually decapitated his favorite chimera. Jite tells him it was a clean cut and can be reattached easily. He cuts straight to the chase, demanding a private room in the labyrinth for a few months. BM is amused, wondering how an ordinary guy knows so much about his classified base. Jite repeats his terms. He needs the room to treat 2 patients, and he needs it for at least half a year. BM stares at him, cold. 30 days. He says 30 days is his absolute limit for a random squatter. Jite tries to negotiate, mentioning he brought a very rare gift. BM casually holds up 2 fingers. 25 days. He claims there is nothing on earth he could possibly want. He flips Jite off, telling him 30 days was already a massive favor because he cut the chimera's head so cleanly. He tells him to leave if he doesn't like it. So, how does our guy respond to a negotiation block? He casually draws his sword and begins slicing BM's expensive lab equipment and research boards to pieces. BM screams in absolute horror, watching his life's work get turned into kindling. Jite deadpans, telling him to keep counting down the days. BM goes full rage mode, his eyes flashing yellow. He summons Curse of Ahelia, a massive, grotesque demonic hand of pure dark energy. Jite looks at the giant hand, completely unbothered. BM yells, preparing to erase him from existence, bringing the giant hand down right over Jite's head. But as the hand hovers an inch away, it suddenly stops dead in its tracks. BM is paralyzed. He is sweating, realizing his demonic summon won't move. It is not magic or a defensive barrier, it is pure instinctual fear. The demonic blood inside the arm is literally trembling before Jite's presence. BM has a cold sweat flashback to his worst fights in Arendot, realizing this guy is a certified monster. While BM is frozen in place, Jite casually walks over to his shelves and picks up a glowing blue container. BM panics, screaming at him to put it down. Jite looks at the clone baby inside. A humanoid chimera? BM desperately lies, claiming he is just making a clone of himself to help him in his old age. Jite activates his eyes of equilibrium. That's a lie, he says, squeezing the glass until it starts to crack. BM instantly begs him to stop, promising to tell the absolute truth. Jite puts it down, telling him his hobbies are none of his business and demands the room. He wants it for up to a year and he will be visiting frequently. He explains the patients, 1 magic armor, 1 female superhuman, both suffering from mental contamination. He leaves a large glowing golden bottle of alcohol on the desk as his rent. BM looks at the bottle, highly skeptical of some cheap modern drink. He pops the cork, takes a sniff, and his eyes go completely wide. He slowly turns his head, his voice trembling as he asks where on earth Jite found this legendary Arendot liquor. Meanwhile, outside the office door, Yoriam is standing with her arms crossed, ordering Gaewol to move. The little blue dragon looks up, her face completely stubborn. No, Yoriam fumes, demanding she let her peek inside. Gaewol spreads her arms, blocking the doorway like a tiny adorable wall. Yoriam is losing her mind, realizing she cannot do anything to a tiny toddler. She tries to bring up her street cred, reminding Gaewol of how she easily pinned Gaewol to the floor earlier. She claims there is a high-stakes, world-ending battle happening inside. She imagines Jite and BM trading massive, devastating blows under brutal Yaksha rules, blood and thunder flying everywhere. Gaewol looks at her, deadpan, not interested. Yoriam collapses to the floor in pure defeat, muttering that everyone in her family except her is incredibly weird. Suddenly, a light bulb flashes above her head. She crawls over, calling her lovely Gaewol. She points out that Gaewol has been sad because Jite hasn't been playing with her lately. She promises that if Gaewol lets her in, she will personally convince him to take Gaewol out. She describes a perfect winter date, riding sleds in the snow like Santa and eating hot ramen together. Gaewol's eyes instantly turn into sparkling stars. She smiles, completely sold on the idea, and Yoriam celebrates her absolute tactical victory, preparing to slide inside. Dupchak. The door suddenly swings open, hitting Yoriam square in the face. Jite steps out, looking down at her. He asks why she is lying on the floor and if she thought they were fighting. Yoriam groans, rubbing her nose, relieved that they settled it peacefully. Jite tells her she can fight him if she is that disappointed. BM steps out behind him, adjusting his glasses. He looks at the little lady and smiles, asking if she wants a real match because he won't go easy on her. Yoriam sits up, her narrow red eyes flashing with excitement. A massive, fanged smile spreads across her face. Damn, I like that. Chapter 34. Inside the office, BM is chugging the golden Arendot liquor, drops of the legendary brew spilling down his chin. He is in absolute heaven, savoring a taste he hasn't felt since he was trapped in that alternate world. He confirms it is genuine Arendot fermented liquor. Arendot, the advanced magical dimension where he spent 15 brutal years of his life. He asks Jite where he found a bottle that doesn't even exist on Earth. He is so happy he tells Jite he can use the room for 10 years if he wants. Jite listens to the girls arguing outside and asks BM for a small favor. He wants BM to look after Yoriam for a bit. BM adjusts his glasses, looking at the eager dragon. Yoriam is practically vibrating with excitement, sparkles surrounding her face. Jite leaves her with BM, carrying Geowul toward the inner containment rooms. BM watches them go, asking if they are children from the same dragon clan. Geowul peeks over Jite's shoulder and quickly hides her face in his neck, shy. BM smiles, finding her adorable, and turns to the red dragon. Yoriam has starry eyes, mentioning she watched a video about him on YouTube and is thrilled to meet the real rank 2. BM asks if he is more handsome in person, to which she flatly replies he looks like a game-addicted bum. She gets straight to the point, asking if he is stronger than Javier. BM smiles, recalling the rumor that Javier was blinded by a demon. He tells her that there are only 5 humans on Earth stronger than Javier, and he is stronger than all 5 of them combined. A wild, fanged grin spreads across her face. Damn, that is so cool. BM presses a button on the wall panel, opening the heavy blast doors to a giant reinforced training chamber. He enters, telling her he'd rather not have his research materials broken. The moment the doors close, Yoriam launches a high-speed strike. BM blocks her fist with his arm, smiling as she laughs, thrilled to finally get a real fight. BM's eyes glow gold. "You are a fiery young lady." His arm transforms into a giant clawed beast limb, meeting her descending sword in a massive clash of power. Meanwhile, the blast doors to the inner labyrinth slide open and Jite steps inside carrying baby Geowul. He reaches into his shadow pocket and places the unconscious Armada and Sapiul into the containment chamber. He tells them to rest here until their mental contamination is purified. He looks up and Geowul's eyes widen as she spots a massive, glowing green crystal floating in the center of the room. The Crystal of Paradise. A legendary Magitech relic from an advanced magical dimension. Its light forces any living being to experience artificial happiness and satisfaction. Jite remembers a past regression where he locked a ferocious red dragon under this exact crystal. She was driven to absolute madness, crying and begging him to kill her to end the artificial bliss. It was a horrific failed experiment that he will never repeat. He looks down and sees Geowul staring at the crystal, drool dripping from her mouth, completely dazed. He snaps his fingers to wake her up, telling her they are heading back. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Geowul is stretching her long legs. Night has fallen over the luxury high-rise. Bomb is sitting on the sofa, reading a storybook with Geowul on her lap, commenting on how quiet the house is. Geowul staggers in, stretching, noting that the mansion feels incredibly empty without the cleaning uncle running around in his pink apron. Yoriam stumbles down the stairs, covered in bandages and bruises from head to toe. She fumes, threatening to send Gaul to join Armada if she doesn't shut up. Bomb looks at Jite, shocked, asking what happened to her sister. Jite deadpans that she got thoroughly beaten by BM. Geowul looks at the mummified dragon, puffing her cheeks in an adorable pout. Inside her room, Yoriam is staring at her ceiling, a sign on her door warning people to knock or she will cry. She lets out a deep sigh. She knew she would lose, but she did not expect to be so completely helpless against Earth's second strongest. She realizes the world is massive, and she is still just a nobody. Her dragon pride has been completely shattered. Suddenly, Geowul is standing right next to her bed. Yoriam leaps in terror, screaming that she scared her half to death. She yells at the toddler for not reading the sign on the door. Geowul looks at her, completely serious. She reminds Yoriam of the promise she made. Sleds? Ramen? You said you would persuade him. She is holding her older sister to her word about the winter date with Jite. Yoriam groans, telling her she was obviously joking and is in too bad of a mood to deal with this. She lies back down, telling her to go away. She tells her to turn off the lights on her way out. Geowul clutches the edge of the blanket, her giant blue eyes instantly filling with tears, doing the ultimate heartbreaking guilt trip face. Yoriam looks at her and instantly loses. She groans in complete defeat. We cut to Jitae's office, where our guy is working at his desk. The door opens, and Yoriam walks in with a very determined Gyeoul standing in front. The little blue dragon looks up at him, her heart pounding with anticipation. Mister, do you have time tomorrow? Meanwhile, back in the highly secure underground facility, a high-tier chimera is currently playing the role of full-time janitor. BM sits at his desk, staring down at the legendary Arendot liquor our guy traded him like it is the Holy Grail. He cannot get this mysterious man out of his head. Overwhelming physical power, SSS-class liquor, and an intimate knowledge of chimera biology, it does not add up for a standard modern hunter. The puzzle pieces start falling into place. Those deep, dead dark circles under Jitae's eyes are too familiar. Suddenly, his monstrous janitor taps his shoulder and hands him a clue. A single, high-density strand of black hair left behind from their brief tussle. BM smiles like a mad scientist who just found his next project. His lab is half destroyed anyway, so he has plenty of time for some DNA testing. Back at the mansion, baby Gyeoul gathers every ounce of her courage. She looks up at our towering, tired regressor and asks if he is free tomorrow. She is shaking, completely terrified of rejection. But before she can finish, she panics and uses Yoriam as a human shield. Jitae sighs. If Yoriam has something to say, she should say it herself instead of using the toddler. Yoriam, ever the instigator, slides in with a massive smug energy. While Gyeoul is internally crying from pure stress, Yoriam looks up with a mischievous, fanged grin. If you are free, how about going on a date with me? Just the two of us. Gyeoul's brain completely short-circuits. This is betrayal on a celestial scale. Fortunately, Jitae sees right through the bait and tells Yoriam to forget it and go on a date with the blue toddler instead. Gyeoul's mood instantly does a 180, but Yoriam leaves them with a lingering, serious warning to meet her in private later. There is a sudden weight in her voice. But that is a problem for tomorrow. Right now, Jitae looks down at his youngest. What do you want to do tomorrow? With absolute sparkling determination, she points her tiny fingers, sledding, the next morning. We are not going to some cheap local park. Our guy teleports them straight to the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas. Because when a dragon asks to go sledding, you do it at Mach 5 down a literal mountain. Gyeoul is having the absolute time of her life, screaming with pure, unadulterated joy. They are launching off snowdrifts, catching serious airtime, and sailing over deep mountain valleys. This is the face of a kid who has officially forgotten all her worries. They land with a heavy thud, spraying snow everywhere. Jitae kneels down, asking if she was scared. She giggles, admitting her tiny legs are shaking so hard she can barely stand. Before she can crawl back up the hill, Jitae scoops her up and places her safely on his shoulders. Naturally, Gyeoul immediately covers his eyes with her thick mittens. When he complains he can't see, she slides them down to block his nose. Then, his mouth. Classic toddler humor, even if she can level a city block if she gets too emotional. As night falls, they retreat to a cozy wooden cabin in the mountains. The stove is hot, and a single pot is completely licked clean. Gyeoul lies flat on her back, completely defeated by her own stomach. She just destroyed 20 entire packs of ramen by herself. Dragon biology is truly built different. She rolls over, staring intensely at Jitae's feet. She crawls over and starts aggressively trying to pull off his socks. Jitae stops her, telling her they are dirty. Gyeoul pouts, looking like she just lost her favorite toy. Then what about hair? She asks. She looks up with those massive watering eyes, admitting she lost the previous one he gave her. A dragon's anchor to their human form requires a physical piece of their guardian. Our guy does not hesitate. He plucks a single black strand from his head and places it gently into her tiny palms. He pats her head, delivering a quiet, heavy promise. From now on, if you want to play, tell me directly. Even if I'm busy, I have time for you. For a regressor who has spent 6 lifetimes watching the world burn, this quiet warmth is his actual sanctuary. She nods happily as the fireplace crackles in the background. Soon, Gyeoul is fast asleep, cuddling her favorite blue teddy bear. But as she sleeps, a strange glowing light begins to emanate from her body. Jitae looks over, realizing the significance of the date, exactly 80 days since her birth. It is the day of the Blue Dragon's revelation. Most dragon clans have innate biological callings. The green dragons are natural artists and creators. The gold dragons act as grand guardian deities, adored by civilizations. The red dragons live for the chaotic thrill of combat and war. But the blue dragon clan has no defined path. Exactly 80 days after birth, they receive a direct ancestral task from a predecessor lord. This task becomes their absolute lifelong purpose. Geo-ul opens her eyes in a vast, deep ocean of consciousness, meeting a colossal, ancient blue dragon. The massive beast speaks, his voice echoing through her soul, "My daughter." Hashtag chapter 36. Floating in the endless blue depths, Geo-ul listens to a voice she has never heard before, yet it feels incredibly warm and familiar. She looks up in awe at the massive, swirling form of her ancestor. "Grandfather?" The ancient dragon smiles gently, acknowledging her pure soul. "Just as you know me, I know you." He notes that she is living an incredibly happy life, and she eagerly agrees. He points out that her happiness is because someone is quietly bearing the burden to protect her. He asks if she wishes for his happiness too. "Yes, I do," she whispers. The giant dragon's gaze grows solemn as a vision flashes before them. Soon, a long night will come. It will be very dark and frightening. Someone will surely fall. They might never be able to stand again. When that time comes, you must protect what is precious with your own hands. Geo-ul clutches her hands to her chest. "But I don't have any power." A shimmering, human-like hand of pure blue light touches her chest. "That is not important. What matters is your heart." The ancestor manifests as a sleek, blue-haired gentleman in a pristine white suit. "If your firm resolve overcomes the darkness, both you and what is precious will smile. Make sure you protect it, my little daughter." The ancient realm begins to dissolve, swirling away into the deep blue currents. Geo-ul's tiny hand clenches into a tight, determined fist. "Yes, I'll protect it." Cut to the next morning. Geo-ul has taken her new mission hilariously seriously. She is currently rocking a full black Secret Service suit, sunglasses, and a plastic water gun. Nest defense mode is officially active. Later, in a quiet cafe in the city, Jite meets with his primary intelligence operative. His shadow clone, disguised as a green-haired woman, apologizes for her passive response regarding the Prototype X incident. Our guy tells her it's fine. More importantly, "Did you find out anything more from invisibility?" She leans forward. "By any chance, do you remember Malazia's ball?" Jite's eyes narrow. It is a legendary, massive S+ rank segmented dungeon, a worst-case scenario location where even top-ranked global players routinely lose their lives. She reveals that Lair Academy has decided to host their massive year-end event inside this very dungeon. The Demon Syndicate Invisibility plans to hijack the event, corrupting 100 elite academy students into demons and securing Weiyan's promotion to a seat. Jite is stunned. This is a massive deviation. This play never happened in any of his previous 6 regressions. She slides over a crumpled piece of parchment. "And because of the Prototype X issue, they have placed a massive bounty on you, calling you X. The bounty is 15 top-grade mana stones, a massive fortune even for high-tier demons." Jite remains completely unbothered. They don't know his face anyway. He orders her to wrap up the Russian side and monitor Weiyan directly. "Understood, my lord," she replies. But then she looks past his shoulder, her brow twitching. "Why is Miss Geo-ul looking at me like that?" Behind them, Geo-ul is sitting on the bench, aggressively sucking on a juice box, glaring at the clone like she is a homewrecker. "Suspicious woman! She looks dangerous!" Geo-ul's bodyguard instincts are off the charts. Suddenly, Jite's smartwatch buzzes. An official notice from Lair Academy's Academic Affairs Office. A mandatory notice for guardian counseling. Back at the mansion, the girls are gathered on the couch, looking incredibly confused. Jite explains the official academy directive. From now on, he will be conducting individual counseling sessions to check on their adaptation. Geo-ul, still in her business suit, demands to go first, but Yoriam immediately dismisses her. "This is adults' time, kid. Stay out." Before anyone can protest, Yoriam wraps her arms tightly around Jite's, leaning in with a highly provocative fanged smirk. "Will you counsel me first, Appa?" The room's temperature instantly drops to absolute zero. Bomb is smiling, but her aura is pure murder, while Gaul stops mid-chew, utterly disgusted by the absolute audacity. In Jite's private office, Yoriam sits on the edge of the bed. Our guy sits in his chair, clipboard in hand. "Do you have some kind of concern?" Yoriam looks down, her usual arrogant bravado completely gone. "I do. I feel like I'm really weak." Jite asks if it is because of her crushing defeat against BM. She snaps, her fangs baring, claiming it's not just about that old man. She reveals she recently sparred with some elite senior academy students. She won, but she had to resort to using her dragon heart's raw mana. Her human form's physical strength wasn't enough, forcing her to cheat to maintain her pride. She felt pathetic, realizing how vast the gap is between her current form and actual top-tier humans. Jite is quiet for a long moment, looking at the proud red dragon currently slumped in frustration. He tells her honestly, "You are strong. You'll keep getting stronger, because the blood in your body isn't normal. Just by living, you gain the right to rule. That is your natural order. But if you try to force it, trying to skip 100 years of natural growth in 10 years, you go against that order, and you will have to pay a terrible price. Even so, do you still want to get stronger?" Yoriam looks up, her eyes burning with an intense, raw crimson fire. "Yes, right now is what matters to me." Jite stares at her determination, then calmly writes something on his clipboard. "All right, when vacation comes, let's try it together. Becoming stronger, I'll teach you." Yoriam's eyes widen. She is completely frozen in shock. Then her classic tsundere defense mechanism activates at maximum power. "I said I wanted to get stronger! I never asked you to teach me anything." She storms out, her face bright red. Jite just sighs and writes, "You, Yoriam, still ill-mannered as usual. Tell the next person to come in." Next up is Gayul, looking incredibly nervous. She claims she is doing perfectly fine, making tons of friends at school, and doesn't need a single thing. But as Jite prepares to call Bomb, she raises her hand in a panic. "Wait! Can I go on a dispatch?" She explains that the academy frequently sends students to various military bases for support and volunteer work. "I want to volunteer and meet new people." She has a brief, sparkling mental visualization of herself performing on a grand stage for thousands of cheering soldiers, a lingering, sweet echo of her past life idle dreams. Jite looks at her hyperactive, hopeful face and nods slowly. "I'll think about it. When the plan is clearer, we can talk." Gaul squeals happily. Jite notes on his clipboard, "You Gaul, doing well, but needs to be watched closely." He sits alone in the quiet office. The door opens and Yubom steps in, a soft, serene smile on her face. Jite asks how she has been lately. She claims she is just attending classes, playing with her sisters, and taking care of Geo-ul. He asks if she feels any creative urge, perhaps to draw or write a novel, since that is her clan's nature. Bomb chuckles, noting that not all green dragons are creative. She leans forward, her emerald eyes locking onto his. "What about you, mister? How have you been lately?" "Just living," he replies flatly. Bomb's smile grows incredibly soft, a playful yet deeply intense light in her eyes as she reaches out, taking his clipboard. She crouches down right in front of his chair, looking up at him with a look that could melt glaciers. "Isn't there anything you lack? For example, love? Maybe?" We pick up right on the office floor. Bomb has officially thrown the concept of personal space out the window. Jite is staring at her like a man trying to calculate the trajectory of a rogue asteroid. She is sitting directly on his lap, making zero attempts to hide her intentions. He tells her she is heavy and his knees hurt. Classic senior citizen excuse. Bomb just pouts. She likes being this close. Jite claims it is too close. She disagrees. In fact, she thinks they should get even closer. Every time she leans in, our guy flinches back like a cat being introduced to water. The office chair decides it has had enough of this high-tier flirting and tips over. The structural integrity of his dignity has officially hit zero. She asks if she makes him uncomfortable or if he is finally starting to see her as a woman. For a brief second, the tension is real, but the proximity triggers a dark, horrific memory of Hasegawa, the demon who ruined his second regression. The door flies open. Geo-ul is standing there looking like she just caught them committing tax fraud. She asks what they are doing. Bomb panics, slams her hand over Jite's mouth, and claims she was just playing a hilarious prank. She tries to bribe the toddler with a storybook, but Geo-ul is not having it. She puffs her chest out, demanding her own session. Bomb realizes she is officially cock-blocked by a 3-year-old and backs off. She leaves to make dinner, leaving Geo-ul to her highly serious toddler counseling. But as Bomb closes the door, her face drops. She knows exactly where Jite's mind went when they fell. She saw the flash of Hasegawa in his memory. Meanwhile, the news is blowing up. Lair Academy's year-end S+ rank rate is officially set for Malash's ball. Wei-Yeon holds a press conference looking like a highly respectable war hero, but behind the scenes, the top guilds and families are scrambling for a slot. And in the back of the room, the demon syndicate Invisibility is smiling. In a private office, Guak Panwi is panicking. His arm is shattered and wrapped in a heavy cast, Wei Yan's idea of a performance review. His assistant, Hashimoto, is comforting him. Panwi is raging, blaming that bastard for ruining their initial plans. He claims once the raid is over, his position will recover and Wei Yan will take a seat in the High Council. Hashimoto plays her part perfectly, leaning in and asking if Melissa's ball is prepared. Panwi slips up, mentioning 3 elders are coming. She pulls out the ultimate charm technique, coaxing him to leak the confidential roster. The man is completely cooked, down bad, and ready to fold. He tells her to keep it quiet, revealing that 2 collapse-class demons and 1 calamity-class demon are attending. He drops the first name, Hasegawa. His phone rings and he runs out of the room like a happy puppy. The moment the door closes, Hashimoto's cute expression completely vanishes. Her eyes glow blue. It's Jitei's shadow clone. My lord, I have obtained information. Back at the mansion, Gaul is teaching Gaoul about chickens, specifically how they are fried and delicious. Jitei tells them he is heading out for a bit. He steps out of his room wearing an S-rank customized black trench suit and leather gloves. Gaul asks if he is going to a wedding because he looks so cool. I'm going to a funeral, he replies. The girls are left confused, but Jitei's mind is a dark, raging storm. He walks through the plaza, the sunset reflecting off his dark coat. He remembers Satebuel, bloody, eye missing, bound in red puppet strings. He remembers his own screams as he was forced to execute her, and he remembers Hasegawa's sickening, wide-toothed grin as he watched. Our guy's expression is completely dead. This is not a mission. This is a slaughter. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice calling him. Bomb is standing in the middle of the park, wearing a stunning black dress and a white blazer. She is waving her purse, completely disregarding the crowd of staring cadets. Jitei asks what on earth she is wearing. She says she matched his dress code and asks if it suits her. He tells her to go back home immediately. Bomb laughs, mimicking him perfectly. That's what you'll say, right? She acts out a dramatic performance of her being left alone, mimicking his cold, serious face. She knows he is going to face Hasegawa and she refuses to let him carry the trauma alone. Jitei warns her, from now on, someone will die by my hands. I will kill many people. The process will be cruel and the result will be ugly. I don't want you to see that. Bomb looks him dead in the eye. Do you know what it means to live as a green dragon? It means seeing the natural order of fate and being unable to do anything about it. She describes her vision from yesterday, a tragic domestic murder she couldn't stop. She touches his arm. But you are within my reach. I want to help you. She wants to be his shield, just like when they saved Satebuel. Jitei sighs. He cannot defeat her stubbornness. If you get in the way even a little, I'll send you back home immediately. Bomb beams. Kyoto, Japan. In a high-rise luxury penthouse, a demon servant presents a black fedora on a silver platter. A wrinkled, gloved hand reaches for it. Hasegawa places the hat on his head, his red eyes flashing under the brim. Let's have some fun! Hashtag Chapter 38, Kyoto, Japan. A towering, glowing skyscraper hosting the city's most elite social gathering. The ballroom is filled with high society wealth and classical music. The elevator doors slide open, and our power couple steps out. Wealthy couples are dancing, politicians are making business deals, completely unaware that the most dangerous predator on the planet just walked in. Bomb comments that it looks more like a high-end party than a demon den. She saw it through her providence, but seeing it in person is still fascinating. Jitei tells her to keep her guard down. This is enemy territory. A wealthy blonde lady immediately targets Jitei, asking which prestigious family he belongs to. Our guy drops a fake name, the Konosuke family. The lady swoons, calling him handsome, while a male guest tries to hit on Bomb in the background. She invites Jitei to dance. He politely declines, claiming he does not know how. I can lead, she says, reaching for his arm. Bomb's hand slams down, physically swatting the lady's hand away with zero hesitation. Jitei's expression remains completely dead. Bomb slides in, pressing her S-class physical assets directly against his chest, smiling sweet venom. This gentleman has already agreed to dance with me. The wealthy lady looks down at the massive structural difference between them and experiences critical psychological damage. She stomps away in absolute fury. Homewrecker alert successfully neutralized. Bomb looks up at Jitei, reminding him of their social etiquette class. Are we actually going to dance? She argues that they need to blend in to avoid raising suspicion. She lifts her dress in a graceful bow. For the mission, Jite sighs and takes her hand. The crowd immediately starts whispering, wondering who this stunning new couple is. The ladies are swooning over Jite, while the men are staring at Bomb. As they glide across the floor, Bomb notes his dancing has significantly improved. Jite tells her to stop playing around and asks if she has figured anything out. She confirms the guests aren't demons or brainwashed, but they are under a subtle influence. She asks what his target looks like. He plays music and pretends to be an artist. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them. Hasegawa steps forward, tipping his fedora. "I am the host of this gathering, Hasegawa." He shakes Jite's hand, welcoming the second son of the Konosuke family. Bomb doesn't miss a beat, introducing herself as his secretary, Haru. She compliments his beautiful performances, playing the perfect doting assistant. Hasegawa smiles, claiming his music is merely humble. He laughs, telling them they make a truly lovely couple. Bomb continues to tease Jite, telling him not to make such a stiff expression or he will blow their cover. Jite ignores her, asking when the performance begins. Hasegawa smiles, stating he is about to start. As the old demon walks to the stage, Bomb asks if he plans to kill him today. Jite explains it is not that simple. Hasegawa is an immortal. If killed, his soul reconstructs. "How long?" Bomb asks. 10 years. He admits if she hadn't come, he would have vaporized the entire building, but 10 years of peace is more than enough. Bomb looks down, processing his words, her expression turning cold. The announcer introduces the first piece, lists La Campanella. Bomb looks up, her eyes narrowing. "I'll find a way to kill him for sure today." Hasegawa sits at the grand piano, his fingers hovering over the keys. His eyes glow a dark corruptive red. As his fingers strike the keys, a wave of dark abyssal mana ripples through the room. The music is a literal mental contamination attack. In the restroom hallway, Bomb is leaning against the sink, breathing heavily. Jite stands by the door, asking if she is okay. She admits the demonic music is incredibly nauseous and repulsive. Our guy looks at her, his voice softening. "It's not too late, go back." He tells her this dirty, corrupt place does not suit a young kid like her. Hasegawa's piano is designed to drag everyone's minds into a dark abyss, and Jite refuses to let her soul be stained by it. Bomb looks up at him through her hair, her eyes incredibly clear. "If I didn't come, you would be alone forever, mister." Jite is completely silenced. She straightens up, a confident, fang smile returning to her face. "I wasn't just shivering in fear either. Tomorrow will be his final performance." She has a plan. The next day, Hasegawa takes the stage for his final piece, Eve. The elite crowd is crying, laughing, completely brainwashed by the demonic frequency. Jite stands at the back, holding a wine glass. "Brace yourself. The sight you are about to see will be more gruesome than you can imagine." Jite drops his glass. It shatters across the marble floor. The sound splits the music. The entire crowd of brainwashed elites snaps their heads back. Their eyes are glowing a terrifying hollow green. Hasegawa's face twists into a monstrous red-eyed snarl. "Who dares interrupt my performance?" /streaming_chunk. Analyzing the puppet crowd. The crowd's faces twist into horrific, hollow grins as they charge. This is not a social gathering, it is a horror movie casting call. Bomb stays calm, instantly picking up on their weird life signatures. They aren't actually alive. She explains that this entire elite audience is made of dead bodies. Jite asks how she can tell. "I'm a dragon," she replies. The moment she brushed hands with that wealthy lady earlier, her green mana did a quick scan. There was a pulse, but it was highly localized. And once the music started, she realized the truth. Only their ears were biologically alive. Our guy's eyes go dark. This demon has a sick hobby of collecting human ears. He sews them onto corpses, building a twisted audience that can only hear his music. Because Jite killed him much faster in previous lifetimes, even he didn't know about this sick setup. This is the key to Hasegawa's immortality. High-tier demons require a specific trigger to activate their contracts. If they cannot fulfill that purpose, they are forced to shed, revealing their true form. So, they need to force him to show his cards first. Back in their planning session, they prepared for this, and now they are ready to execute. /streaming_chunk. Unleashing the law of mortality, the music stops. as Hasegawa sneers. He rages, his red eyes bulging as he demands to know why they interrupted his sacred performance. He orders his stitched-together corpses to tear their ears off. Jite looks at Bomb, asking if she finally understands how dangerous his world is. She nods quietly. But she doesn't back down. She wants to know more about his burdens. As the horde of puppets sprints toward them, she stands her ground. I will fight too. She closes her eyes, channeling her deep green draconic mana. A massive, glowing green runic circle manifests beneath her feet. It is the ultimate authority, dragon speech. Her voice echoes with absolute crushing power. Those who are rotten and decayed, stay here and follow the natural order. It is the law of mortality, rendering the dead completely helpless. She commands the puppets to freeze, leaving Hasegawa to Jite. Jite moves like a shadow, his dark blade instantly slicing through the air. He drops from the ceiling, landing right in front of the old demon. Hasegawa grunts, struggling against the heavy green runes binding his limbs. But he screams, unleashing a massive wave of dark crimson pressure. The backlash hits Bomb, a small line of blood trickling down her temple. Jite glances back. No matter how powerful she is, a young dragon is still vulnerable. Before he can step back, two massive puppets leap at him. His blade flashes, effortlessly slicing them in half. But Hasegawa's grin is growing wider. He raises his hand, red puppet strings shooting from his fingers. He screams that his music will forever be heard in absolute silence. /streaming_chunk, decapitating the immortal maestro, /. The red strings connect to his puppets. His demonic energy surges. This is his shedding. Bomb falls to her knees, gasping for air. She admits the demonic energy is too dense to maintain her dragon speech. Jite steps in front of her. That's enough. You did your job. He draws his black sword, the dark mana swirling like a vortex. Now, leave it to me. Hasegawa lunges with a psychotic snarl. The impact shatters the floor, sending a massive shockwave of dust. Bomb screams in worry. Through the smoke, Hasegawa laughs maniacally, mocking Jite for acting tough only to get crushed. He rants about the sanctity of his performance. He claims in ancient Egypt, people who didn't listen had their ears cut off. A gloved hand suddenly reaches through the smoke, grabbing a puppet's head. Jite steps out, entirely unscathed. You also know your performance sucks, don't you? Hasegawa's face goes completely red. He unleashes a deafening demonic scream. Jite doesn't let him finish. A single, high-speed horizontal slash splits the air. The impact is so powerful, it cleanly cleaves the entire top half of the skyscraper. Urban planning via S-rank sword, the top of the building is just gone. Hasegawa's decapitated head spins through the air. It slams onto the carpet, and our guy walks over, pointing his sword at it. /streaming_chunk, entering the green dragon's soul space, Hasegawa's head rolls across the floor. Your little game ends here, Jite says. The headless body collapses heavily to its knees. The head bounce stops near the edge of the stage. Jite steps on it, pinning the demon to the carpet with his boot. He looks down like a giant looking at an insect. Bomb stands back, amazed by his absolute efficiency. She looks up in surprise as Jite warns her that an immortal demon won't die from simple decapitation. The severed head chuckles, blood bubbling. You speak as if you know me well. The demon processes the sheer physical power, realizing only one person fits this description. You are X. He laughs, asking if his goal is world peace. Jite just presses down harder. A dying man sure talks a lot. He points out that all of Hasegawa's puppets are destroyed, which is fatal for his contract. He even names the High Lord of the Abyss, Amarvarka. Hasegawa is visibly shaken. Jite stares at him coldly. The headless body suddenly stands back up. Hasegawa sneers that he can just make a new audience. He unleashes a mass of thick red threads from his severed neck. The threads shoot upward in a massive chaotic wave. They swarm the ceiling, instantly wrapping around Bomb and dragging her into the air. Hasegawa's head laughs, admitting Jite is too strong for his threads. But that girl is weak. He boasts that no matter how strong Jite is, his human heart still has one critical weakness, and that is love. If you touch me, she dies. Choose. Kill your beloved or be killed by her. He tries to force the exact same psychological trap that broke Jite in his second regression. Bomb is forced to raise her hand, a sharp shard of glass held in her hand, completely controlled. Jite doesn't panic. He looks at the demon, his voice incredibly calm. Your bad taste is the same as ever. Good to see it hasn't changed. Hasegawa is confused, his eyes widening. Suddenly, a brilliant green light flashes from Bomb's eyes. The entire ballroom dissolves into a vast, swirling galaxy of stars. Hasegawa's soul is violently pulled into a different dimension. Bomb stands before him in the starlight. It's not an illusion. You've entered my inner world. She used his own puppet threads as a bridge to drag his consciousness into her soul. The demon panics, realizing she isn't human. Bright green, high-density magical ropes wrap around his body. If the source of your power is the Lord of the Abyss, then mine is the Green Dragon. Hasegawa gasps, realizing he is looking at a literal living myth, a transcendent being of natural order. She binds his limbs with green mana ropes, crushing his abyssal force. And then, she leans in with a beautiful, mischievous smirk. And there's one thing you got wrong. Earlier, you called us lovers, right? Sorry, but we're not in a relationship for now. /streaming_chunk, breaking the performance contract, /back in the physical world, Hasegawa's head gasps, his consciousness slamming back. He looks around, completely disoriented. They are no longer in the Kyoto skyscraper. Jite has teletransported them to a ruined Gothic cathedral. He notes that Hasegawa slaughtered many humans here in the past. He recalls the horrific memories of people tearing each other apart and Saipiel crying as his sword came down. Jite's eyes are completely hollow. Hasegawa laughs, claiming his soul was offered to a demon, and as long as his audience lives, he can't die. His music is carved into the hearts of everyone who heard it. Because you who heard my performance are alive, I will never die! Jite steps forward, grabbing him by the hair. If I wanted to kill you, I should have acted before hearing your performance. But I won't risk my life just for you. So, I'll try another method. He unleashes a high-speed dark mana slash. Hasegawa's arms are cleanly sliced off his body. Jite places his boot on his hand. If a performer who made a contract with a demon can no longer perform, the contract breaks. Perform, right now. Hasegawa screams that his arms will regenerate instantly because he is a collapse-class demon, but his stumps are bubbling with green light. Nothing is happening. He realizes in horror that Bomb's green dragon mana is actively interfering with his regeneration. The spell she placed on his soul in the inner world is blocking his healing. Desperate, the headless body slams its bloody chest onto the piano keys, trying to play. He screams to his lord Amarvarka to listen to his final performance. He begs for his soul's salvation, but his body violently shatters, dissolving into a pile of black dust on the floor. /streaming_chunk, returning to the sanctuary. Jite looks at his gloved hand, the ancient weight of Saipiel's tragedy finally lifting. The silence in the cathedral is absolute. Bomb walks over, asking what happened. Jite doesn't answer immediately. He reaches out, his gloved hand gently brushing her mint hair aside. He pinches her cheek, pulling it slightly. Don't do something that dangerous again. Bomb pouts, her face red. If we didn't do it this way, we wouldn't have been able to kill him. Our guy doesn't say anything. He gently wraps his black coat over her shoulders. Good work. He places his hand on her head, patting her hair. Let's go home. Bomb looks up at him, her eyes sparkling, a beautiful, genuine smile breaking. Yeah. Let's go back to our home. We start the day back at the Lair Academy mansion where the morning sun is hitting the windows and U-Bomb is currently sitting on the living room rug, happily humming while scribbling away in a notebook. Say hello to the Mr. Observation Diary. Yes, our eldest green dragon is literally writing a fanfic diary about our guy. She notes how insanely strong he is, how he's probably been lonely for a very long time, and how he occasionally gets this deep, dark look in his eyes like he's carrying a mountain of tragic backstories. She even dedicated a page to how good he looks in a three-piece suit, because let's be honest, her taste is immaculate. But then her mind drifts back to that quiet dance they shared in Kyoto after vaporizing a demon lord, and she goes into full, blushing, brain-rotted chibi mode, wondering if he liked her bold evening dress. Naturally, because this is a comedy manhwa, our guy sneaks up right behind her like a literal ghost. What are you grinning like a lunatic for? Bomb's soul practically leaves her body. She slams the book shut, screaming that it's absolutely nothing. Jite is not buying it. He stares at her hands. Then why does it say Mr. Observation Diary on the cover? She starts sweating buckets, stammering some excuse about filling in a little star every time they get closer. Jite just deadpans, tells her to finish up, and walks away. She clutches her chest, breathing a massive sigh of relief that she didn't just get evicted for creepiness. But then, she stops. something is different. In previous loops, or even when they first met in this one, Jite wouldn't have cared if she was writing a manifest. He would have ignored her completely. But today, he actually approached her first. He asked what she was doing. She smiles, chewing her pencil, wondering if she's finally cracking that icy, 6 regression hardened exterior. Before she can get too sentimental, toddler Gyeoul materializes out of the shadow realm, holding the diary, and Gyeoul delivers the most savage, cold-blooded sibling burn in recorded history. Your drawing is worse than mine. Absolutely destroyed. No recovery. But Gyeoul didn't just come to drop disses. She proudly holds up a laminated card. I stole Mr. Civil Servant ID. Bomb immediately switches to responsible big sister mode, telling her stealing is bad and taking the card away. But as she looks down at the plastic, she notices the birth date printed on the bottom and her eyes go wide. Meanwhile, we cut to the towering glass skyscrapers of the International Superhuman Association headquarters. The news is currently blowing up over the massive explosion at the Kyoto Hotel, the one where Jite casually deleted Hasegawa. The authorities are combing through the rubble, completely baffled, suspecting a high-ranked superhuman went rogue. Inside the executive office, a remote clicks the TV off. Meet Jefferson Antonio, a senior aide who is currently having a massive political panic attack. He is screaming at the woman standing across from him, demanding to know how a catastrophe of this scale happened right under their noses. The woman is Minamoto Ai, Global Rank 13, also known as the Royal Sword. She's the elite prosecutor of the Japanese Royal Special Task Department, and she is already completely over this meeting. Jefferson is slamming the desk, shouting that they have 0 leads on the perpetrator or the casualties. Minamoto just stares at him with the blankest, most unimpressed face you've ever seen. Internal monologue, this guy is so incredibly loud, someone please mute him. Jefferson snaps at her, telling her the higher-ups are losing their minds and she needs to investigate this immediately. She calmly tells him she'll get right on it just so she can escape the room. But as she turns to leave, Jefferson stops her. Wait, yesterday, my office received an anonymous tip. He holds up a paper mentioning the upcoming year-end Lair Academy event at the dungeon, Malashia's Ball. He drops the bomb. The tip says a Calamity class and a Disaster class demon are secretly hiding within the association, and they plan to reveal themselves during the event. Minamoto's boredom instantly vanishes. Her hand drops to her katana. Can you take responsibility for those words? Jefferson explains that the informant was skilled enough to bypass all their security and leave the paper directly on his desk. He admits that when he first read it, he thought it was a trash-tier fantasy novel, but after cross-checking, every single detail aligned perfectly. He points out that Malashia's Ball is located in Japanese territorial waters, and they've already detected a suspicious demon unit moving in from the Balkan Peninsula. He wants Minamoto's covert royal unit to intercept the demons on the outside, while the association's airborne special forces handle the rats hiding inside the academy. He stresses that this entire operation must remain absolutely top secret. A few minutes later, we're out on the bustling streets of Tokyo, and Minamoto is riding in the back of her sedan, thoroughly pissed. She knows they're just being used as cleanup crew because the association messed up, but her analytical brain is already piecing the puzzle together. This anonymous tip, it can't be a coincidence. It's directly tied to Hasegawa's sudden disappearance in Kyoto. If a single individual managed to systematically hunt down and execute a Calamity-class demon while completely ghosting the Global Alliance's radar, then whoever they are, their combat level is off the charts. Her driver asks if they should start mobilizing their covert mobile unit. Minamoto rests her hand on her sword sheath. No. Stay on standby. She pulls out a gold emblem. I need to visit Chungcheon Banquet first. That's a very specific name. File it away, because things are about to get complicated. We cut back to the Lair mansion. It's late at night, and the front door creaks open. Jite steps inside, looking like a man who just finished a 12-hour shift at the Misery Factory. Suddenly, the overhead lights flash on. Confetti explodes everywhere. Happy birthday, mister! Our guy is frozen in place. Birthday? Bomb pops her head out, smiling. We saw your civil servant ID a few days ago. Jite actually has to calculate the date in his head before realizing, wait, today is actually December 12th. He has lived through hundreds of years of war, so naturally he completely forgot his own spawn day. Gyeoul is sitting on his shoulders wearing a tiny party hat, and Gyeoul is holding a massive strawberry cake. Gaul is practically vibrating with excitement, boasting that this is her first time ever celebrating a birthday. But Jite's eyes drift down, and his brow furrows. You, that dress. Yep, Gaul decided that a birthday party required formal wear, so she went into Bomb's closet and borrowed that bold, backless black evening dress from the Kyoto trip. She poses dramatically, complaining that it's a little tight around the chest. Bomb is in the background, staring in absolute red-faced silence at the sheer disrespect to her wardrobe. Then we have Yoriam, who is standing off to the side holding a second cake, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else on Earth. Yeah, this family play stuff is way too cringe for me. She shoves the cake into Bomb's hands and turns to walk away, but then she pivots on her heel, her foot digging into the floor. Jite is still holding Gaoul, completely unguarded. Yoriam launches herself into the air like a heat-seeking missile, the wind splitting around her. Her face twists into a manic, fanged grin. "Let's do birthday punches, you old man!" Hashtag Chapter 42, The Sacred Sock and the Antarctic Conspiracy. To understand why our red dragon decided to start a physical altercation at a birthday party, we have to rewind a few hours. Yoriam is in her room, doing one-handed vertical push-ups, her muscles trembling from strain. She collapsed to the floor, panting, thoroughly frustrated. Should I really just quit? She is a proud member of the Great Red Dragon Clan, the Warriors of the Sky. And yet, she is currently taking martial arts lessons from a squishy human. If the other dragons found out, she'd be the laughingstock of the entire magical realm. But then she looks at a mental image of Jite. Wait, is that guy even human? She realizes that even if a full squad of adult red dragons rushed him, they would probably get turned into luggage. Fighting him to the death is a literal speedrun to the afterlife. Her narrow red eyes focus. But just once, I want to smack that smug look off his face. Which brings us back to her flying through the air, fist primed. Her internal tactical computer is running at max capacity. Jite is currently holding Gaoul with both arms, meaning he's completely defenseless. He can't use his world-ending mana because the other kids are in the splash zone, and at this range, dodging is mathematically impossible. "This is the golden opportunity!" She plunges down, screaming "Happy birthday!" while aiming a palm strike loaded with high-density cake directly at his face. But she forgot one critical variable. Toddler Gaoul is currently resting in Jite's arms, and her sparkling blue eyes suddenly narrow. The words of her ancestor, Grandfather Lord, echo in her mind. "Your revelation is to protect what is precious to you." Her draconic mana flares. "I have to protect!" A massive, glowing blue water shield manifests in midair. Yoriam's fist slams into the barrier, the kinetic shockwave rippling through the room. Yoriam is sent flying backward in absolute shock, her trajectory completely thrown off. And the strawberry cake she was holding is launched through the air like a high-speed projectile. Direct hit. Splat. Gaoul is standing there, completely frozen, her face covered in white cream and smashed strawberries. Gaoul bursts into tears, screaming at her sister. Yoriam scratches her head, letting out an awkward laugh. Was the joke a bit too much? Yes, Yoriam, trying to assault your guardian and accidentally carpet bombing your sister with dairy is generally considered a party foul. Thankfully, the timeline skips past the screaming match and we transition to the actual clean dinner table. Gaoul, now fully washed and happily holding a slice of a different cake, loudly announces the official gift-giving ceremony. Jite sits on the couch, holding a small box. "You guys didn't have to get me anything. I'm 27, I'm not a kid." Gaoul just laughs, pointing out that in dragon years, 27 is basically a toddler in diapers. Jite turns to Bomb. "Who prepared this one?" Bomb beams, raising her hand. He opens the box to find a beautiful antique silver pocket watch. But the second his fingers touch the metal, a system alert flashes. Authority, the Eternal Clock EX is tense. Jite's eyes narrow. His regression clock is reacting to this mundane human object. Why? He presses the release button on the top, and the lid snaps open. Inside is a perfectly preserved photograph of the five of them together, standing by the lake during their Russian camping trip. Bomb smiles, explaining it's a pocket watch imbued with their memories. Jite stares at the photo for a long, quiet moment. For a man who has spent 6 lifetimes watching everyone he loves burn, this is the first time he's held a physical record of a happy memory. Thanks. Bomb lets out a sweet, satisfied smile. Don't mention it. Gaoul immediately leaps onto the coffee table. "Next is mine!" She presents a pink slip of paper with a massive flourish. The ultimate gift, a wish coupon! She explains that she and Bomb spent a week trying to figure out what a godlike regressor actually wants, and since they failed, she made a coupon so he can ask her for literally anything. Jite deadpans. Can I ask for money? Gayul's face instantly deforms into pure, unadulterated financial panic. She definitely did not clear that with her bank account. Yoriam sneers, calling the gift lazy and insincere. Gayul snaps back, demanding to see what amazing gift the resident street brawler brought. Yoriam smirks, reaching into her plastic shopping bag. Well, it's nothing much, just a little something humble. She pulls out a single, slightly gray, worn-out athletic sock. It's something I used to wear, but I washed it in my own way, you know? You're touched, right? Jite is holding it by the absolute tip of his fingernails like it's a radioactive biohazard. This? But in the background, Bomb and Gayul are blushing furiously, looking at the sock like it's a giant diamond ring. Wow, Ani really gave him a sock? Jite is completely lost. He remembers Gayul used to stare at his laundry basket too. Does a sock have some kind of cultural meaning to you dragons? Yoriam's face turns bright red. She lunges forward, tackling Ga'ul and clamping a hand over her mouth before she can explain that in dragon lore, giving someone your worn sock is the equivalent of a marriage proposal. It's nothing! Just a stupid joke! Forget it! To change the subject, Yoriam aggressively shoves Ga'ul forward, telling her to show her gift. Toddler Ga'ul stands in front of Jite. Mister, please close your eyes. Jite complies. There's some tiny rustling noises, and then Gayul whispers that he can open them. He opens his eyes to find a delicate necklace resting against his chest, holding a single sparkling blue crystal. Bomb explains that they made it together. It's Gayul's scale, strung on a lock of Gayul's hair. Gayul proudly reaches into her collar, pulling out her own matching necklace, the tiny glass bottle Jite gave her on the beach. And inside that bottle is the black hair strand Jite gave her. Jite, being a typical dense protagonist, asks if exchanging hair also has some deep marriage meaning. Bomb chuckles. No, there's no meaning to that. She just did it because she likes you, mister. You can't lose it, okay? Jite looks down at the tiny blue scale resting on his chest, and for the first time in this entire story, a genuine, soft, and incredibly handsome smile breaks across his face. I won't lose it. Gayul's jaw literally hits the floor. Gasp! Did you just smile, mister? Yoriam is blushing, complaining that he only reacted nicely to Gayul's gift. Flustered, Jite immediately shuts down the wholesome vibes. It's late. Go to sleep. While the family is sleeping off the sugar crash, we cut to the freezing, windswept ice deserts of Marie Byrd Land in Antarctica. This is an unclaimed, frozen wasteland, but secretly hidden beneath the ice is a massive, high-tech fortress, the headquarters of Chungshan Banquet. As the text explains, this is an elite secret organization dedicated entirely to hunting down demons. And the members are a literal cheat code, Minamoto I, rank 13, BM, rank 2, who is currently lying on a couch chugging fermented liquor from his lap, and Myung-Younga, rank 9, who is currently on his knees, crying tears of absolute joy while clutching Minamoto's boots. Minamoto is utterly disgusted. Why is he like this? Myung looks up, his face covered in snot and tears. Today, the doctor told me something. He said the ancient species virus in my wife's body is almost completely gone. She's recovering! BM actually sits up, his lazy demeanor vanishing. Nonsense. That ancient virus has been untreatable for 10 years. How is it suddenly being cured? Myung grabs BM's hands, crying that it's all thanks to the medicine BM formulated. BM shakes his head, a memory of a giant glowing green ginseng root appearing in his mind. I didn't do anything. The medicinal herb you brought back acted as a perfect, absolute antibiotic for the virus. BM leans in, his sharp yellow eyes locking onto Myung. Where on earth did you get that? I spent 15 years in the alternate dimension of Arendot, and I've never seen a plant with that level of holy energy. Myung sniffs, recalling the tall, tired-looking man wearing a police uniform who casually handed it to him in the Russian woods. I got it from a guy I met on my trip. He definitely wasn't normal. He looked incredibly strong. BM's eyes go completely serious. An incredibly strong man? Before he can press for details, Minamoto suddenly grabs BM's arm, dragging him away. Myung is left in the background, happily shouting that they should get married and find happiness too. BM smirk, teasing her. What's this? Don't tell me you actually have feelings for me? She doesn't even blink. Don't flatter yourself. You're not my type. Then what is it? Minamoto's face goes dark. Hasegawa, and a story about a disaster-class demon who just vanished off the face of the earth. BM's smile completely disappears, his spectacles reflecting the dim light of the lab. Now that is a bit of a headache-inducing story. The world is finally catching up to our guy's quiet war, and the next storm is already brewing. We open back inside the secret Antarctic bunker of Chungcheon Banquet, where BM and Minamoto are currently putting their galaxy brains together. They've officially connected Hasegawa's sudden deletion to the mysterious anonymous tip, realizing a single, terrifyingly overpowered entity is pulling all the strings from the shadows. BM lets out a massive laugh, mocking the Superhuman Association's useless leadership. He suggests loop sharing this information with Myung-Yonga, but Minamoto immediately shuts it down. She notes that Yonga has spent the last 10 years in a living hell trying to save his terminally ill wife, and dragging him back into a demon war right after his happy ending is just too cruel. BM is genuinely stunned by her empathy. Naturally, he starts teasing her, prompting Minamoto to threaten to make him his own medical emergency. Getting back to business, she asks BM to track down the source of the Kyoto incident and find the anonymous tipster. BM rubs his chin, and a mental image of our tired black-haired regressor immediately pops into his head. Minamoto asks if he has a suspect, and BM just smirks. Oh, I have a very strong candidate. The net is closing in on our guy, folks. Meanwhile, we cut back to the mansion, where the birthday party of the century has just concluded. The dining table is a war zone of empty plates and strawberry cake crumbs. Gaul is yawning her head off on the stairs, suffering from a lethal 5-star food coma, while Yoriam mocks her. Jite checks his watch, realizing it is nearly 2 in the morning. Beside him on the couch, toddler Gaol is struggling to keep her eyes open, clutching her blue teddy bear. He gently pokes her squishy cheek, telling her it's time to head to bed. Upstairs, U-Bomb is tucked under her blankets, still scribbling away in her Mr. Observation diary. She writes about how unexpectedly cute and embarrassed he looked during his surprise party. She's humming a happy little tune, completely in her own world, when the door suddenly swings open. Jite walks in carrying Gaol. Bomb immediately goes into a classic anime panic, calling him a pervert for entering a teenage girl's room without knocking. Jite just deadpans, reminding her that Gaol always sleeps in her room. He steps up to the bed to tuck the baby in, but as he turns to leave, he feels a tiny, solid tug on his shirt. Gaol looks up at him with those big, sleepy blue eyes. Let's sleep together. Jite tells her he's going to sleep in his own room, prompting Gaol to pull the ultimate patty-cheek defense. Bomb giggles, pointing out that the baby clearly won't let him leave. She plays the guilt card, reminding him that Gaol literally gave him a piece of her own scale as a birthday gift. Our guy is completely defeated. He stands there in silence, realizing he has zero counterplay to toddler guilt. Which brings us to the most awkward bed-sharing arrangement in history. We have a centuries-old god of death, a baby blue dragon, and a green fate reader packed like sardines under one blanket. Jite grumbles that the bed is too small, but Bomb just laughs, telling him he's too big. Gaol's eyes are wide open, staring at him. He asks why she isn't asleep, and Bomb notes the kid is probably too excited to have him next to her. Bomb leans over, gently stroking Gaol's head. If you pat her like this, she'll fall asleep. She looks at Jite. Try it, mister. Jite raises his massive, battle-scarred hand, and he proceeds to thump Gaol's chest like he's trying to tenderize a raw steak. Thump. Thump. The baby's eyes practically pop out of her head from the impact. Bomb bursts out laughing, hiding her face. Who pats a child so hard? You just woke her up. Jite looks genuinely confused. Bomb tells him to do it softer, like he's petting a fragile animal. He adjusts his pressure, gently resting his palm on Gaol's soft blue hair. He slowly strokes her forehead, and under his gentle touch, the tension melts away. Gaol's eyelids grow incredibly heavy, and she drifts off into a deep, peaceful sleep, sucking her thumb. Bomb whispers that she fell asleep surprisingly fast, asking if his hands are always this soft. Jite tells her to hurry up and sleep too before Gaol wakes up. Bomb rolls over, her emerald eyes locking onto his. Mister, aren't you going to put me to sleep too? Oh, the boldest green dragon is back at it again, folks. She claims she's been having terrible nightmares lately, showing him a hilarious chibi visualization of ghosts and flies. Jite deadpans. Isn't that just a standard bad dream? She pouts, reminding him that he's her guardian too, and she's technically still a child in dragon years. Jite sighs. Fine, what do I need to do? The same thing you did with Gaol. She reaches up, gently placing her warm, delicate palm directly against his cheek. She slowly strokes his face, her eyes filled with a soft, dangerous affection. For a split second, Jitae's heart does something it hasn't done in 300 years, and his immediate reaction is to zip out of the bed at hyper speed, leaving a literal blur behind him. I'm tired! Going to sleep! You sleep too! He flees the room. Bomb sits up in the dark, staring at the closed door, her face flushing bright red. Mister. Outside in the hallway, Jitae covers his face, his heart pounding. Maybe I've been consumed too deeply in this ordinary life. But before he can have a midlife crisis, a system alert flashes in his vision. Authority has identified a target exposed to a small fragment of. The target, the 30-man airborne special forces. Jitae's eyes turn ice cold. Actually, a situation like this is much more comfortable for me. We cut to a dark industrial construction site in northwest Hadeling. A construction worker is violently slammed into a brick wall, screaming in agony. Another worker begs for mercy, demanding to know why the elite forces from the Superhuman Association are suddenly attacking innocent civilians. A massive, muscular warrior with glowing red eyes steps into the light, gritting her teeth. Hey, old man, I don't know why we're acting like this either, okay? She raises a heavy fist. So hurry up and get lost, because I feel like I'm really going to kill you. Meet the corrupted 30-man airborne special forces. #, Chapter 44, The Barbarian Raid in Shadows Off the Pass. We open at the northwest construction site, the wind whistling through the rusted iron pipes, where Jitae steps onto the concrete, his trench coat swaying. His system screen remains active, confirming the identity of the corrupted targets. The 30-man airborne special forces are a legendary combat unit belonging to the association. Every single member is a massive physical specimen built like a literal barbarian. They usually serve as the elite vanguard for high-risk dungeon raids, but as Jitae looks at them, a dark memory surfaces. In an earlier war-torn regression cycle, Jitae was actually a brief member of this exact squad. He snaps back to reality looking down at the unconscious worker. The elderly supervisor is shivering on the floor, pleading with Jitae to run away because these people are monsters. Suddenly, a massive heavy shadow looms over them. Hey old man, I told you to run away quietly. It's the squad captain, Belvarian, her red eyes glowing with pure, corrupted rage. As she steps forward, Jitae's mind flashes back to a warm, sunlit training field from a previous timeline. In that loop, Bell was a proud but friendly mentor who used to slap his back, call him an anchovy, and try to force-feed him protein powder to build some muscle. But in this loop, she and her entire squad were sent to investigate Lair, only to get infected by Waiyan's lingering abyssal. Bell raises her fist, ready to paste the supervisor into the concrete. Jitae calmly steps between them. I'll take care of this. Run away and keep your mouth shut, Bell sneers, her muscle-bound jaw clenching. And who the hell are you, you little anchovy? She throws a massive, bone-shattering straight punch directly at his face. The supervisor screams in terror, expecting Jitae's head to pop like a balloon. But with a soft, quiet whoosh of displaced air, Jitae casually catches her giant fist bare-handed, his expression completely blank. He looks at her, another memory of her laughing and calling him skinny overlaying her corrupted face. Jitae, you need to eat! An anchovy body doesn't suit our forces! Let me recommend some protein. Jitae's eyes turn cold. Your body has gotten bigger since then, but your punches have gotten weaker. Belle's eyes widen, her teeth grinding in fury. What did you just say? Are those muscles just for show? Before she can process the insult, Jitae delivers a lightning-fast kick directly to her ribs, sending her massive frame flying across the construction site. He notes that since they are already deeply encroached by, talking is a waste of breath. He cracks his knuckles, his forearm veins bulging as he channels a tiny fraction of his power. Shall I use some strength for the first time in a while? The supervisor is staring in absolute jaw-dropped disbelief. The rest of the Special Forces squad is equally horrified. The captain got one shot by an anchovy? The corruption in their blood boils, overriding their fear with manic battle lust. They scream, raising giant axes and swords, activating their combat skills. A massive crimson wave of strength enhancement washes over the entire unit as they charge. Jitae lets out a quiet sigh. His eyes flash a brilliant neon purple. and he moves. He slips past a giant axe swing, his hand grabbing a warrior's face and slamming it into the concrete. Another barbarian swings a heavy warhammer, but Jitei's shadow mana splits the floor, a shockwave tearing through their formation. He delivers a brutal elbow to a throat, a sweeping kick to a knee, dismantling the elite squad in a matter of seconds. He walks through the groaning, broken bodies, his posture completely relaxed. A corrupted warrior leaps down from a crane, screaming that they can crush him if they all jump him at once. Jitei's eyes glow a deep, abyssal violet. He activates Kalgulaka Standing Combat Art's Swiftness. He becomes a purple and black blur, moving faster than the human eye can track, systematically striking their nerve centers. Since it's a martial art I haven't used in a long time, I'm a bit rusty. He stops, looking completely unbothered. Controlling my strength to not kill you idiots is actually the hardest part. A giant iron drum barrel falls from above, and Jitei casually catches it with one hand, wondering if the current Yoriam would be able to learn this martial art. He hurls the heavy iron barrel aside like a piece of paper. Suddenly, a massive metallic shadow drops from the sky. It's Belvarian, wielding her level 3 artifact, Irui Jingu Nunchucks. She screams, channeling every ounce of her corrupted strength into a downward strike. Jitei doesn't even dodge. He simply raises a single, bare hand. His palm meets the high-density artifact metal. A loud metallic cracking noise echoes, and with a single squeeze of his fingers, he completely shatters the legendary weapon into tiny iron fragments. Belle's jaw literally drops. Unbelievable, a level 3 artifact destroyed with one hand. The kinetic feedback sends her crashing into the dirt, her weapon turned to gravel. Jitei looks down at her. "Have you calmed down a bit now?" Belle grits her teeth, sweating. Just what on earth is your true identity? You don't need to know. Just quietly follow me. I need to treat your mental corruption." Belle lets out a crazy, corrupted grin. "Are you telling the airborne special forces to surrender?" She suddenly lunges forward, wrapping her massive, muscle-bound arms around his torso in a death grip. "You arrogant villain! We are warriors who always fight on the front lines. We do not fear death." Jitei deadpans. "I didn't say I was going to kill you." She ignores him, screaming at her broken squad to rise and fight for their pride. Jitei looks at her, a soft, melancholy look passing through his violet eyes. "Whether it's then or now, you guys being so stubborn hasn't changed. Well, I did hang out with you because I like that aspect of you, though." His voice deepens, carrying a weight that makes the air itself freeze. Belvarian. Suddenly, the sky turns a dark, toxic purple. A massive, black-winged angelic shadow manifests behind him, holding a giant spear. The sheer world-ending pressure of his true authority drops Belle and her squad to their knees, their bodies trembling in instinctual, biological terror. Jitei looks down at her, his eyes glowing with godlike power. "Do you feel like cooperating a bit now? The Absolute King is back, and he is not playing games." We pick up right where we left off, with Captain Belvarian staring up in absolute biological horror as Jitei's SS rank authority, Punishment of the Grand Duke, floods the construction site. He looks down at her with glowing purple eyes, asking if she's ready to cooperate. The sheer weight of his presence has completely paralyzed her muscle mommy ego. He commands the Legion of Fallen Angels, a squad of massive black-winged entities that loom over the yard. This, along with his truth-detecting eye and shadow clones, is one of the 3 god-tier skills he ripped directly from the Demon Realm's Grand Duke in previous loops. The angels quickly round up the corrupted soldiers, binding them back to back with high-density shadow chains. Jitei places his hand on Belle's head, activating his EX rank Eternal Clock. The golden system screen flares as it begins vacuuming the traces of Y-yons out of her brain. As the extraction process runs, one of his giant dark angels stands behind him, slumping its shoulders and looking oddly pouty. Jitei sighs, complaining that this skill is way too dramatic. Imagine summoning a literal army of darkness just to clean up 30 rowdy soldiers. But now he has a logistical problem. 30 muscle-bound titans who need a secure quarantine zone. He decides his only option is BM's underground lab. He resolves to pack a bottle of high-end alcohol as a bribe, knowing the mad scientist is going to lose his mind when he sees the crowd. We cut to BM's lab, where his Wolfman assistant is carefully carrying a massive, glowing blue crystal. The crystal pulses with a brilliant, high-density mana hum. BM looks on, practically vibrating with excitement. Say hello to Hera's Kaleidoscope, a level 4 legendary artifact designed for hyper-advanced molecular scanning. BM has been trying to analyze that single strand of black hair Jite dropped during his last visit, but his standard lab scanners couldn't even parse its density. But with this legendary microscope, he is certain he's finally going to uncover the biological secret behind Jite's godlike strength. He's right in the middle of aligning his lens when a hand suddenly taps him on the shoulder. BM brushed them off. I'm busy, go play somewhere else. The tapping continues. BM's temper flares, I said I'm busy, and he turns around to find our guy staring down at him with a dead pitch-black expression, holding a bottle of wine. So this is where my hair that Geo-ul lost went. BM instantly devolves into a sweat-dropping chibi, screaming that he just found it on the floor while sweeping and absolutely didn't steal it. Jite casually confiscates the hair strand, setting it on fire with a spark of purple mana while BM cries in the background. BM sniffs, trying to salvage his dignity. He asks what Jite is here for, wondering if he came to check on Ha Saipiul or Armada. Jite slides the bribe wine across the desk. I brought more mentally corrupted patients. BM's eyes light up at the liquor, but then he pauses. Again? How many? Quite a few. BM looks past his shoulder and frees. Sitting on the floor of his lobby are 30 hypermuscular barbarians packed like sardines. BM's jaw drops. You call this a few? They're massive! There's 30 of them! Jite calmly tells him he'll need to expand the room. BM looks at him with the most betrayed, overworked coworker face in history. He notices the logo on their armor. Wait. Aren't these guys the association's airborne special forces? He remembers Minamoto mentioning earlier that they were deployed to clear out local demons. Before he can complain further, Captain Belverian groans, slowly blinking her eyes open. She looks around the high-tech sterile room, thoroughly dazed. Where am I? Jite stands over her, his expression completely blank. This is a mental hospital, and I am the doctor. He points to BM's scrawny, bespectacled face. And this here is the nurse. Belle actually nods in awe, muttering that she didn't know the legendary rank 2 returner worked part-time as a medical assistant. BM looks ready to commit violence. Jite explains that their minds have been infected by Waiyan's abyssal, and they have to stay under the Crystal of Paradise's happiness aura for up to a year. He notes that if they leave like this, they'll lose control of their emotions and hurt innocent people again. Belle closes her eyes, respecting his logic. Understood. We'll do as you say. However, I have a request. We are warriors. We cannot allow any loss in our muscle mass or combat power. Do you have a gym where we can train separately? BM snaps. What do you think this place is? A Gold's Gym? But Jite overrides him immediately. Understood. The nurse here will prepare a workout zone for you. BM's spirit leaves his body. Jite turns and walks deeper into the quarantine sector, where Armada is sweep cleaning the floors with a broom, and Ha Saipiul is on her knees scrubbing. Jite asks BM how those two are holding up. BM adjusts his glasses, his tone turning serious. Honestly, not great. The giant tin can is just suffering from severe servant withdrawal, staring blankly into space. But the real problem is that woman. He looks at Saipiul. She shows absolutely no will to live. He explains that her emotional state is completely fragile. If they take her off the Crystal of Paradise's happiness aura, she will immediately plunge into suicidal despair. No will to live, huh? Jite walks over and sits down on the edge of the floor next to her. In the background, the 30 Special Forces soldiers are already bonding with Armada, placing bets on how much weight the giant knight can bench press. Saipiul looks up, her eyes wide. Hello, doctor. She apologizes with a soft blush, saying she was possessed by a dark force when she went feral in Tokyo. Jite tells her not to worry about it. She looks over at the 30 muscular soldiers. Actually, I heard earlier, those people are from the association. She looks down, her smile turning incredibly sad. I originally worked at a small orphanage in the countryside. Then one day, a massive spatial rift appeared. All the other adults ran away, but the children and I couldn't. The children hid inside, and I stayed outside in the pouring rain, watching the sky to see if any monsters were coming. Fortunately, the flying monsters flew right past our orphanage. The kids were waving at me through the window, smiling and cheering because they thought we were safe. And then, Saipiul's voice shakes, the memory hitting her like a physical blow. The Superhuman Association made a mistake. Friendly fire. Artillery shells flew in from the opposite direction and obliterated the building. I was the only survivor. She clutches her knees, her eyes completely hollow. Actually, no. It was me who killed them. If I had been stronger, if I had done something, I don't remember much after. A pitch-black energy swallowed me, and I turned into a monster. Jite looks at her, his expression softening with deep empathy. So, is it hard for you to look at those soldiers from the association? No. It's the opposite. It should be painful, but I actually feel happy. We see Armada effortlessly lifting a bench press bar with a massive soldier sitting on top of it while the others cheer. She looks down at her hands. It's strange. Ever since I came here, I've been constantly happy. Cleaning is fun, reading a boring magazine is fun, but I shouldn't be happy. The kids are dead. She collapses onto the floor, curling into a ball. It's wrong for me to feel like this. Should someone like me even continue to live? Jite looks down at her, dropping a brutal but necessary truth bomb. If you want to die, you can die. Sapiel's eyes go wide in shock. If there is absolutely nothing left to look forward to in your life, it's better to just end it. But if you don't want to die, then think of something, anything, to look forward to. Because having expectations for tomorrow is the only thing that keeps a person alive. Sapiel looks up at his tall, broad back as he turns to leave. Then, do you also live with expectations, Doctor? Jite stops, his hand gently grasping Gaoul's blue scale necklace resting beneath his shirt. He closes his eyes. I'm trying to. Before Sapiel can process his words, a massive shadow falls over her. Captain Belvarian stands over her, grinning warmly. Excuse me, miss? Is your consultation over? I've been listening, and I heard you have zero will to live. It just so happens that I know some highly effective medicine for that. Let's have a small chat, shall we? We cut to the next panel, and Sapiel is currently doing push-ups on the floor, her face bright red, her arms shaking violently. HNNGGG! Belle and her 30 massive barbarians are surrounding her, blowing whistles and screaming at the top of their lungs. With that kind of strength, could you even lift a fork? You have no will to live because your body is weak. Get those gains, sister! Yes, folks. Captain Bell has decided that the ultimate cure for severe clinical depression is high-intensity interval CrossFit training. The entire squad is flexing and chanting, forcing her to do bodyweight exercises to erase her idle thoughts. This is easily the most chaotic therapy session in existence. Sapiel is crying, screaming apologies. Jite tells Armada to watch over her while BM walks beside him. BM asks about the anonymous tip. So, is it really true that a disaster-class demon is going to raid the year-end event? Jite nods. Yes, a massive battle is coming soon. He looks BM dead in the eye. And I'm going to need your help for this one. Meanwhile, back at Lair Academy, Gaoul is hiding in the bushes, her mouth hanging open in absolute shock. This is... Her eyes lock onto a tiny, round yellow face staring back at her. Hashtag Chapter 46. Classroom clones in the Magical Chick. We open back at Lair Academy, where the school day is wrapping up, and Gaoul's classmates are happily walking down the pathway. Gaoul is walking with them, carrying her acoustic guitar case. She's curious why class ended so early today. Her friend mentions that a massive problem arose over at the spiritual creature sanctuary. For context, a spiritual creature is a magically awakened animal that harbors high-density mana, and some superhumans work together with them through taming. Her friend notes that since the main disaster alarm didn't go off, the escaped creature probably isn't that dangerous. Her classmates suggest they go downtown to check out a newly opened pretty cafe, take some 4-cut photo booth pictures, and ride the local amusement park rides. Gaoul sadly looks down. I don't think I can go. Her friends realize her guardian is way too strict, complaining that he's being too overprotective. They assume he's just keeping her safe because she's so pretty, promising to buy her a cute keyring to make up for it. They wave goodbye, heading downtown. Gaoul waves back with a bright, sunny smile, telling them to have fun. But the second they turn their backs, her smile completely vanishes. She walks alone, telling herself that Mr. is just looking out for her since she gets incredibly anxious in crowded, noisy places. I'm fine now, though. But then, her inner rebellious teenager flares up. Setting that aside, why does he hate me playing the guitar so much? I can't even practice at home because I'm always walking on eggshells! Of course, she doesn't know Jite is traumatized by her committing suicide as a broken pop idol in past loops. She runs through the streets, her chibi form spinning like a top. If I can't play at home, I'll just play outside! I'll show this world the true rebellious soul of the gold dragon. We cut to a quiet, sunlit forest clearing where Gayul is sitting comfortably on a rock. She figures a secluded, quiet place like this is perfect since crowds make her nervous. She unlatches her case, takes out her acoustic guitar, and plucks a single string. As she plays, a beautiful, warm melody fills the clearing. The local forest birds fly down to sit on a nearby branch, chirping along with the tune. A tiny squirrel and a white rabbit gather at the base of her rock, completely mesmerized. Her gold dragon aura is naturally attracting the local fauna, creating a beautiful fairy tale scene. But as she is right in the middle of a solo, a dark, rustling sound comes from the thick bushes behind her. Gaul freezes, her amber eyes widening in panic. She senses a heavy presence, realizing it doesn't feel like a normal person or an animal. Suddenly, Jitae's warning from a few weeks ago flashes in her mind. If strange adults try to hand you business cards outside, run away immediately. Gaul had looked terrified back then, asking, "Scary adults?" Gaul has a hilarious mental visualization of a shady, trench-coated talent scout lurking in the alleyways. She immediately swings her acoustic guitar over her shoulder like a club, screaming at the bushes. "I don't need a business card, you creep!" The leaves part, and stepping out is a tiny, perfectly round yellow chick. Gaul's eyes instantly turn into giant, glittering gold stars. "What is this absolutely adorable little thing?" She kneels, asking if it came to hear her music. Her face turns slightly creepy as she creeps forward with curved fingers. "Can I touch you just once, maybe twice? You must be so soft and fluffy." The chick takes one look at her crazy face, lets out a terrified peep, and bolts. Gaul chases it through the forest, screaming that she won't touch it and just wants to look. The yellow chick is surprisingly fast, parkouring off the ground, running vertically up a massive oak tree. It hops onto a high branch, safely out of reach. It sits there, giving her the sassiest side-eye in recorded bird history. Gaul looks up, completely heartbroken. Does it hate me? We cut to the mansion at night where the family is sitting around the dining table having dinner. Suddenly, Gaul sets her chopsticks down with a quiet click. "I don't really have an appetite, so I'll head up to my room first." She walks away, her head drooping. Yoriam is shocked, staring at her empty chair. Bomb points to the massive pile of empty bowls on Gayul's side, sweat dropping. She literally ate more than anyone else before saying she lost her appetite. Jitae is genuinely bewildered, staring at his teacup. She eats that much normally, but where does it all go? Truly one of the great mysteries of the dragon world. Later that night, Jitae knocks and opens Gayul's bedroom door, and he catches her completely red-handed. She is lying on her stomach on the carpet, her cheeks stuffed with chips, surrounded by snack bags. "MPH!" Jitae deadpans. "I thought you said you didn't have an appetite." Gayul swallows, sweating. "I didn't earlier, but I do now. Want a chip, mister?" Jitae declines, his eyes drifting to her tablet screen. The screen reads, "How to commune with a baby chick." Gayul sits up, explaining she met a wild chick in the mountains today and wants to get close to it, but it keeps running away. She sighs, worrying because it's getting cold outside and the chick lives high up in a tree. She looks up at him with big, hopeful eyes. "Mister, what should you do to get someone to open up when you meet them for the first time?" Jitae's mind immediately flashes back to several regression cycles ago, where he literally had to tie a slice of strawberry cake to a fishing rod and dangle it in front of a hiding Gayul to get her to talk to him. Snapping back, he deadpans, "Try approaching it with food. If it's a stray, it's bound to be hungry." Gayul's face lights up like a Christmas tree. "Mister, how did you think of that? You're a genius!" She happily promises to try it tomorrow, offering him some of her favorite snacks as a reward. Jitae just sighs, walking out. We cut to the quiet forest at night, the moon shining brightly through the canopy, where the little yellow chick is sleeping peacefully on a high branch. Suddenly, a low meow echoes from below. The chick blinks its eyes open. Standing at the base of the tree are 3 adorable black stray cats, staring up with big round eyes. One of them lets out a sweet purr, but in the next second, their eyes expand into terrifying crimson slits, their claws grow into jagged bone needles, and they leap up the tree with corrupted demonic growls. The chick panics, flying off the branch as a swipe of dark claws splits the bark. The corruption is spreading to the local beasts, and the year-end disaster is about to land on their doorstep.